of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows, shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
화이팅! 실비 화이팅! 유시 화이팅! 화이팅!
하나생명
화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas. I am joined by Orcs today as we bring you two matchups that could be pretty fast, but also could be very interesting because, of course, a lot on the line as we get towards the playoffs. Every victory is necessary for Humble Life Esports now, especially coming off their loss against KT. That second place, it's looking further and further away, Orcs.
Yep, I mean, it's starting to get to the point where...
I mean, they are in it.
They are in it.
But it's possible that they're not going to be in it forever.
But if they'd beaten KT, I genuinely feel like we'd be having the conversation that are they realistically catchable?
Yes.
If they lose today, the conversation starts to go, okay, they are catchable for sure. So winning this not only would really help to secure that second place spot, lock it in a little bit more, but also it's about righting the ship because we're getting close to playoffs, and Humble Life Esports on the back of a frankly a little bit embarrassing loss. Considering their typical form, it was not a good look for them. KT stepped up massively, we have to take that into account. But if Nongshim give Humble Life Esports trouble, it is a very concerning sign for the playoff chances.
Absolutely. I think that, KT have had their fumbles, but we know that KT can beat any team and lose to any team. And it just so happened that Humble Life Esports got unlucky on the day that they played against them. They also got unlucky in the fact that they decided to pick Shyvana, and it just straight up didn't work. We'll see whether that happens once again today, because Coach has been very outspoken in saying that the Shyvana is actually a very strong pick. Has, of course, been finding success outside of Korea, but has also been finding success in practice as well. So we'll just have to see whether it's going to come out again, whether Peanut is going to just jump straight back on the horse or back on the dragon, as it were. And we'll see how it is going to go. Peanut, Shyvana is a great pick with positive stats in practice. That's kind of what I was referring to before. But we know that Sylvie's very happy to play basically anything in the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like the bigger thing, rather than the pick itself, was Humble Life Esports having Peanut on a carry hasn't worked as well for them typically, compared to him being on that more facilitative role on tanks and things like Ivan. Also, I feel like they didn't really set up for it well, and in both times they picked it, the enemy team had a ton of sustain. The first game was in a Senna Nidalee who out-healed the poke, and in the final game it was the Ivan with Moonstone Redemption which out-healed I mean, not just the poke, but basically anything. And I also think the composition they drafted with it didn't necessarily facilitate it. So I do think it's fair to say the pick has merit. We've seen it work in other regions, but for Hololive Esports, they haven't displayed that yet. And both AD carries, I think Viper in that KT series didn't look as hot as we've typically seen him.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were thinking about, you know, Viper as sort of MVP of the season, you know, having an incredible performance so far. After the last couple of games, of course, Viper not necessarily looking the best, and then Pays stepping up massively. I think the argument's moving towards Gen G's AD carry just that little bit more, but we'll just have to see how things develop as we go through the remaining weeks of the regular season. And let's welcome Nongshim Red Force to the LoL Park stage. Mihail still on that top side of the map. Obviously, Sylvie going to be there in the jungle, but it's Fisher back in the mid lane once again. No experiments this time around, as Jiwoo and Guga obviously in that bottom lane. We'll see whether this is going to be enough to get them through the orange tank that is Hanwha Life Esports, because Nongshim have been having their own share of struggles here in the LCK as well. But they are not without their fans, because, you know, they're a lovable team. And we'll see whether they can find some surprise wins here today in what should be an uphill battle.
Yep, absolutely. But honestly, when you look at the remaining schedule for Nongshim, and look, they're not in a fantastic spot to get to playoffs, but you look at the remaining matches, they still have to play T1, who are on upswing, Gen G, D+. A slumping Hanwha Life Esports might actually be one of their better remaining matchups.
Yeah, they've got Quantum Freaks and Bro as well. Bro obviously going to be impossible to take down because it's going to be in their last week, and Bro will most likely be eliminated from playoff contention at that point, and that is when they're the most dangerous. But Quantum Freaks definitely winnable, and out of T1, DK, and Gen G, maybe Hanwha Life Esports creep into the more winnable department.
Yeah, and 6th place right now has 6 wins, so they need at least 3 wins just to make it a 6th place. So to keep their playoffs hopes alive, they're gonna have to take down a strong team.
Yep.
And we'll see if they can do it here. Sylvie, huge amount of kill participation, complete contrast to Peanut, and I feel like that can sometimes be indicative of nothing happening for a team without the assistance of Sylvie, whereas Hanwha Life Esports, even when Peanut isn't there, you can definitely see the team have a lot of impact, make a lot of strong individual plays. Doran often skirmishing up in the top lane.
Yep, for better or worse.
Yeah, and the bot lane having a lot of 2v2s.
I also think that Zeka does like to roam a lot more than a lot of other mid laners as well, and so often it is support of the mid lane, not necessarily support of the jungler, that is resulting in a few of these earlier kills. But that might be me digressing. Nongshim certainly rely on Sylvie to get things done. And we know that if they're looking good, it's because Sylvie has a bunch of kills and he's running around lighting things on fire as Brand and things like that, having a great time there. So we'll just have to see whether that is going to be once again Nongshim's path to victory in this one, or whether Hanwha Life Esports are able to, you know, get a pick in the jungle that works. And that could be their way to finding some success here. As I actually I saw a tweet from Nymira earlier on. He was also talking about the Shyvana and the fact that it has been played a bunch in the LPL as well, saying that some of the compositions don't necessarily fit with her. Maybe that's part of the answer. We'll just have to see whether that is going to be the case and whether Hanwha Life Esports can find the right position to put her in.
Yeah, it felt like there was a couple of times, you know, we saw it played again yesterday, where teams would like get kind of hyped. You know, they get the extra 5 MR on armor from the Dragon. Yeah! And they're like diving in and then getting one shot and just completely obliterated. But also, you know, seeing some setups where they would pop the ult, they'd fire a few fireballs and just not really get the impact they were hoping for. It's like ult, fire 3 fireballs, maybe 2 of them hit, and then they just heal up the poke and nothing more comes from it.
See what is actually going to happen. We may not even have the Shyvana picked up. Like, perhaps that just won't even be a thing. So we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get to it, or fly over the bridge, or Dragon's Descent over the bridge when we come to it. Dandy looking ready, though, looking relatively stoic here, And Hummer Life Esports will be on the red side. They'll be able to answer a few of the picks here for Nongshim. We'll see where the bans are going to go. I think the Ezreal's still something that they're going to have to be looking out for. I don't think it's going to be a ban on the blue side this time around, though, because Jiwoo has looked pretty good on the champion. So Hummer Life Esports, maybe it's just Rumble, Renekton, Ezreal, as we have seen sort of relegated to the red side bans. And they're starting off with that as we jump into the draft. The tree removed from Peanut. I hear his win rate is relatively high.
Yep, absolutely absurd, and it also works effectively. You deny those picks away from Peanut. He's like, well, Maokai's gone, Zyra's gone. I guess I have to play Shyvana. Maybe set a trap in that regard. We'll see how it goes, though. Sejuani banned away in this situation. Renekton still open as something we've seen prioritized pretty heavily on that first pick.
We've also seen the Nidalee be an answer to this pick that Mihail is hovering.
Yeah.
The Ivern going to be picked up, though, and this is something that Hummer Life Esports are actually outspoken about. They were like, well, we didn't really know how the Ivern matchup was going to go with the Shyvana, as the crowd goes wild or they go worried. I'm not entirely sure which one it was, as Doran's hovering a few things. We'll just have to see what they are going to land on, as the blind pick Gnar does seem to be something that a lot of teams are heading towards.
Yeah, they'll pick the Shyvana second, obviously,
Oh,
they just
dear.
get more crowd hype here. They have to go for the Zeri in this situation. Good pick for Viper, also to 9 it away from Jiwoo. A lot of carry potential on that.
Peanut's just having a good time.
He's having the best time. The Vi as well, it does mean that if we see something like the Kai'Sa come through, we've seen often picked into the Zeri.
Fans losing their mind, like, they didn't pick Shyvana!
They're cheering for the Vi. Yeah, I guess a lot of the Korean fans really felt a certain way about those games the other day. But the Vi, obviously, you can shut down any potential picks coming out from Jiwoo if he does opt to go for something like the Kai'Sa into the Zeri. Looks like Fisher, they are just going to take the Corki. He's been pretty strong. I'd say that's probably been his best pick so far. But he's definitely got comfortable on those 80 carry mids. And now you could opt to go for a top laner here for Mihail, or you could opt to match the 80 carries. Basically depends whether you feel comfortable letting 80 carry go the next rotation, having those banned out, or if you're like, look, we really want Gnar, we really want Renekton here and now. And it looks like Jiwoo feels comfortable, which makes sense. Definitely a player who has a wider pool than most when it comes to bot lane picks.
Yeah, very true. And also they can pick up their bottom lane together, maybe answer one of the options there as the Akali. A consideration here for Zeka, I hear, is pretty good, but instead it is going to be the Kennen to answer the Gnar on the top side of the map. We have seen that this matchup does work in favor of the Kennen. We saw yesterday Keen pull out the AD Kennen into the Gnar. See whether we do get something like that from Doran. I know that Doran does like to experiment there on the top side of the map. This time around, he's actually allowed to build a static Shiv. Won't need to pause the game when the static Shiv doesn't work, when he doesn't build it.
Yeah, I also feel like the Kennen allows Hummer Life Esports to be a bit more greedy in the bot lane. You know that they want to take exhaust, so you don't have to deal with Ignite, less kill pressure. Inside, if you wanted to, you could even commit to something like a Lulu to pair with Zeri. That being said, with it being Delight, it's probably going to be Rel, and they are focusing the bans towards those engaged spots. They've banned away the Rakan. You could look to ban away mids here. The Lucian, I think, would be a good ban.
Yeah, the Alistair as well has been something that Delight only just lost on.
Yeah, I think I would probably ban Rel over Alistair here from Delight. Alistair can be a bit more matchup dependent, but I think Lucian is the ban that stands out to me. They actually banned the Lulu, so they're a little bit concerned about that coming out if they committed to a lane that wasn't able to pressure enough, and obviously they're not going to have that Ignite in this situation. So now, presumably this is a mid lane pick for Hummer Life Esports.
I want to see Zeka go back to his Ahri. That's what I want to see. He debuted in the LCK on that champion, and Ahri Vi is just really strong. And I'd like to see it.
Yep.
And so they're going to listen to me.
This is the trio that BNK FearX have really been leaning on. This Ahri Vi Zeri trio that they're all piecing together here. And looking on the side of Nongshim, toying with the idea of the Kai'Sa. They have a decent amount of AD on the top side.
The Ivan Ziggs. It has been something we've seen find success in the past, but the Kai'Sa will be the one locked in. A cow could go along with it, but they could also take the Nautilus here as the answer to the Zeri. Bit of that targeted CC.
Yeah, looks like they're leaning towards the Alistair. You definitely want an engage support with the Kai'Sa. and they will lock that in, especially with an Ivan jungle. You really are needing engage from your support, so
True.
they'll secure that one. And here, I mean, I feel like they don't specifically need engage, but with it being Delight, I think they probably just take the Rel.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's Delight. He's obviously going to want to go that direction, unless it's the Poppy.
Okay.
Okay, wait, hang on. Theoretically a flex, if we do think that Kennen can potentially be support, much like it used to in the past.
I don't think that's a worthy trade. If
I saw Kuro today. He was actually here, and it reminded me of the Rox Tigers days, and it just makes me think of Gorilla playing support Kennen. It's just one of those things, you know?
Yeah, I think they'll probably stick with this. You know, it's a good matchup for Duran. The Poppy does a pretty good job of neutralizing the Alistar. Can do a decent job against Kai'Sa as well, but also just we've seen so much value from the ultimates from Poppy. I think really, you know, sometimes it can be difficult having that weight on your jungler, right? If Poppy has to be in the forefront, you can be focused down, but if it's on your support, you can kind of just be an ult bot and get tons of value. You know, you don't have to be leading the charge, you don't have to be trying to get in on smites, you can just hang around with your ultimate, and when the jungler is on an objective, you can be the one zoning with that ult and forcing the enemy jungler away. So pretty powerful to have that locked in the support role, and obviously a matchup that Delight feels comfortable with. And honestly, I feel like there are aspects of Nongshim's comp that's solid. You know, the mid lane matchup I think is going to be good for them. But I kind of like the composition that HLE Esports has better. I think this triple dive trio that we've seen in the mid jungle and AD carry just works so well together, and it's so easy to execute. And I think when your confidence has been shaken a bit against KT, this is just what you need.
Yep, this is the right way to get it done. I think the Ivan-ness of the Nongshim composition could be a little bit higher as well. I mean, Kai'Sa doesn't seem like the champion to really execute on it. See how it goes. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1. And that was Lee Chaeyoung from Fromis9, K-pop idol, here to wish HLE Esports some support. Pretty cool that we have K-pop stars here at LOL Park, you know, just on the daily.
Calling in the big guns after the KT loss.
Yeah, and the tanks often call in the big guns, so it does make some sense given HLE Esports and sort of the vibe that they have. So
talking
there
about
we
big
go.
guns does just make me think of when they had Grizzly.
He did have big guns. I actually started going to the gym because, you know, what was he like 300 kilos for like the bench, deadlift and squat?
Yeah, the big three. Yeah,
I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah, not quite. Working on it.
Yeah, definitely working on it because he's like half my age, and that's tough for my ego. And I'm not quite there yet, but we will get there. All right, I'll keep you updated. Okay, Orcs?
Yeah, weekly check-in I think is going to be important.
Yep.
Keep on top of that.
I imagine. Wait, hang on. Jisun just updated me, and I didn't quite hear it. Zekka's big 3 is also below 200, so I'm not the only one that's struggling. Me and Zekka are both going to be hitting the gym a lot. Yeah, so Grizzly, when he was in 11th grade, was at 350 kilos. Like, what? That is absurd!
Yeah, I don't think you're competing with that.
No, that's
you can compete with Zekka. You know, Grizzly's in his own tier.
Yeah.
The Olympics is going on, so I'm sure there's some athletes there that...
Yeah, I'm sure Grizzly's there.
That's why he's not playing right now.
Oh, my goodness. Well, he was playing. He was in Challenge earlier on, so obviously find some time to hit the gym. As well. I like that we're talking.
High ping, yeah.
I like that we're talking about Grizzly. He's not even in the game, but it's okay, everyone. Not a whole lot's happening right now. Delight is going to go for a little bit of a heroic charge. Not too much else is going to happen. Still be making friends with the forest. Peanut not making friends with the forest. He's punching it.
A little bit of a different approach there. But yeah, see Delight nearly getting the stun on a Jiwoo, just made a start out on it, and obviously a lot of damage comes from it. But I think ultimately Nongshim going to be playing a bit more defensive in the bot lane. Having Cleanse and Ghost versus Ignite Barrier doesn't really put you in a good spot when it comes to these early fights. And that is kind of the summon attacks with a Kennen on the other side. And it is the Airy Kennen. Obviously all Kennen start Doran's Blade, but likely going to see the AP build, especially given composition from Life Esports. You have the Ahri, but the Ahri is not like a huge AP source, so...
Yep. I would have liked it if it had been the other one, but here's a flash pulverize as Delight's going to flash. Just respecting the headbutt, understanding that Sylvie could be in the area. Viper going to dash out of the way of the root caller, and so he is going to be safe. But still, flashes down for both supports here. Guga has paid the Kennen tax. Rightly so as well, given the fact that it is the AP variety of the Kennen. So the exhaust has been picked up by the Alistair, but he's also Hex flashing.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like Poppy, beating that early flash can be so freeing.
I know, it's fantastic. You now get access to the best summoner spell in the game.
Just stand in the brush, channel the Hex Flash, go for the stun. Oh, Mihail, you're in trouble.
He is in a little bit of trouble. That is not a massive Narbar right now, and he's also going to be now away from the turret. Peanut's going to easily punch him, much like he was doing in the jungle, and that is going to be first blood. Pretty elementary here by Life Esports, starting off on the right foot.
Not a ton you can really do in that situation. Doran followed him with the E just to get that first proc of the passive so you could set up the stun. And once you're stunned, what are you supposed to do? Peanut lands the Q. No real counterplay there. Good setup from Life Esports, getting some early momentum on this top side.
Yeah, really starting to look good. Viper throwing an auto through there. But let's have a look at the replay once again, see whether there's anything else that Mihail could do, but I really don't think there was.
Yeah, it was an early flash, but I just don't think there's anything you can really do. You know, to try to flashes, maybe you could have saved flash and then neither of them use it, but I think the takeaway was there wasn't really a way you could outplay when you're in mini-Gnar, when Kennen can easily get that stun on you, and Peanut just follow up.
Yeah, maybe stay nearer to the turret so that you can sort of try and fight it out, but I think it was too much of a big deal. Okay, there's a slow onto Sylvie. He's going to have to flash. Heroic Charge, not really doing too much, but the Ignite is already down. Exhaust onto Delight here as Fish is going to turn up, and that is the answering kill to go over to Jiwoo on the bottom side. Just an overextension there from Life Esports.
Yeah, Delight getting a little bit greedy. You know, you could see Life Esports were kind of happy with the flash and backing off. Delight was looking for more, burns the Ignite, but you know, this is the thing with this Corki. You're going to have lane pressure over an Ahri. You're going to be able to move first, especially before the Ahri hits 6. And so as a result, Fisher gets there and can just help clean up that kill, which ends up going over to Jiwoo. Always good.
Yeah.
When you get kills on Jiwoo for Nongshim. I feel like that's one of the checkboxes they're trying to tick when it comes to winning games.
Well, you can see now for an opportunity onto Fisher here as we turn off the vision. Delight Hex flashing over. There's a Heroic Charge in. Charm going to miss. But Orbit Deception does fly through. It's a decent health trade, but it's not going to be getting any kills nor a flash out of Fisher here.
And Fisher evading the gank and getting Zekka's ult out of it. Didn't even burn his own flash. The confidence there to dodge the charm paying off. And Fisher pretty happy with how that panned out. Now Delight has to kind of stay around, help Zekka get the crash.
Sylvie just going to make friends with the Gromp. This is what started all of this off. And did seem like Life Esports did have the inside track, but then the fact that the Corki could roam first, just the big difference maker.
And you can see Peanut started to walk back when Delight had committed more. And I think maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Delight looking to try and find something that just wasn't there.
Still, not end of the world or anything like that. You can see that Life Esports still hold a little bit of a gold advantage, largely due to the fact that Doran is kind of crushing the top lane. Does have some Sork Shoes now completed. And I think that once they really settle into this mid-game, that's when the Vi Ahri can really start getting some work done. And of course, Zekka isn't too far behind or anything like that. Just put the ultimate on cooldown, but otherwise is going to be within touching distance of the CS of this Corki. So no harm, no foul.
I think in these situations, if you end up a little bit behind in gold compared to the Corki, that's fine. And I just think the Vi Ahri is such a powerful combo.
Peanut is going to get walloped here and thrown into the wall. Mihail does then go back to mini-Gnar, which can be a little bit more annoying. Peanut eats some honey fruit though, he'll be all okay. Even goes back to finish it. As now Mihail is going to get Slicingly Maelstrom. Cease and desist comes in, and yes, he's going to stop. Doran is going to pick up another kill for Life Esports. That is one for him, one for Peanut, and they are crushing this top side of the map.
You know, initially it looks okay, because Mihail burns Peanut's health bar so low. It's like, okay, how are they supposed to dive if Peanut's so low? Maybe he's just negated that, but the problem is, Doran finds a great angle to hit him before he reaches the turret, and he ends up being without protection from it, and a much easier to dive to pull off as a result. So Mihail tries to make a sort of positive, proactive play to defend himself, and it ends up backfiring. That's kind of the takeaway I see here. He knows that the dive threat's coming in, so he's like, okay, if Peanut is low, what can they do?
Yeah.
But then Doran gets a wave push in, and he just doesn't reach turret in time. If he'd gotten back to the turret, it might have been a harder dive to pull off. Maybe they would have lost someone in it, but yeah. You see Peanut basically took 2 tower hits, and that's all that was taken there. So just, you know, the idea, it makes sense for Mihail, but the execution ends up making things easier on Life Esports.
It also seemed like the hop was still on cooldown as well, which is not so good. Otherwise, could have potentially made it to that turret, but have to use a few cooldowns if you do want to try and get your Vi out of the jungle. Sylvie just continues to make some friends, get them towards this mid-game where they could have some control. Might need to try and put the fire out here on this top side as Doran continues to have a whole lot of control. Hextech Cookie now completed as well. And so he's well on the way to item number 1. Fisher now moving, cheating towards the top side.
Mihail just doesn't really have anything. Just boots, Ruby Crystal, no Magic Mantle. Definitely doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't look like it's building towards anything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you assume he's going Merc Treads at some point, and then pull him from the rest. Definitely a Merc Treads game for a lot of people. He does finally finish those, will help against the stuns, but I think this is very much going to be, okay, I'm just going to farm up and try to be relevant in team fights. Nah. Peanut's starting up the Dragon here. I say starting up, he's finishing off.
Yeah.
And Life Esports got control of the area, so it won't be contested. That's 3 grubs and the first Dragon going to Life Esports, which is pretty nice start on top of that gold lead they have. Kind of getting everything they want.
Yeah, Life Esports sort of running the rift at this point in time. We do know that these Ivan drafts can hold their own when it comes to later stages of the game, and we haven't really seen anything out of Jiwoo since he picked up that first kill for Nongshim. So it might be that they can look to him to start getting something done, as Sylvie's going to come on over and realize that he's not going to be able to fight for this Rift Scuttler. And Peanut continues his sort of demolition of the jungle. Not ahead by a massive amount of camps or anything like that, but has been able to get a whole lot more done at the same time as keeping up in farm. Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yep, I think it's been getting on the fastest paced game, but just slowly building up those resources where they want to. Second set of grubs up, and it looks like Peanut's heading towards those, so he'll just be able to secure them. Sylvie not on that side of the map, and this is where you start to feel a little bit concerned with the side of Nongshim, because they haven't really paid too much attention to objectives in general so far. And if this next Draken goes over to Life Esports as well, if it's a strong soul, they could be in a hole sooner rather than later. They are trying to look to find something on Viper, but it's a Zeri with Flash with Barrier.
And not a lot of minion wave here either, as Jiwoo is also going to take a casual turret shot.
Yeah.
Want to update everyone as well. Zeka is currently sitting on 994 kills in the LCK, looking to be 7th mid laner to reach 1,000. And 27th player in LCK history to reach 1,000 kills as well. So, bit of a milestone, but he's on 0-0-0 right now. And it seems to be Peanut and Doran that are getting the most done when it comes to this. As Peanut flashes forward, Mihail, great hop. He's going to get himself out of the way, utilizes the flash, but keeps himself alive this time.
I was just going to say, you know, I've seen this one before, the dive coming through from HLE. No support from Mihail, but he manages to navigate it by himself. Well played there. Plate still goes over, but surviving that situation, pretty nice for him, especially given how far behind he's already been put. Now, HLE trying to potentially threaten on the spot side.
Yeah.
Items for Jiwoo.
Delight really wanted to press E. Like, he really, you could feel it. Because, of course, when you're in between a turret like that, I mean, it is, that's exactly where Poppy wants you. But just not willing to dive at this point, which I think was intelligent. They hadn't seen Guga for quite some time.
Yeah, plus Jiwoo cleanse and ult. It's not an easy dive.
Yeah.
I feel like he just uses both of those and navigates out. So they'll back away. And all in all, I'm kind of looking towards that next Dragon as a sort of big point of the game where Nongshim kind of needed Wick out. Are they going to be able to fight it? Because it feels like they're kind of just waiting now for better opportunities, but we've seen the power that HLE sort of mid-jungle AD carry trio can have in these team fights. BNK a great demonstrator of that. And if Viper starts to clean up these fights, pick up Golden Azeri, it's going to become so problematic so quick.
Yeah, could be a really rough time as... Okay, Guga. That is not in trade for a flash. That's in trade for half a Vault Breaker.
Yeah, I was hoping he could get it in range. Peanut able to slink out just in time. And losing the flash on your Alistair leading into Dragon fight, definitely not a good feeling.
No, and there's also the Malignant Spike now for Zeka as well, and there's no Trinity Force just yet for Fisher, as Charm will connect this time around. The new and improved Electrocute doing a fair bit of work here at the same time. And so I do think that this is going to be a dangerous Dragon to fight for unless Fisher can get back, finish off this Trinity Force in time, try and answer these spikes that have started to come through for Harmalife.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of true a little bit across the board where, you know, Fisher's going to have better spikes late in the game. Mihail needs items to really have a spike, which he just doesn't have.
Maybe an item. Maybe we don't need to plural it yet.
Yeah, an item would be good.
Yeah. More than the weird hammer that he has.
Yeah, 2-item spike for Kaiser is pretty good, so I feel like it might be a bit of a struggle. You know,
do you think that he bought Phage so that he could use it to repair his turret?
Maybe.
Maybe that's the plan.
He's figured out it didn't work like that, and he's just very upset.
Thankfully, it does build into his first core item, but I imagine that that's the thinking. Summer Life Esports getting to work on Shelly. She will be going down here, and you can check in on the plate numbers. Large reason why Summer Life Esports do have a decent advantage right now. 500 gold to the 125 that Nongshim have been able to pick up. And so, good start thus far. One thing that has been impressive out of Nongshim is the amount of control that Fisher has had. And I think that he should still be able to be a fighting force as we move sort of mid to late in this game. You were talking about the 2-item spikes, and if he does get towards that Trinity Force, which I think should be coming in now, could be powerful.
Yeah, we do just see Nongshim give a ton of pressure on that mid-tier 1. It's almost gone down without any assistance there from the Herald. And HLE still have the Herald in the pocket. We can see Doran TP'd in already. He's on a big flank angle. He could just kill Sylvie.
Well, Sylvie is just going to be stunned. There is the cease and desist from Peanut. They get the flash out from Sylvie here as Doran's still chasing after him, and in goes Delight. That was such a weird interaction, but it worked out in the favor of Nongshim. Good headbutt from Guga to get the Poppy out of there.
You know, he kind of wasted his flash before, but he just denied Delight's there to make up for it. That being said, though, Doran gets the flash and redemption from Sylvie without even committing his ult.
Oh, Viper has thrown down the ulti here in the mid lane as Jiwoo dived on in. Didn't have to invest his ult though. So Viper not going to have that button for this next fight.
And actually, it feels like HLE counted their chickens before they hatched there because they had Zeka TP top, they had Viper being ultimate. They were like, okay, we got the dragon, but Nongshim were like, well, actually, no, we can contest this. Now that the Herald's being thrown down mid, the tower's gone already. Oh.
Yeah, and now you've got a Slicing Maelstrom onto just Fisher, but that should be working out here as they do get the stun out. The Ignite is ticking, and Fisher will be going down. He has drank his potion, and the Ignite is going to move down, but that is still going to be the last Q. Delight is going to be able to lock that one down. So after singing Fisher's praises, unfortunately, he is going to fall, overextending a little bit there towards the bottom side. And Hanwha should now be able to take their prize in this dragon.
Jiwoo set up here. They have the Alistair on the flank.
Well, there's the headbutt pulverize as in goes Jiwoo. The exhaust now down onto Viper. A very short trip through that wall as Hex checks Soul. That's a big one. Jiwoo still dancing around this battle though, and Viper has to flash to get over the wall. He takes the Hex Gate to get himself out as Jiwoo. Man, that shuriken did a lot of damage from Doran. Maybe I was used to watching the AD cannon, so it's just doing a whole lot more than what we were seeing yesterday. Still, it is going to be the Drake going over to Harmalife Esports. Viper managed to get out. I don't think they lost too much.
Yeah, a couple of summons banned, but you're not too concerned about that when Dragon's in 5 minutes, so you'll have them back up for that. You get the Dragon, and you get the high roll on the Soul. Everything really Harmalife Esports could ask for, and this was the point where Nongshim looked like they could potentially contest the Dragon. Because, you know, we'd allocate those resources elsewhere. Fisher ends up overextending a bit. He feels confident in the 1v1 against Doran. But Delight is there to ensure a kill comes through. And then this play, you know, combo comes in, they focus damage on a Viper, but a little dash away keeps him safe at first. And you can see it's very clear Nongshim are winning this encounter, especially when the redemption comes through. But it doesn't matter if you don't finish off the kills. And Viper flashes over, quickly gates away. And so, sure, you got 2 flashes, but you lost the Dragon. You're now 3,000 gold down, and it's the best soul that Harmalife Esports could ask for.
Yeah. Best soul that anyone could ask for. Hextech is pretty powerful, and especially when it's paired alongside the cannon. He likes lightning. That makes some sense. The
Very
Ari
thematic.
likes to dash around and do a whole bunch of stuff.
Zeri and Kennen with Hextech Soul.
Yeah, that is double Pikachu, and that's you know,
very on brand.
That's too many even for Ash, I could imagine. Okay, Doran trying to get himself out as Fisher dives on top of him. Guga, possible answer here, and we'll look to corral the little cannon, but the Slicing Maelstrom gets a fair bit of work done. Unbreakable Will is in as Peanut goes over. Now Doran's in an even better spot. Guga does just have to try and vacate the area. Peanut's fighting 3 people, I guess, if you include Daisy, and he's going to get knocked up and taken out. Oh, never mind. He tries to flash away, but it's going to be Fisher that locks down the kill in the end. Doran getting a few cheeky stuns. That'll get him out of there. Humalife Esports still with a little bit of a lead, but it's getting scrappy. Oh, okay. Doran's just going to kill Guga. Now Viper is going to look to clean up. Delight is 1v1ing Sylvie, which is a weird thing to do. There is a turret that's now dead, and we might have some certification. Wolf is here, by the way, guys, so this might be where he signs the documents, as Viper just picked up a double kill.
And as that play went on, you definitely got this feeling of, okay, it hasn't worked. Nongshim, probably the time to back off now. And then it kept going.
Or just take the turret.
And then it kept going. Yeah, the turret would have been fine too. You know, they're like, okay, we'll go on Doran. Doran ults. The stun comes through on Guga, so he can't follow up. And then he flashes that Pulverize. Then Peanut turns up. And I think at this point, you're kind of like, okay, just maybe focus down Peanut a bit. Probably try and get out, though. Disengage should be the call here. You know more people are going to be coming. Oh, no. Okay, Jiwoo's coming as well. Okay. Okay, we're still going with this. Okay, we didn't kill Doran. Definitely need to get out now.
Yeah.
This is the point where you're like, right, we need to run. And then Guga's like, well, actually, I'll just die. And then Jiwoo and Fisher were like, well, I guess we will too.
Yeah, because they were thinking about also trying to assist with the killing of Doran. And instead, Doran just gets another kill, and then Viper gets 2.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to cut your losses.
Yeah, or cut your wins. Like, because they all go back, they take that turret, and then they walk out, and then I think that actually they're probably fine.
Yeah, or you could do what we just saw, and now you're 5,000 gold down.
Yeah, and 2,000 of that is in the hands of the Pikachu guy in the top lane. Yeah, Doran is really big.
That is
204.
That is an item combo as well, you know.
Yeah,
burst damage.
I've heard these are good ones for the mid game.
For one-shot and squishy champions, phenomenal. Well, at least they have exhaust, right? That's gonna. Oh, but this Viper as well. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I have actually, I've respected Guga's use of exhaust onto Viper as well this game, but I think perhaps they need to start using it on Doran a little bit more, as you can see he does a fair bit of damage.
Okay, this is actually huge for Nongshim because they get Doran's ultimate on the back of that play.
True.
With Dragon in 20 seconds, I don't think you get a better opportunity to contest Dragon. It is still going to be very hard with this deficit, but you've just got a big spike. Jiwoo just picked up the Ginsu's Rage Blade. I think Fisher's going to recall for the Mana Immune and TP in. I genuinely think you fight this 100%. This is your best chance to get into the game.
Well, right now they don't have much of a position around the Dragon. Teleport is going to come in. You were talking about the Mirror Mana. Transformation comes in instantly here, so Fisher on that 2-item spike that we were talking about feels pretty good for Nongshim, as Guga does take a buckler to the back of the head. Teleport to come in now from Zeka as he's making his way down. Nongshim getting to work on this first Hextech Drake of the game. Doran still doesn't have the ulti up and available. That means that they're not going to go for any sort of fight. As Keeper's Verdict, that's going to get rid of the Gnar. And they'll kill Daisy.
It doesn't really do anything, but you can see Mihail about to hit Mega. It's like, okay, it's go. Oh, I'm gone.
Yeah, it was go time, but it was go the other direction.
Go back to your people. No.
Yeah.
Or top lane. He'll go top lane to kill some minions.
Back to the Stone Age.
But overall, pretty big for the side of Nongshim. The fact that they're managing to deny their Dragon, managing to deny the Soul Point is massive. But also, I think it's intelligent from Humalife Esports that they recognize the spikes Nongshim were on. They knew they made a fumble burning the Kennen ultimate, and they went, look, why chance it? You know, why risk it when this is some of the biggest spikes that Nongshim are going to hit this entire game. Even, you know, we talked about the 80 carry spikes. Oh, fight in.
Yeah, that is Guga. Unbreakable Will has been popped, as now Viper standing his ground. Could have actually just snuck over that wall as the charm is going to connect. Guga's ran out of ulti, but Zeka's running out of health as we're fighting all of the jungle camps at the same time. Mihail's in the bottom lane. Thanks, Jonah Strong, for letting us know he's just killing minions. And Nongshim are just going to keep themselves alive. And honestly, it feels like Nongshim have hit like a second wind or something like that. There is something in the air. They're starting to find some positions in these fights.
They got some good items. They're looking pretty strong, and Hololive Esports are feeling tentative on these approaches. You can see they're respecting them, but kind of in the way that they're like being a bit too delicate in these approaches, maybe taking some bad angles, and suddenly, you know, even though it's a 5k gold deficit, it does not feel like it right now.
Yeah. And Doran is going to look for some shurikens here onto Guga, who's getting vision in this brush, or in multiple brushes, I guess, at the same time. Jiwoo taking care of the mid lane. The entire outer ring of turrets have been taken, but only one turret has been taken by Nongshim. So if they're actually able to get any of this map control, we'll be able to get some of the standing gold waiting on the map.
I think it's hard right now, though, because Zeka's down TP, Doran just burned his, and Mihail still has his. And even though, obviously, the Gnar is and was behind, in a side lane, Gnar is pretty fine. Unless you're, like, massively behind into something like a Camille or a Jax, like, neither Zeka or Doran are too much threat when they're by themselves to him. So he's going to have a pretty decent time there. We see Hololive Esports trying to set up around this Baron, but into a Kai'Sa, into a team with 2 blue trinkets, it can be pretty hard. Even the Redemption is a way of scouting the Baron. Hex gates as well mean it's so much easier to close the distance there. So I ultimately think that Nongshim should be able to scout this out.
Well,
I think Viper was spotted by that, maybe? I'm not sure if he was spotted by that ward.
I don't know either. It looks like Nongshim have absolutely no idea about what's going on. They will throw down a Redemption, but that might be too late as Keeper's Verdict should be able to get rid of Sylvie. There goes the smite. And that was almost a Void Seeker to take that one down, as now Zeka's going to miss another charm. Guga, though, I mean, what are they going to do? They just missed Baron, and it's now gone.
That ward just a little bit too far away from seeing Viper, it seems. And also, we're seeing the power of having the Poppy support. You know, you have your jungler on the objective, the Poppy plays interrupt, you land the ult, the neutral objective is secured. So, on Hololive Esports, things felt a little bit rickety for a bit in this mid game, but Baron secured is a huge boon for them.
Yep. Confirmation as well that Viper wasn't seen on the ward, as now Peanut gonna hop over and say hi to Guga. My god. Okay, so we were talking about item spikes for Nongshim. Viper just picked up his Infinity Edge.
Yeah.
And that's a bit of an item spike on the other side. There's also 3 items on Zeka as well.
Yeah, and Doran's approaching his 3 item spike. So a lot of power coming in through for Hololive Esports. Also, when you look at levels, the Baron giving a lot of XP. Zeka now level 16. Viper a level up on Jiwoo. Those levels do make a fair bit of difference, and I feel like that power spike from Nongshim, you know, they got a dragon from it. But other than that, I think they've kind of passed it without getting any significant advantage, and HLE are just back to taking over this game. It's now almost an 8,000 gold lead.
It's pretty ridiculous. I do want to credit Hololive Esports on their sort of self-imposed apprehension around those item spikes like you were talking about earlier on. I do think that that was a large reason why Nongshim have felt like they haven't been able to find any sort of avenue into this game. Inhibitor going to go down in the bottom lane.
It's one of these things where when you see weaker teams get a lead and then throw it away, it's often around situations like that where they don't respect those item spikes. So the fact that HLE did...
There's a pulverize onto Zeka. He's headbutted away as well. Good exhaust is going to connect as Jiwoo is going to turn up as well. That'll be a kill onto Zeka. And Mihail is also taking a turret on the top side of the map. So that's going to pull back that Red Bull Baron power play just a little.
Yeah, there is one thing to mention though. Zeka's down. You can tell that Nongshim want to set up this dragon. But Guga burn exhaust onto Zeka, and it's a level 16 cannon who has just teleported in.
Yep, and now Delight looking for that angle as well, as in goes Peanut, but doesn't find a cease and desist. There's the slicing Maelstrom, and there goes both of the carries. Oh, Guga's turned into a steak as well as Mihail, at least able to get one of the kills, but there's the Vault Breaker flash. Peanut gonna help lock that one down. That's a double for Viper as well, and it is only Sylvie left alive. Hanwha just have the Nexus in their sights.
So often you see the cannon come in with a big ult, the exhaust comes down, it does damage, the CC's there, but it's not quite hitting like we've seen before. But Doran there was able to get in on a great angle, able to get the ult off without the exhaust, able to go unchallenged, and just one-shots the backline of Nongshim. It's just a supportive cast, they're not going to be able to defend here.
They are not. Doran as well, 100% kill contribution on a top laner. Like, what year is it? That's absolutely nutty. He's going to be able to help lock down this one as well. Sylvie just has to watch as his Nexus explodes, and Hololive Esports in the blink of an eye just turn game 1 off.
Yeah, and I think a lot of credit given to the patience to have the mid game, and also the decisiveness when there's blood in the water, when there is a bit of an advantage. When you burn one summoner, perhaps a bit hastily, that's all it takes, and Life Esports will absolutely punish you for it. I think after the loss to KT, this game definitely inspiring some renewed confidence in them.
Yeah, and I feel like KT does this to teams, you know, where they're just playing a little bit more emotionally. This was the well-oiled machine that we know Life Esports is, right? They come in, they play their game, they see the enemy champions like their tools being utilized, they see the items that are there, they play around that, then they execute when they need to.
And they don't pick Shyvana.
They also don't pick Shyvana. They hover Shyvana a bunch of times, the fans lose their minds, and then they don't pick it and they win. It's a beautiful way to utilize Shyvana in a draft phase, I think.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of effectiveness there.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is a sort of composition where the tools are there. It really can just play itself. Zeka having a very quiet game, but Doran, you know, that last fight really cemented, but having such a pop-off game.
He did, and Peanut gave him the help earlier on, and Doran just said, all right, I carry the game now. And he absolutely did. Beautifully done. 6 grubs as well. Large reason why they were able to lock down so many of these turrets. Life Esports looking like they're back, but they're going to have to win another game in this series if they want to walk away with the W. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down. We'll have game number 2. See you there.
만들고 한번 빼면 되지. 아이 먼저 18초 2명.
그냥 무시하고 칠래?
바보 시작. 타워 칠게.
아,
야,
타워 치면
민현이 왔다.
타워 치면 무조건 나? 타워 쳐줘.
나도 갈래. 끝내.
알릴 뭐 잡아도 돼.
3초 뒤에 딱 나온다.
나이스.
Chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This storm inside me. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Life Esports up against Nongshim, and that one wasn't a very close game, and eventually Life Esports did take it down. I'm Valdez, joined by Chronicler and Wolf. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great. You know, this felt like a sitcom episode. It was like 25 minutes. You know what was going to happen right from minute 1, and then it all kind of went according to plan and had a nice ending. It's very straightforward.
I do think it's a little bit sad that they made Mihail the character they punched fun at to make the jokes and stuff.
That was a bit uncool. But it's just a 90s sitcom, right? Like, they didn't know back then.
Yeah, it felt more okay back then than it does in modern times. But let's talk about this draft, because I look at Gnomeship's draft and they got the tier list picks, right? They got the Ivern, they got the Blind Gnar, they picked Kaisa into the Open Zeri. But this comp with Ivern doesn't have that much synergy, and its difficulty and execution around Narbar and setting up the brushes, I feel like was just a bar that we don't have Nongshim above right now. So I think it was a very ambitious draft, and you look at the draft of Hanwha, it has a lot of cohesion, it's got great dive. It looked like a disaster from the outset for me when I saw this pick ban.
I'm really happy to see the Gnar Retta get actually punished. I feel like Gnar Blind should never be a thing, and teams got away with it for a while. I agree with Wolf. I think the Nongshim draft, there's teams that can finesse this, but this is very much like, in terms of tier list, the champions look good, but it doesn't do anything. And specifically the combination of having the Poppy, which makes the one engage tool you have even harder, and the Kaisat that just didn't really feel at place at all, made this, I think, nigh unplayable. I actually think the Zayaban, even though I think the champion isn't good, was probably good, because maybe then you get a bit more of a cohesive kiteback comp. But I think they really, really well done by Hanwha to take that away.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think coming into this one, we definitely knew that Life Esports would be the favorites, and we saw that draft, and we're like, uh-oh, they're just going to kill them. And guess what? They did it a lot to Mihail, the guy that was getting poked at with a lot of fun, except he didn't have any of the fun.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the counter pick, this is like a 1-2 of Mihail being inexperienced and Peanut out-jungling Sylvie, right?
Jangling.
Always in the right place, the right time, and then here, just leave.
They did just jingle all the gold out of Mihail, didn't they, in this one? They shook him until all the coins fell out. Yeah, this was unfortunately a bit of a jungle gap that happened here. Doran obviously having the ability to play this matchup very well and have these waves constantly crashing gave Peanut a ton of agency, but Sylvie was trying to make plays bottom side. He was taking the Gromp away. He did set up a kill onto Delight. Delight made a bit of an error on that dragon, for example, but otherwise, they just left Mihail on an island, and I feel like the Kennen being fed wasn't as big of a deal as the Gnar being irrelevant.
Yeah, and you would imagine that, you know, if they're getting all these dives on Gnar, maybe the Ivern would be able to do something else on the map, but fortunately Sylvie wasn't able to find really an angle, as we're going to jingle all the way over to highlight number 2, where, you know, Zeka did get caught. He gets caught here by the root from the Ivern, and we thought maybe just a chance for Nongshim.
He was dashing through the snow of the Glacial Augment.
I'm really appreciating this all from one misspoken word. I'm really glad. If only it was Christmas, it'd be even better. Unfortunately, Nongshim thought they got a package, but it's just, what is it, coal? That's the thing, right? In the Santa gives you coal in
yes.
the US. That's we don't really celebrate it in the Netherlands, so I'm not too familiar.
We do celebrate Doran flanking, though.
I was about absolutely incredible TP from Doran, because this was a 4 versus 5. Like, that is a moment where if Humble Life don't play it out well, if they don't keep their composure, they could actually end up throwing the lead and losing, but they're Hanwha, so they're like, yeah, it's fine. Doran TP's in, he's most of our gold, and we can clean it up from there.
The only way to punish that play from getting Zeka there is to actually rush towards the dragon very quickly. You don't really have enough time to clear flank wards. You don't really have the setup. Should have been aware that Doran has TP and that could have happened, but you were out of options at this point anyways.
Well, we're going to take a look at the POG here and see who does pick it up for game number 1. Pretty straightforward from the side of Life Esports, and I feel like, you know, Doran the pretty straightforward pick in this one.
And the fact that Doran has 700 POG points while still feeling like Doran, I think is great. You know, he still had his moments to make you go, Doran, what's happening? But I feel like every single regular split, he ups the consistency. It's just a question of, can he maintain this as we get into the playoffs? Because that's the one weakness. If he didn't have those moments, he would legitimately just be a very obvious second best top laner in the LCK right now, right? And I think it's really cool, and it's games like this that make you go, man, Doran still got it.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot of Peanut kind of camping in the top lane this time around. I think he deserves some votes. He does get some of the cast giving credit to him setting Doran up. I think that's a pretty reasonable vote.
Based media?
Yeah, I don't know what to feel about that. Maybe they were just listening to the KR cast, and the KR cast was like, no, Peanut's doing so much, and they're like, well, I guess I'm putting in the vote there. Or maybe they're just very based. So we have a question here. What's worse, jungle diff or jingle diff?
Definitely jingle.
For sure. You ever have a bell that doesn't actually jingle?
Oh, that's
the worst.
Yeah, that can ruin your whole day.
Serious
thing, Bell. This is no laughing matter.
Sorry. Guys, we're done here on the space. We're going to leave it to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm a bit upset they brought up Jingle Diff. That is reopening old wounds.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's fine. It's fine, but like next time, let's just not talk about it because it's rough dealing with Jingle Diff every day.
Yep. Yep. Especially, you know, it's a while away still, but people are starting to think about the holidays early.
Yeah.
Bringing that up. It's a sensitive subject.
It is, you know. It can be a beautiful time. It can also be Jingle Diff, and that is a problem. This is possibly a solution, as Calyx is coming in place of Fisher. I think Fisher's laning phase was pretty good, but he did get himself caught a couple of times throughout the mid-game, and that might have been one of the reasons why we're going to give Calyx a little bit of a shot, or it might have been that Nongshim just planned to do this anyway.
Yeah, Do I think Fisher was the reason they lost the last game? No. Do I think switching to Calyx will fix the issues they had last game? Also no. But why not, you know?
Yeah.
Let's try it. Let's
Just give the young man a chance.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's see how it goes.
Wait. Now that we are in game 2, they've got 1 win in the books. Is it Dragon time?
Oh my god. Well, you know he's going to hover it.
Maybe he's going to pick it. That's what I'm hoping. Ashe is going to be banned away. We've got the Maokai taken off the board as well. These are the same bans as we had last time. Zyra and Sejuani will be the next ones if we're going down the same route. But no, it's going to be the buy.
Oh, well, Peanut's like, well,
I mean,
the Vi's banned, the Maokai's banned. I guess I've got to pick the Shyvana now.
yeah, Sejuani's banned as well, you know?
Yeah, there's so many junglers banned. I don't think we have an option. It's the only one left.
Sylvie better pick it away. Otherwise, that Shyvana's getting snapped up.
They're ruminating heavily on this one.
Well, Ivern is still going to be the consideration. That will be locked away.
And you saw Sylvie struggle last game because it felt like Peanut set up a faster pace than him in the jungle because he was able to make things happen and keep up in farm, able to make those ganks go well in the top lane. And I think this game, knowing that proactivity won them last game, they might just send the Shyvana.
Well,
not be proactive. It'd be so telling. Zyra has been left open though. Zyra was banned last time, it has been left open. So they could go the Zyra.
And that is going to be the lock-in. And so Peanut not going to be a dragon.
Tremendous amounts of restraint.
Yeah, a lot of plants in the jungle as well. It is a place where there are a lot of plants. So I guess it makes sense. But now you got Ivern and Zyra and her large amount of plants that she does have available. That is Cassante being considered here. Mihail, a huge fan of Cassante, as we know. And that one will be locked away. Tristana, once again, and that is going to be picked up. Of course, Tristana, Ivern, very powerful combo. Zeka is still going to get in a little bit of a Shyvana hover.
Sorry, Zeka. Everyone knows it's Zyra jungle. You're not going to get any cheers for that one, any groans or anything.
Wait, unless they locked in MF. Because MF Zyra is one heck of a bottom lane. But that is not happening, and now it is definitely not going to be Zyra anywhere else other than the jungle.
I think putting Mihail on the Cassante, a lot more stable lane, and because Hololive Esports went for the Leona, there's no opportunity to pick up their top laner. Nongshim going to be able to ban out things like the Gnar that might cause problems. I also think the Leona denial works pretty well because I feel like with looking at the composition for Nongshim, I feel like Ziggs Leona would have been such a good combo for them.
Yeah.
Leona obviously now denied. They ban away the Braum, which is often a good matchup into it. Maybe the Alistar as a final ban, I think, makes sense for the side of Hololive. Or you could ban like Kai'Sa, you know. I think the AP profile would be decent for Nongshim as well. It kind of depends, though, what Viper wants to play in this situation.
Yeah.
Ban.
I think it's an MF angle for Viper if he can get his hands on it.
Yeah.
I do really like the Misfortune in as far as the composition that they already have.
Yeah, Leona also really good into MF because you can just ult from a distance to stop hero ult. So by picking it up themselves, they've kind of denied that.
Yeah.
Will be the Alistar ban coming through. I wonder if Nongshim sense the MF and ban that themselves. I think getting rid of the Gnar in the top lane is kind of... I mean, you could ban Renekton, but I feel like that's less necessary in this situation.
I think there's a lot of picks that you can play into Cassante, so I think the bans after the Gnar get a little bit less valuable.
Yeah, he is kind of just going to be a brick wall. Like, it feels like they've drafted this so they don't have to worry about top lane as much, and he's always going to be somewhat relevant. They do sense CMF, they do ban it away. And now the question is, what will Hololive Esports up to pick up here? I think you just take top here and maybe leave AD carry and get some more information, unless there's something you have a big prio on.
Ooh.
Looks like they are leaning towards that Renekton.
Yep, makes a bit of sense. It's the first time we've seen Renekton slip all the way through a draft. I think last game there was just the Renekton, yeah, it was just no Renekton in the whole game. Kind of crazy. It's what happens when the Gnar is blind picked. It's not really a Renekton answer. As Jiwoo thinking about what he wants to play here.
Yep, hovering the 3 picks that I think are... Everyone's kind of thinking of the Zeri, the Kai'Sa, and the Ziggs. Obviously, Zeri got the least AP in the damage profile from them, but I think you're kind of okay regardless.
There's no real true tank to come through on the side of Hololive Esports outside of the Leona, who's not going to have the luxury of building a bunch of items.
Yeah.
So you're not really too worried about it.
By the time it does become a concern, it's going to be pretty late into the game, so I don't think you're too worried about that. Looking at the Rel, potentially, obviously wanting to pick something that can engage in the bot lane. and provide that with the Ivern in the jungle. You do need your engage source there, and the matchup's pretty okay in Leona, so looks like they'll just lock that one in.
Yep, just going to be the Rel, as now Viper, a consideration of the Jhin, and that will just be locked in. This is something that Viper has been teased about in the past, of course, just hopping on the bus a little bit on the Jhin, but we haven't seen Jhins be a lot more relevant than I would like to admit, because I am a known Jhin anti, not a huge fan of this champion, but we know that in a composition, especially one like this, it can work exceptionally well. With layering the CC, Deadly Flourish can really get some work done.
Yeah, especially if you get the enemy team low, then a lot of potential for the ult to do work. I do think comps feel a lot more even than the last game. That being said, though, Nongshim's composition feels a lot easier to play. They have tanky frontliners who can block things like the Jhin damage. They got a lot of sustain from the Ivern. They have 2 strong scaling AD carries. So teamfight should be pretty straightforward, but I think HLE Esports, they have a strong lane in the bot lane. They have a strong lane in the top side as well with that Renekton.
Yeah.
Could just end up being
from Sweden to support Jiwoo. Very, very cool. Also, just a shout out to a whole bunch of Nongshim products, which is just always great to see. So, see whether that is going to be enough to get a Nongshim across the line. Like you were talking about. Orcs, I do think the Nongshim's composition looks a little bit more like an Ivern draft.
Yep.
This time around.
I think they have the tools. You know, it just comes to navigating those early levels. We've seen the Corki Tristana matchup go different ways, but I think Corki has the edge at the moment. So if you manage to survive the lanes, that's the goal for Nongshim.
Well, see how it goes. We jump into the Rift for game number 2. Oh, Hano fans, very, very loud today. Understandable as well. They just suffered a loss against KT. And so far in this series, it looks like they have found their form back once again. So we'll just have to see how the early lane is going to go. And whether Peanut is going to continue to just have like a bit of a gap. A bit of the jingle diff that they were talking about before, which I would prefer not to talk about, but I guess it's now in our repertoire. It might be a problem.
It's really concerning because Zyra can clear so fast that she can finish a jungle and be like, okay, I have free time to either invade, challenge enemy jungler. I've been very vulnerable to invades if he's set up the camps and you steal them away. But it looks like they're going for a late invade here. They want to clear out the plants and potentially steal away some camps. This can really make the Zyra struggle if she doesn't have plans for her level 1 clear.
Yeah, you can see already Peanut has just vacated the area.
Yeah, and they will be going for a lane swap in the situation. So we talked about how the lane advantages were there for HLE Esports. Nongshim get a double whammy, right? They deny the top and bot lane advantages. They also slow down Peanut's clear. The Light walks mid to try and threaten, but Calyx backs off, sees it coming. And I think this might be pretty good for Nongshim.
Yeah, very nicely done. Doran is just going to take a bunch of damage.
Not ideal.
Yeah, did manage to get the experience from the melee minions, which is certainly good. But that is about all he's going to be able to collect for himself. As you can see, Viper stacking up this wave.
But,
wait.
Sylvie...
He prepped
the camps and just left.
What? What? What?
Well...
Huh?
I'm sorry to say it, Max. I'm sorry to bring it up, but this is feeling a little bit like, you know, I'm hearing the noise, I'm hearing the jingle.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bar difference.
Yeah.
I think
the roaming support.
Can we say it like that? It helps me.
Well, you know, Sylvie is going to kill. Well, he doesn't kill. He's an Ivan, but he is going to take a camp at some point, I believe. But he is now 4 camps down on the Zyra. Yeah. Zyra is level 3. Ivan is level 1. And wait, he just prepped the camps in the bot side jungle and Peanut is going.
Yeah.
It's actually over. He's getting stolen.
Oh God, no! How could it go this wrong?
This is the worst case scenario.
And he knows. He knows as well as, oh God, okay, well at least he'll be able to come over and smite this. Like, he's prepped it so he can take it away. Right. Well, he lost his Raptors and also wasted a bunch of time. Peanut might be able to get a double scuttle here.
Yeah. And Peanut still has camps up.
Yeah.
Clear. So certainly the plan made so much sense as well. I think that's the worst part is I think what they were doing did make sense. And then he just said, you know what? You take these camps, Peanut. I think a big factor was Delight roaming up by the backing.
I think Delight sort of scouted it and saw the fact that those camps were taken away. So maybe it was just a bit of a gambit that went wrong. But absolutely went wrong, like real bad. It's all right. Zeka going to now try and add a bit of damage onto Calyx, but Rocket Jump still as overpowered as ever. Just gets him out of there.
He at least like smited the red or something. But I guess he just assumed fully that, okay, it's
No, the red was up.
But I'm saying you would have assumed that he
yeah.
But I guess his thought process was, okay, it's a map split. It's a handshake. Peanut would never dare crossing this side of the jungle. You know, we're just splitting the map.
Yeah,
I'm still kind of stunned.
Somewhat flabbergasted, yeah. Well, that was a problematic series of events.
Okay, so let's do a little sit rep of the situation. Peanut is like 18 CS ahead in the jungle.
Yes.
And Doran is like 15 CS ahead in the top lane.
Got it.
So
we're going to say that the lane swap was not as successful as it could have otherwise been.
Yeah, I'd say probably didn't want it to go that way. You know, when teams do lane swaps, you always have an idea of what the objective is. I don't think they hit the mark on the. I think you definitely say that. Nongshim had different expectations.
They did at least swap the lanes, you know? So the lanes were successfully swapped.
I think they swapped the lanes, but I don't think they laned the swap.
Yeah, the laning of the swap was the problem. You would be the one to let us know about that, as Delight goes for a huge journey inside the wall, which was very cool. The grenade dances on top of Jiwoo there.
Yeah.
Gives him a bit of a headache, but he's going to otherwise be all right. As Peanut walks through the brush, Sylvie able to make friends with the Raptors this time around. And now Peanut is looking for Calyx, or just looking to make his way towards the top side. Looks like some grubs will be on his mind.
Yeah, this is the Zyra situation in a nutshell. You clear so fast that you finish your jungle, and then, you know, you can go in the enemy jungle. If their camps aren't up, you just do stuff mid or whatever.
Yep. And Calyx does get the help of the Trigger Seed, but still struggling just a little bit. Ivan going to be moving on over to try and at least pick up one of these grubs, maybe.
Yeah, this is level 6 for next, and I don't think you head over there.
Right. And he is in the river as well, and that's where crocodiles like to be.
Yeah. Or he might try and sneak this last one, but Peanut still has Smite. So I think this is one of those observing situations where you just watch the enemy jungler take an objective.
Well, he pressed some buttons here. Still Grasping Root's going to come down, and Sylvie's going to take a fair bit of damage. Thankfully, does just manage to shield himself up.
You know, I went into that situation thinking there's no way Sylvie has enough damage to solo kill Peanut here, and I left that situation reaffirmed my knowledge of Ivan damage limits.
I feel like you may have been onto something. That's why we pay you the big bucks. You know, that's why we have you around.
Yeah, situations like that. But sometimes, you know, everyone questions themselves a bit. You're like, oh, they're picking Shyvana. Ivan's trying to 1v1 Zyra. Am I wrong? And then you see it play out, and you're like, perhaps not.
Yeah, I guess not.
Perhaps not in this case.
Well, first Drake is going to be a Chemtech, which is a little bit of a shame. We haven't had too many Chemtech souls recently, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice work.
It's getting towards the playoffs, so I've been doing my job a bit more.
Yeah, I reckon you've really stepped it up, and it's been impressive, and we appreciate it. But that is a kind of sad thing for Nongshim, because I think they would have benefited a whole lot more from a Chemtech soul than Life Esports. So would have been pretty happy to pick up a few of them. Don't know whether they're going to be able to get the first dragon either, because they don't have a large amount of control of this game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're on the back foot everywhere, simultaneously. At least they're sort of doing things as a team. They are losing lane as a team right now.
If only they had have laned the swaps a little bit better.
Yeah,
as well as swapping the lanes. As Peanut's going to come on over, employs some plants to try and take down this dragon. And I believe that one will be secured. Viper just casually standing on top of Vision. And I don't think Nongshim are going to be able to really answer with
Sylvie.
Zeka here with control of the mid-wave and Doran rotating down.
Smite as well, like 2 seconds before that, so
Aha.
no realistic.
Right, so he just uses his smite while there's a dragon that was being taken, but he doesn't use a smite on the red buff at level 1? Is that
Some
what you're saying?
decisions were made, okay?
Uh-huh.
I think the losing all your camps level 1 kind of scared him a little bit. He's like, well, I have to... Every camp, I just have to smite it.
Oh, so he was just learning.
Yeah, he's learning over the
respect
course
that.
of this game. And maybe just realized that they couldn't really contest the dragon.
And they would probably be right there as well. I think another correct assessment coming on through.
Learning is the key thing
Yep.
for Nongshim right now. Because they aren't winning right now. But if they learn, maybe by the end of the game, they can learn how to win.
That is, that's the hope. That's the dream. As Delight does find out that there is a red buff for the taking here. And Ivan nowhere in the vicinity. And so Sylvie's once again going to make friends with the jungle, and then Peanut is going to kill it. And that's going to be sad for the Ivan.
Yeah, it's been a consistent theme in this game, I feel.
Yeah, it's like Delight is also counter-jungling, so it's kind of unfair, you know, because he just keeps leaving the lane. Viper very safe on this Jhin. And, yeah, Sylvie gets the bad news here. And there goes the camp.
He didn't have smite anyway, so it was pretty...
Look at this. And the plants are still annoying Sylvie.
Oh, and they're still CSing for Peanut.
Yep. And there's the last one. Just the right amount of time. Calculated, I'm pretty sure. That is how you lane the swap, I think.
Yeah, I think Peanut's got it on wraps.
He's figured it out.
You know, I think it was a good start of the day when he didn't pick Shyvana, and it's just getting better from there.
He's continued to do exactly that as well. That's the crazy thing. It's a day about learning. We're all learning together. Peanut's learning that maybe Shyvana isn't quite as good as the scrim results and external sources are saying.
Maybe it's just not as good for him.
I tell you what, I've been having a lot of fun because now everyone seems to want to also try Shyvana a lot in the jungle because she's fun, you know? She turns into a dragon, that's great. But it just means that you have a lot of people playing Shyvana.
Perhaps the execution for this champion will work a higher bar than some of these players previously realized.
Well, let's see whether this execution is going to work out as Doran trying to create as much space as possible. Teleports come in from Zeka though, and so Doran now with the Dominus pop is, you know, at least has to use a decently large cooldown, but no flash required or anything like that. And now some grubs being taken at the same time. HaMLife Esports sort of doing double duty as they do take down the first grub. Zeka and Delight just trying to keep them in control, and all 5 members of Hanwha are here. There's K'Sante in the bottom lane, so no fighting here for Nongshim. Unfortunately, Daisy's also going to fall down, and so 6 grubs. That is 12 on the day so far for HaMLife Esports.
Pretty good for HLE, but also, you know, I feel like the story of this game has just been Sylvie's friends being killed. And we see Daisy die there, we saw the camps dying.
Well, there's a solar flare, has to be flashed as the curtains are still called. Calyx soaking a few of these bullets, all of them landing.
I like how he split them between the targets.
Yeah.
A bit for him.
Spreading out the damage, making sure that no one feels left out. That would be a jingle diff foul, you know. Has to be fair.
Looked like Guga wanted to do something and then quickly realized Delight is always there.
He is everywhere this game. Honestly, secondary jungler and a support for both mid and bottom lane.
He does it all.
He's a man about town. And we are still out of our first blood, but it's a 2,000 gold lead. And there's no first turret blood. So it's all plates and jungle difference.
Yeah, I honestly feel like if it was like 5 kills to 0 in favor of HaMLife Esports, I think I would have felt better for Nongshim about how this early game went.
Peanut is 20 CS ahead of the enemy top laner.
Yeah, I think it just feels so bad because I actually think they came in with a decent idea of what to do to deal with the lanes. And in terms of the actual laning, like Jiwoo is close to farm from Viper. Calyx, you're playing Tristana with an Ivan, and you're not that far behind compared to the Corki. But everything else...
Oh, God!
Look at,
oh, God!
Okay.
It's just shoes!
Would you rather have Ionian Boots of Lucidity or Liandry's? That's the question. Which would you prefer to have at 13 minutes?
I feel like the Liandry's is better, as Viper is just going to flash and kill Jiwoo.
Yep. Well,
cleanse was not enough to cleanse him out of the death chamber.
Oh, and they're taking plates as well. You know, just when I was like, things aren't looking so bad.
Well, there's a solar flare. Teleport to come in as well, as now Mihail's gone all out. Zeka just trying to do the damage here as Calix jumping in. Good Q going to connect, and that is the full stack of the explosive charge. Zeka sheepishly walking away as Delight pays for their sins.
Yeah, honestly think maybe they could have gone for at least Zeka's flash or a second kill, but I guess they didn't have the vision, didn't want to risk it. They just take the kill, get out. Delight goes down, and Nongshim now have a kill, but the goal lead is now 3,000. It's gotten bigger.
Yeah, seems like it's not necessarily positive. My God, Peanut does so much damage. It is absolutely ridiculous. Sylvie not going to be able to get over to the Dragon Pit as Viper turns up. Deadly Flourish. There's the curtains being called once again. Guga's going to have to eat all of these bullets because Sylvie would die if he took one. And in goes Delight because, of course, he is here. And the Grasping Roots are going to come down. Jiwoo finding an ultimate as Peanut taking a fair bit of damage, but Viper gets another one. Remember, the Dancing Grenade needs to be a little bit worrisome of this. Okay, Calix looking for that flank angle. Peanut could be some food for the Tristana. As Delight looking for an angle, and Calix just gets the heck out of there because Doran is really big and a crocodile and stuff, and so you don't really want to be fighting that. And Hama once again just come out on top.
Yep, we see the junglers meet, and I think the takeaway is one of them is significantly stronger than the other.
Yes. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is... you know how media and the Korean cast knew that Peanut was a worthy choice as far as the POG. I think that they can stick on that tack moving into this POG vote. This one feels all about the nut.
And this one, just Viper finding the damage, gets the root. Fourth shot, flash Q. And I think Jiwoo just not expecting it. This one was a little bit more, you know, they were like, hey, we're winning the game. We're 1-0 up already. It's just a Cassante. But it's Cassante, you know. Even when you're ahead, you gotta respect it.
Got the flash. They're gonna be pinging the flash.
Oh, of course. And then here, you know, Peanut actually missed the initial route. The ult didn't proc the flowers, didn't like empower them, and he still nearly killed Sylvie.
Yeah.
I feel like Peanut didn't even.
I mean,
play it
honestly,
that well.
it was just Peanut's plans.
Yeah.
That did enough. And when you have Leandri's, that's all you need.
This is a difference between Shyvana and Zyra. If you miss the E's on Shyvana, you don't do any damage. But even if you miss your abilities on Zyra, the plants do the damage for you.
Yep. It's almost better if you miss, you know? Sometimes the plants find an angle that you're just not ready for. As, yeah, Nongshim just not really finding the confidence. As Mihail, once again, trying to deal with Zeka. And Delight is obviously here. This time they have a Crocodile as well, though. So Doran's going to be able to cut him down. There's going to be Doran possibly falling. No. Just keeps himself alive, tanks it up for long enough.
Using the full breadth of his health.
Wanted to go home anyway.
Yeah, a little bit close to the end. Calix will trade a turret and get an objective bounty here, so not too bad. But in return, they've lost all of the Void Grubs, and all of the Heralds.
It's 4,500 gold, the lead. And you can see with the fact that Delight is 500 gold up, it's a lot of global gold going over to Hummel.
Doesn't have a gold lead. You know, the answer, no one.
Well, Nongshim.
Oh, Nongshim, yeah.
Yeah, they don't have a gold lead.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And in this situation, 3 is the answer. If you're wondering how many people does it take to take down this Cassante, it takes 3.
At least, well, maximum 3. Because he did die. I guess last time we saw 2, and that didn't work. So yeah, three's enough. 3's it.
Yeah. He's obviously stacking up some armor, but you're into a Fed Zyra, so have fun with that, I guess.
Yep, and Doran also has a Black Cleaver, went for that first, which is not something we often see, but into a Thornmail Rush and a Warden's Mail as well. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. As Rift Herald is just gonna miss! Okay!
You know what it is? You know what it is? I'm not even blaming Peanut for that. That was going to be sick. He was like, guys, finish the turret.
Finish the turret. I'll get the charge.
One. They didn't finish the turret. They didn't get the memo, right?
Yeah.
He tried to send the message by carrier pigeon.
Well, it was actually genius, but unfortunately, the rest of the team just not on the same page. So I'm going to say that Peanut's driving ability still second to none.
That was slick. No one would have saw that coming, and he was just let down by his team. So, you know, credit to Peanut for being creative
Yep.
Just sort
still
of, like,
POG. Still POG.
Put in a little drift around that first turret. Yeah.
Very, very cool. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off, but they still get the outer turret in mid, and they get a bit of extra damage onto the inner turret as Delight. Still looking for Jiwoo. Solar Flare is going to be avoided entirely.
Yeah, not the easiest to hit, especially when you have the Berserker Greaves and like the Shiv gives movement speed as well.
Yeah.
Not the easiest to blind fire, but you know, you're fishing Leonalt pretty low cooldown. It's going to be back up for Dragon. You're like, hey, maybe we can get a cleanse. You don't, but it's not a big deal.
And the Twisted Jin. Once again, it is Rapid Fire and the Static Shiv. I know people have a lot of thoughts when it comes to Jin builds. This is the agreed upon one here in the LCK. Is Doran taking a fair bit of damage from the explosive charge. Calyx, I don't think is going to be able to kill him, but still is looking for an angle.
Doran, just a master of the walk strategy there.
He just really did walk, didn't he?
Yeah. Really well played.
Yep. Delight is now here, also walking, as Zenith plating in also. That's going to deny a bit of damage as Doran, he's back once again. As Mihail underneath the turret, don't know about that one. He's going to try and mitigate the CC, doesn't quite do it, and he still tanks a heck of a lot. Calyx, some stray turret shots there as well, as this inner turret did take a fair bit of damage, but they also lost everything, and inner turret's dead, and there's another flash, and curtains have been called, and Jiwoo is going to be able to at least escape from Viper, who's going to get crashed into. Magnet Storm comes down. Calyx is here as well. Viper's going to cleanse, and Mihail is going to be needed as well. Okay,
just keep
Cinders,
running.
Cinders, and he's blast coning. He's now just behind enemy lines entirely. Is he going to be able to just get Baron for his team?
Keep running!
Oh god, if there was another Cinder, there is another Cinder. There's another Cinder! Orcs, there's a Cinder! He's gonna stand on another Cinder! Oh god, and he just walks away from the queue. The explosive charge isn't gonna be slowing him down. He even turns for an auto attack to get the speed up, and he's out of there.
And we said Doran was a master of the walk strategy, and Viper's like, just wait a minute, I can do better.
Yeah, that was a hold my beer moment if ever I've seen one, and he needed us to because that was some fancy footwork. Oh, okay. Well, that's why you buy Swifty boots, guys. Movement speed, best stat in the game, confirmed.
And the build we're talking about, you know, getting movement speed from the Shiv and the Rapid Fire Cannon. He's just zooming. Imagine if he had Cloud Dragons as well.
I mean, I think those Cinders were enough.
Yeah.
That was some pretty excellent Cinder work. Really do have to say.
Like
utilizing the rift you're given.
It kind of felt like they were perfectly placed, you know?
It did.
It's like when you're playing like Sonic and the rings show you
where to go. Yeah. Or like Donkey Kong, the bananas show you where to go.
Yep.
It's exactly that. And Summoner's Rift, you know, it's a video game as well. That's what we have to remember. And so Peanut, he's looking for Soul Point. I don't know whether anyone on Nongshim is going to be able to deny him that. And so he will just be able to pick this one up. It's looking a little bit worrying. There's only been 4 kills this game. Well, it feels like it's been a bloodbath on Humble Life Esports' side, but it's really not.
It has on all of Sylvie's friends of the forest.
Yes, that is definitely true.
He's like, you know, it was nice to hang out with you. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. You're my best friends. Comes back a couple of minutes later, and they're all just dead. And
yeah, this is like the sad ending of Fern Gully. Yeah. It's not really what you want to see. That was like the Jingle Diff type moment. I'm sorry for bringing everyone down there.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of. I feel like there's a lot of those like depressing films that are like Watership Down as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to learn a lesson, but oftentimes you're just sad.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what today has been about. It's about learning for Nongshim, but also has been a little bit sad. They do have a lot of tape to go over though to try and get some improvement. But this is it's not on the avenue towards victory.
But here's the nice thing is Peanut started the Baron a little bit late. 22.5 minutes. There's a Zyra jungle and they still haven't taken Baron. That's, you know.
There we go. There's some tape for Humble Life Esports to also look at. Learning on both sides.
Yeah, that's the silver lining, right? Is Baron hasn't gone yet. Oh.
This is a lot of gym damage, as we can see there. I like that Viper is going to engage onto Jiwoo as we have a look at him doing the most damage in the game. It's not going to be Delight saying you're welcome for the carry Viper this time. This is the carry Jin actually working out as Peanut misses the roots completely, but we saw you get the slow.
Yep, still there. There's a lot of wards around the Baron. This one you can see just like northeast a little bit from where Peanut is, not spotted. Really nice spot, hanging against that wall to avoid the control ward. So they have information that they're not doing the Baron.
They're not.
And that's all they need.
And Doran is now going to move over. We'll be able to pick up this wave as it does move past. Inhibitor still exposed there on the top side of the map. And Hummer looking for a reset. He's just going to be able to do so. That ward really paying off. Nongshim understanding exactly when these resets are coming in. They can move up, clear out vision themselves, and get something down. So no Barons to be taken just yet.
But it is potentially Infernal Soul in 2.5 minutes. And, you know, there's a couple of champions on the side of Hololive Esports, namely all of them would appreciate that extra damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling like this is a 5-level gap, by the way. So Guga not going to face check. I think a good move.
Plan.
Lord Dominic's regards has been picked up here by Viper. That is 3 items.
3 items also on Zeka. He's gone for a bit of healing reduction, especially when you're into this like Moonstorm Redemption Ivan. It's the amount of healing you can actually get in a fight. He's not gone the Moonstorm, actually gone the Kill's Blessing, so a bit less healing for the Redemption, but still decent amount of value. Mortal Reminder in its current form. Ever since they took Giant Slayer from LDR, less trade-off for going Mortal instead of the LDR.
Yep.
And HLE toying the idea of the Baron still. That blue trinket did just get burnt.
Yep.
3-level lead in the jungle.
Yeah.
Not too surprised.
No. It's also more than a Flame Horizon here for Peanut as far as that jungle CS number is concerned.
Like an Inferno Horizon?
Yeah, it's a big Horizon. It's a jingle diff. I think there's no two ways about it. And I think the Baron is going to be taken down. I don't know whether there's going to be much of an answer here for Nongshim as Zeka. He can sort of set up, play bouncer. They would like to. Jiwoo's still somehow at 50% health. Not sure about that one as the Baron. Down to about 6,000. Nongshim are going to come on over. Let's see whether Sylvie can get into the pit. It looks like the answer is no. That's going to be secured by Peanut. Now Doran down to his Derek shield, and he might actually die here. 1-for-1 so far in the fight. But the Baron's still going over to Hololive Esports. They get out of the pit and they're looking for even more. Deadly Flourish comes down. Delight going to be in range. Solar Flare going to connect onto Mihail, and he's just dead. The flash forward from Zeka. He'll fight. Ooh, the rocket actually avoided very nicely, and some cinders. And Jiwoo going to utilize that to get himself out of there. Love this little cinder run that these players are going on.
Both 80 carries getting a little edge from those cinders, but now Jiwoo is, you just got to keep running. Never look back and keep running.
Well, the curtains are being called. They are going to discover the Krug.
Oh.
And all right, okay,
he's coming. He's coming.
And oh, he stops him! And there's the explosion of all of those beautiful cinders. Oh, Delight. He just knows.
He's got that sense about him. Yeah, had a pretty big impact this game so far, and also managing to find out Jiwoo, and I think on the back of that Baron, things looking pretty rough for Nongshim now. Infernal Soul is up in 3 seconds. I don't think anyone actually is really focused on it. HLE, looks like Peanut's going to go solo. He's like, whatever, I'll do it. You guys keep pushing. But the game seems to have kind of fallen apart for Nongshim.
Yeah, it is certainly feeling like it's in favor of Hololive Esports.
Just a tad.
The 12,000 gold lead may have something to do with it. There's the entire control of the map. There's the 130 CS lead for Peanut.
Yep.
He's also going to strangle Thorns a dragon, because why not?
Yep.
We're going to have a look at this fight once again. Doran does go down, but it was exactly what it said on the mission briefing here for Hololive Esports.
A weird approach, because you think maybe Sylvie was going to go for the steal, but he doesn't. It appears like he wasn't even trying that heavily. So when Guga goes in, he just kind of dies. And top lane for support trade, in your head sounds pretty good, but Hololive Esports are so much stronger, it just doesn't even matter. They take out the Xante. Jiwoo just managed to survive there, and then Guga made the mistake of existing.
Yeah. He walked a direction he was not allowed to, which was past the minions. Don't do that. That was not it. Now there's 4 items on Zeka. He is 3-0-1. That's a very strong Corki. Viper also looking for his Infinity Edge. That should be coming in relatively soon, but or maybe it's just not going to come in because the game is going to be over. As Hanwha, they have a lot of inhibitors to get through now.
Yeah. And Infinity for Honlife Esports. So
Yeah.
a big one, Jin 4th shot. I'm kind of waiting for these things to see how much damage it does.
Well, that rocket didn't actually connect. Deadly Flourish comes down, and now we've got curtains. Jiwoo tanking a couple of them. My God. Okay, yeah. A 4th bullet, if it lands onto Jiwoo, he may just die, but it's not going to come on through. Deadly Flourish also missing, and now the engage has come in. Guga is just kind of accidentally dead. That is Calyx falling down as well. That big one did so much damage, as now Viper is just wandering towards them. The flash in, the Deadly Flourish, and that is going to be another one. There is the ace. They only lose Doran, and there goes the Nexus. A clean 2-0 here for Homolife Esports. And my goodness, okay, so basically what happens? Peanut, he picks Shyvana in a series, looks terrible, but then comes back in the next one, and he's an absolute god.
Yep, it's that easy, you know. I think definitely some mistakes from Nongshim that they're going to kick themselves over. The start of the game, I think the idea was good, the execution wasn't, but, you know, this was the expected outcome.
Wow, congratulations.
Locked, yeah, and I think Honlife Esports needed a convincing win like this, righting the ship, going, okay, it's a KT series, of course it's going to go a little bit askew.
You never know.
You never know. But they bounce back now in a situation where, you know, at the back of this, they've locked playoffs, they're going to feel more secure. With 11 wins now, 3 wins ahead of D+ and T1. That second place, it's not locked in, but it's feeling more secure, and definitely a bit of encouragement for the fans. We didn't pick Shyvana today.
Yeah.
And we got 2-0, clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
Yep, that's what they were looking for. Zeka also having, I think, a bit of a cleaner game number 2. The Ahri looked a little bit like it needed a bit of the dust rubbed off, but man, Viper's Jin looking beautiful in this one, being able to really find some angles. And Delight was absolutely everywhere. Yeah. Honestly, I felt like it was a definite Peanut POG angle. But then as the game went on, like, Delight was making the plays. This Jin was actually useful, and I find that to be very valuable.
Look, I think VNcast and Right Media going Jin.
Right, got it.
No brainer. There are going to be some Savants who go Delight, because he was actually the person who moved top.
Absolutely.
To help deny
he was another jungler.
Sylvie. Exactly. But then the general vote will be for Peanut because of the jungle gap. So I think that's how we'll get things balanced now. Ooh. Maybe like left media will vote Doran for some reason.
Yep. Lee Chaeyoung, thank you very much, says all of the Homolife Esports fans, because, you know, she led that fan chant and then they won. And it must have been because of her.
Yeah, I mean, Viper got some slick plays.
Yeah, he looked pretty good. I think there might be votes all over the place. I don't think Zeka gets a vote. I think Doran also was just kind of a Renekton.
We'll get a vote for like Doran that we'll just not understand.
Yeah, that might. Maybe it's left media. You know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know,
he's like, I'm back in game number 1. I just want to vote for Doran.
I think Peanut did the masterful move of just farming the jungle. Super powerful.
All of the grubs went to Homolife Esports. All of the dragons. I think he did jungling very good.
Yeah. But the sort of games where your jungler just doesn't show up, and then they come out the jungle and they have 250 CS and they're an absolute monster, and also you can get all the dragons and grubs. So you're like, yeah, you know, I'm fine with that. You don't actually have to gank me.
I tell you what, it'd be so based if Delight wins it. He just had a really, really good game.
Yeah.
Well, Homolife Esports feeling like they're back on the horse. It's feeling good.
He found Jiwoo, which, you know, that was a cute little highlight.
You know what?
No, actually, do you know what would have secured Peanut at the POG?
What?
If they killed the tier 1 tower, so it's slick little...
Oh, yeah! That 1-2 punch!
If he didn't get it, I'm blaming Zek and Viper.
Yeah, it's not Peanut's fault. Peanut's still in the running. Absolutely.
Man. And that would have been a highlight. That would have been such a good highlight if the... Yeah.
Shame. What can you do? Heil, the only one that can eat these bullets. Turret is what Homolife Esports are talking about, but I think that they're going to be looking for some wards in the
turret, just like before, you know? It's the same thing. They say turret, but they don't hit it.
No, they say turret because they know that's what they should do, but then they beeline for the kills.
Yeah.
But also, if they distract everybody else by killing the turrets, then they could get a pentakill on the enemy Nexus, which could be the way to do it.
Very mischievous.
Ooh, some Boom Boom Zeka votes, maybe?
They did do the big damage. Peanut, he's like, no, look at the damage to monsters. I need that.
Yeah, we need to actually start putting that stat in. A little bit more of these PvE stats for a lot of these players would be good, I think.
Yeah, I think, you know, many years of experience on a Peanut's belt really knows how to wrangle some of the critters.
It's about the total damage. not the damage to champions.
Why are we so selective with who the damage is being dealt to? Damage is damage.
Exactly. And honestly, damage to turrets, damage to monsters, also very valuable. But do you know who's also valuable? The gentlemen that are on the space. So let's throw it over to them to get the breakdown of this series.
Thank you, casters, for eventually throwing it over to us. The 2-0 does come down here from Hamalife Esports over to Nongshim, and what can you say? Nongshim, they tried their best, even subbed in Calyx. It wasn't enough. Hamalife Esports are one of our best teams here in the LCK, and it wasn't a very close match.
Calyx looked good. That was nice. That was the only good thing, so I'm just getting it out of the way early. I think the draft was actually a marked improvement. The only matchup that I do really think is kind of unplayable is specifically Cassante into Renekton. I feel like that Renekton ban in the second rotation should have come through. Just the MF, I think maybe there's more responses. I think MF also, you can at least try and find a way to deal with it. Cassante into Renekton is a horrible, horrible matchup that, especially when a player like Meow has just come in and is still getting used to the LCK, it will not go well, and it didn't.
No.
It went very poorly.
It did go very poorly. I think there's a bit of a jingle diff that needs to be, it needs to be discussed, because the Sylvie performances on the Ivern in both games looked very uncomfortable, especially in the second game. Peanut made some great decisions and took his jungle camps away, but he didn't know how to secure his camps against an aggressive jungler. Needed to pass differently, needed to ask for assistance from his laners. Laners are kind of tied up, unfortunately, but it definitely felt like this is a comp that they haven't played that much. They haven't scrimmed that much, and it's just like, oh, Ivern's strong. I'll pick it in any comp, and you're not KT.
Yeah, it's so specifically, we don't have the access to the telestrator right now, but what happened was Sylvie, as the casters mentioned, made the call that Peanut would just respect the fact that they were playing in a deficit and they were playing vertical jungling, and then Peanut was like, nope, I don't think you're punishing me. Which is why he's Peanut. And then sometimes he dies doing that, or he wins the game. And in this case, it was clearly the second.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Peanut kind of just feasts on the lower tier junglers. He's always done that, and he did it again in game number 2. We're not going to show that, though. We're going to talk about what happened in the mid lane with Viper just killing Jiwoo.
Yeah, the abuse of that W, it doesn't look like it hit him, but it definitely did. And yeah, just need to play respectfully, not try to get that cannon. Bit of an issue.
Yeah, the reason why we picked this, there's not a whole lot going on, everyone. This game was, even if you look at this point right now, that's like a 3.5k gold lead, basically exclusively off of laning, right? Of plates that are being taken, because the kills are even. It's not like we're looking at a situation where, Nongshim are getting permadove underneath the turret. But then in the span of like a minute, we go from what is already a big lead to basically being insurmountable for Hanwha.
Yeah, and you could just see in these moments, too, how desperate Nongshim are to try to get over to the Dragon and set up a fight, but they just don't have any setup because the Ivern's too behind on the play, just too behind in general, and they ended up losing their AD carry. They can't contest Prio, and Hanwha are proactive. They are quick to punish, right? They have this long-range Jhin that got the solo kill and then can set up for that fight there, that skirmish. And yeah, I mean, the lead here, you could definitely feel it. It felt like a quiet game where nothing really happened, except the lead just grew exactly like you want it to grow if you're a team that has a big advantage.
Yeah, it was like a 7,000 to 8,000 gold lead with 4 kills in the game, and 3 of them went to Hamalife Esports. Like, it was only a 2-kill gap.
And I think this has been a consistent thing, this split, because of how important jungle is and how volatile jungle matchups are compared to 2 years of Vice, Sejuani, Maokai, where it's a lot harder to get leads like this. So the top tier teams and the top tier junglers are absolutely demolishing, and there's not really a lot of counterplay to that.
Especially Peanut, which did happen. There was a jungle diff in this game, but there was also a jingle diff in this game. Guys, you want to take me through how jingle the diff was?
It was... Let's just say the bell in this one wasn't a dud. That ult kind of was. But Viper, he decided he could go where he pleased. Like, his ult wasn't great. He's on the wrong side of the map. He's going to get the root here. And he's got Swifties. He's got Rapid Fire Cannon. He's got Cinders. He's running.
Got Shiv.
He's got Shiv. Yeah, he's running real fast. Like, look at his run animation as well. Look at that.
Does that even take it to account as well? When you auto, you get the... What's this?
He has fleet footwork as well. he's just going.
I love the cinders along the way.
And that's and like part of that is obviously Mihal missing it, but it's Viper, and he has so much movement speed.
It's pretty nuts. I love
And he
how
just walks it off.
Yeah, he just walks away. So, you know, we could talk about why he shouldn't have been there and tried to ult that when his teammates weren't nearby and the rest of the team was very nearby and he was in the enemy jungle. But you know what? It was actually more fun to talk about how he escaped and all the intricacies there. But a big jungle diff, jingle diff, and Jin, the champion, gold diff in this one as well.
Definitely.
Also, they bought the Mikhails on the Ivern who had no money.
To try and counteract it.
Well, yeah. Tried to make up for the jingle diff by
didn't
having
work.
some jingle on his side. Did he even ever use the Mikhails?
I don't know, Felbus.
I don't
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They were down like 8,000 gold when he got it.
Just didn't matter. I mean, he had 2 items on Ivern at 28 minutes, so that kind of tells the story there.
Yeah, I think that for Humble Life, this is what is expected, right? They dropped the Shyvana experiment. Obviously, they are a really good team. I think they just had a little bit of fake data, and now they're like, okay, let's go back to what we know is good.
Well, let's see who picks up the POG for game number 2 on the side of Humble Life Esports. It will be Peanut 0, 0, and 6. No kills needed. We had a 0-0-3 POG yesterday. It's just kind of the way it's going nowadays, guys.
They're pretty low DPM because he wasn't fighting a lot, but when he did fight, he did a lot of damage, actually. And yeah, this is just him outsmarting the enemy junglers, really where this comes through. Like, these highlights are going to just be the very few interactions the teams had with each other, but it was the real diff was happened in the early game where he just outpassed Sylvie and took all his money away.
Yeah, Peanut specifically, even on champions that traditionally aren't that aggressive, he does this, right? So a champion like Zyra, which just, even after the nerfs, has inherently such a big tempo advantage, it's insane, because you can actually clear like pretty quickly with Ivern, but before you've actually taken your camps, roughly about the same time. So there is a window there, which obviously Peanut used very well.
He's at the 700 club.
The race for POG is actually so cool for like player of the split. Because like I still have no idea who's going to win it as we take a look here at
and casts.
I think
classic.
Didn't our casters call it exactly correctly? Saying,
they did.
I think they said Jonah Strong would also vote for Delight as well.
Yep.
And then obviously Vian Cast goes for the Jin. I mean, just jingle diff. So, yeah, right media as well, mid media. It all lines up. It all lines up. Apparently, the Mikhails was used, by the way, twice. So sorry about that, Sylvie. Used twice in the last fight as well. So kind of an extended one that they did get there. But yeah, not too much else to talk about from this series, right? Humble Life Esports just taking down another weaker opponent.
For Nongshim, again, I think that their goal is to make 8th. And if they play with Kalix, I do think, even though he does have his own flaws, and Mihal, I think they should end up above DRX and Brion. And that's realistically all you can expect of this roster. And even that is obviously not a given. So I think a series like this, you're always going to come in and be like, well, we'll try. But it's the same as when you play against Gen G. You know, BNK yesterday, they were like,
I think the only big takeaway for me is Hanwha bounced back in a big way after a rough series. So I think, back on top and you can trust again. I feel like if you're a Hanwha fan watching this, kind of gives you hope that, okay, yeah, this team is still going to maybe be able to challenge the big boys. Yes, it was Nongshim, but the way they did it just gives you the confidence back in Peanut in his early pathing.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to get back on the horse, get that confidence back, and Humble Life Esports did that today. We do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
2024 LCK Summer
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. We're here joined by Peanut and Dora on the side of Hana Life Esports. They have secured a spot at the playoffs after this 2-0 victory. Peanut, Hana Life achieved 11 wins and secured a spot in the playoffs. And you guys are also tied in the second place for the POG standings with 700 points. How do you feel? I am so relieved that this was not a losing streak for us, and also I'm glad that together we managed to climb up to the 700 points. Same. Happy to be able to climb up to the 700 POG points club, and today is a good day. Please give it up for Peanut and Dorian after their wonderful series. After the loss to KT, Dendi in the interview said, we were able to address our shortcomings and it was a loss but with a lot of takeaways. So what did the team learn from that match? About Shyvana, for sure. We managed to get a lot of takeaways from the Shyvana. We thought we will be able to evolve into a dragon, but she was a little bit short there. And we saw you hovering Shyvana in the series today, so a lot of fans were also yelling or maybe screaming when you hovered Shyvana. Did you have any plans to play Shyvana today? Yeah, I guess they were really hyped and excited to watch my Shyvana again, so my ears were actually hurting. I really wanted to give it a shot today, but you know, it happens. Maybe next time. I mean, I'm still very certain that Shyvana is an OP champion right now in the current patch. And then Doran. We had Kennen Nar matchup on the top lane in game 1, which kind of requires a lot of proficiency in laning phase, which also kind of requires a lot of help from the jungler as well. Did you have any communication beforehand? So we kind of worked around the early turret dive plans, and also we managed to find the timing when the enemy jungle was far away and we pulled up the turret dive really cleanly. The Peanut, were you the one being proactive about the dive setups? I mean, we were basically discussing it after we were loading in the game, so I think it just went as we planned. And as a result, Kennen's dominance in the lane and all over the map was very significant, so let's take a look at this replay. So he got dove by 3 different players, but Kennen and Vi together were able to buy so much time.
일단 상대가 다이브 하는 거를
Well,
Peanut 선수가 빨리 눈치채고
Peanut actually kind of read it like a book. He knew that they were coming for the dive, so he was rotating towards me to kind of back me up. And then after that, the rest of our teammates were able to group up as well, and we managed to turn the situation around. Yeah, Peanut, you kind of sacrificed for Kennen and then bought time for your teammates to arrive. So Kaisa was very far away from the mid lane, so we could turn it into a 3v2 fight, into us outnumbering them. Well, I wish I didn't die there actually, but still I was doing a great job of buying time for the rest of the team. And Peanut, in the second game you played Zyra. So Nongshim prioritized Ivor in both games. So was that a bit of a counter into Ivor's early pathing? I think people rather go for Ivor into Zyra, you know. But I think the matchup is about 50-50. It depends on how you actually kind of go for the early pathing and how you kind of play out the map. And I think our reaction to the early invade setup was exemplary, so we were able to play out a very smooth game. And just like you mentioned, because you were able to handle Ivor's early counter jungle attempts very well, you managed to have a very easy game after that moment. So I basically thought you have to be really reactive, you know, you don't really have to be following your plans one by one. In that game, I was pretty reactionary to what the enemies were attempting to make, so I was able to have a decent game there. And as a result, the second game was overwhelmingly in your favor. You secured all objectives, including Herald, Dragon, and Baron. How do you think this was possible? So as Peanut mentioned, our early game reaction was on point, and after that we were just small bowling really well. With this win, you guys now advanced to the playoffs, and I'm pretty sure all the Hana Life fans are very happy here. And despite the hot weather, many fans came out to support Hana Life. Do you have a message for them? Yeah, it's so hot outside today, so I really appreciate you guys coming to support us. We will keep doing our best. Yeah, I am always grateful to see so many fans coming out to support us, and I want to share this credit to the fans, you know. I think we were able to achieve this because of the support coming from you guys. Thank you so much. And this will be the end of the interview from Peanut, Doran, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-Sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As we take a look at the standings here, HLE Esports have secured playoffs as they are 11-3, right behind Gen G. Nongshim, unfortunately, will sit tied with DRX in 8th.
Big thing here for me is HLE, their game score, because this is what I think really solidifies them as most likely to get a direct seed into the second round of playoffs. I think when looking at form right now, I would argue that T1 is probably third. You know, I think DK are a little bit more limited in what they can do, but that's still a really, really good top 4. And I think KT and BNK have both looked better as well. So that race for playoffs, Kwangdong, if they do want to still make it, I gotta step it up.
Yeah, and they're playing in our next match against D+. You mentioned D+. I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I do think that it would be a statement win, though, and D+ have looked a little rocky as of late, so there is maybe an angle there, but I'm not going to predict it. I'm just saying it's an important one that Kwangdong needs to try to get back on the horse on this one, so to speak.
Yeah. I don't know the predictions off the top of my head, but I do believe that I can pretty much guess that nobody went for Kwangdong Freaks.
Maybe Digon, man. I don't know.
Digon is weird, but generally just with Bro.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, he was a Kwangdong believer as well for a good amount of time.
I just think it's weird that you called Digon weird. Not that weird. I think he's pretty.
I only get to do it when he's not here, when I take his job, you know, like he's weird, I'm good now. Anyway, guys, we do have Secret Boardroom during the break. We also have D+ Kia up against Kwangdong Freaks, as was mentioned, for our second match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
젠지가 LCK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
앞으로도 이제 남은 프로 생활하면서 계속 기록 써내려갈 수 있게 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
다시 한번 연승 시작합니다.
상대가 누구더라도 이길 수 있는 그런 저력이 있는 팀이라고 항상 생각을 해서 할 거 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
I'll never
자, 오늘 시크릿 보드룸 회의를 시작해보도록 하겠다. 지난 회의 때 정말 다양한 강팀 얘기가 나왔어. LCS는 플라이캐스트가 부시오 바드 같은 굉장히 의외성으로 또나인 또퀴드 이 구도를 깰 수 있다.
그렇습니다.
이런 얘기를 했었고, LEC는 아직도 기억이 난다.
LCK 너르화
휴머노이드의 도발, 그리고 G2를 꺾고 기세 좋은 푸나틱. LPL은 슈퍼 구원투수 웨이의 활약에 힘입은 BLG와 또 스카웃의 엄청난 요대가 나왔던 LNG까지 GR 팀이 한두 개가 아니었어. 거기서 또 일주일이 지났는데 이번엔 또 어떤 강팀의 이야기가 나올지 기대가 되는구만.
지난 회의 기억하십니까?
당연히 기억하고 있지.
제가 그때 그 LNG의 말도 안 되는 그 돌풍을 잠재운 팀 FPX 아예 본격적으로 다뤄야 될 것 같아서 제가 작정하고 한번 준비를 했습니다.
일단 FPX 예전에 뭐 우승했을 땐 기억이 나는데 요즘 좀 기억이 가물가물해. 일단 뭐 멤버부터 간단하게 뭐 소개를 해줘.
네, 탑에는 JDJ, 정글에는 밀키웨이, 미드엔 케어, 바텀엔 저희가 익히 알고 있는 덕담 라이프가 있습니다.
덕담을 지으면 좀 익숙하지 않은 이름들이 많이 있는데 특히 이 상체 쪽
네.
굉장히 좀 낯설구만.
맞습니다. 주더장 같은 경우에는 여기저기 좀 이적을 다니고 있습니다. 이번 연도 초에 스프링 때 웨이브 게이밍에 있다가 서머 때 RNG로 이적, 그 이후 바로 FPX까지.
전이맨인가?
이런 일이 잦아. LPL에서는 약간 좀 잦은 편이야. 아무튼 이렇게 돌아다니면서 좀 더 실력을 쌓고 있는 좀 든든한 탑솔러라고 보시면 될 것 같고요. 이 선수가 오기 전에 다른 선수가 있었거든요. 샤오라우코라고.
알고 있지.
이 매니저와의 마찰이 좀 있었거든요.
육체적인 마찰인가 아니면 뭐
현실에서 딜교환을 좀 한 건가?
자세히 말씀드릴 수는 없는데 네, 말씀하신 뭐 탑솔로답게
오케이.
참지 못했나?
마찰이 좀 있었구만.
혹시 누가 이겼는지 물어봐도 되나?
졌나봐. 나갔더라고. 안에 이게 굉장히 마음 아픈 사연도 있고 뭐 여러 가지 내부 사정으로 인해서 나갔다가 지금은 들어왔는데요. 그 자리를 메꾸기 위해 이 주더정 선수가 오셨다 보시면 될 것 같고요.
그런 또 내부 사정이 있었구만. 뭐 우리와 별개로 이거는 좀 잘 해결됐으면 좋겠어. 어쨌든 뭐 아직 어린 친구들이니까.
그렇죠.
정글에는 이제 정말 핫합니다. 요즘 정말 정글 메타의 캐리를 할 줄 아는 선수라고 보시면 되는데 스프링 때까지만 해도 중체정을 넘볼 정도로 굉장히 핫했던 선수거든요.
Confidently face checking that he has an entire team behind him.
This is a numbers advantage for EDG and FPX have started the fight. They're hunting for Wink. Is it worth it? Is the question. Resets for Milky Way. Oh, they can make it happen. Milky Way triple kill and a 3v4 turns it into a 4 and K.
이게 또 정글이 워낙에 난이도가 높다 보니까 요즘 조금 기복이 있는 편이긴 합니다. 미드에는 케어. 한때 TS의 크렘과 함께 떠오르는 신인이긴 했는데 약간 잠잠했지만 그럼에도 아직 좀 더 주의 깊게 봐야 되는 그런 선수라고 봐야겠죠.
근데 아이디는 마음에 드는데? 정글 케어 잘할 것 같은데?
니네 멘탈이나 좀 케어하고. 그래서 FPX가 대체적으로 뭐 어떤 팀인가?
일단 제가 자료를 좀 준비를 했는데 제일 눈에 띄는 지표가 하나 있습니다. 데미지 퍼 미닛 2516. 굉장히 교전이 많다는 얘기고 그때마다 좀 활약을 보이는 선수들이 많고요. 킬 퍼 게임 15.1. 굉장히 공격적인 공룡들입니다. 다만 문제는 박치기를 너무 하다 보니까 데스퍼 게임 16.7로 데스가 굉장히 높은 편이에요.
킬을 낸 것만큼이나 킬을 주기도 하네.
굳이 한국 팀에 조금 비슷하게 비유를 하자면 KT 같은 팀. 탑에서는 좀 단단하게 버텨주고 정글이 초반 템포가 빠르고 굉장히 공격적이고 바텀 쪽에서 초반부터 이 라인더 스노우볼을 즐기면서도 공세를 계속 이어갈 줄 아는 그런 팀이라고 보시면 될 것 같아요.
이 팀 계속해서 추적을 해야겠고
네.
뭐 LPL 쪽에서는 뭐 요즘 새로운 소식 같은 거 없나?
요즘에 특히나 강팀들 중심으로 LCK하고 좀 다른 방향성을 보이는 챔프들이 있어요.
그래?
네.
어떤 것들이 있나?
말씀드리면 이제 릴리아, 카서스.
All's right for it. Milky Way skips a camp to be a part of the play. First blood, but now answered. Tien responds to the play from Milky Way, and he's looking for two as life.
아무래도 좀 더 교전을 지향하는 리그다 보니까 그런 특색을 살리시는 챔피언들이 굉장히 핫한데 또 이게 월즈 갔는데 메타가 서로 이렇게 막 다르면 저희가 또 좀 흔들릴 수도 있지 않겠습니까? 적응하지 못한 그런 것들에 대한 제가 좀 예의주시하면서 LPL만이 쓰고 있는 챔피언들에 대해 좀 더 적극적으로 찾아보도록 하겠습니다.
스스로 이렇게 알아서 하니까 역시 수성료는 낮구만.
에이스가 맞긴 하네요.
네가 뭔데 평가를 해? 내가 얘기했잖아 지금. 아무튼 뭐 너무 고생 많이 했고 다음 베가스 너의 차례다. 오늘은 또 어떤 경기를 준비했나?
LCS는 이왕 체제입니다.
아, 진짜 뻔하다 뻔해.
맨날 두 팀이야.
뭐 어차피 그 두 팀 뭐 전승 우승해도 뭐 어떨지 모르겠어. 사실 우리 또 국제대회에서 어떤 위협이 될지 모르겠지만 그럼에도 불구하고 이러다가 언제 한번 튀어오를지 모르니까 그래도 한번 얘기 들어보지.
제가 오늘 얘기할 팀은 팀 리퀴드입니다. 이제 전승 중이기도 하고 임팩트, 엄티, APA, 연 코어장전 한국 팀에 가까운 그런 팀이잖아요.
익숙하지 우리한테.
많이 익숙한 맛이고
아시드란 얘기도 있었고.
그리고 심지어 코어장전 선수가 400전 게임도 하고 임팩트 선수도 600전 게임을 했기 때문에 합쳐서 LCS에서 1000전의 내력을 갖고 있는.
거기 원래 기본 판수가 좀 적지 않나?
원래 단판으로 했었던데도 천전이야?
그 정도로 굉장히 역사가 있는 선수를 갖고 있는 팀이기 때문에 분석을 철저히 해야 됩니다. 영상 보면서 노가리 까시죠. 근데 사실 지금 강팀이 해야 되는 플레이 뭡니까? 이 빅웨이브를, 바텀을 어떻게 활용하는지 그게 굉장히 중요한데 이 쌍포 체제를 중요시하는 아이번을 쓰면서 함께 바텀을 밀어내는 이 플레이 한번 감상해 보시죠.
일단은 CS 많이 놓치고 있고 경험치도 놓치고 있는데
답답하네.
계속 못 오게 하고 있어요.
근데 제린 들어와서 먹고 있는데 그래서 위쪽을 자르는구나.
근데 아예 밀어냈고 근데 그 다음에 뭐 하는 거야?
뭐 한 거야?
여기까지.
여기까지라고?
이 플레이는 강팀이 보여줘야 되는 상대를 밀어내는.
근데 제리가 먹었잖아. 내려가서 들어가서.
다 먹진 못했잖아. 다 먹진 못했잖아.
상대의 보급로를 끊는 그런 전술이 보였다.
정확한 거는 뭐라도 하려고 한다.
근데 뭐라도 하려고 한다는 강팀이 아니라 하위권한테 보통 하는 얘기 아닌가? 칭찬으로.
팩트만 보면은 팀 리퀴드는 사실 무혈로 상대를 압박을 하면서 천천히 능로를 하듯이 이기는 경기였습니다. 강팀이 좋아하는 운영식을 다 보여줬기 때문에 무시하면 안 됩니다.
뭐 그럼 이게 끝인가? 설마?
아닙니다. 이걸로 끝나면은 분석을 왜 합니까?
우리 기대치를 낮추고 본편을 준비했네.
그럼 다음 장면 한번 볼까?
1세트입니다. 여기서 봐야 되는 거는 이 연의 플레이로 한번 상대의 턴을 빨아들이고 전령을 치다가 여기서 상대의 진입이 빠르네? 안 되겠다. 다시 리셋. 근데 여기서 캐슬이 자야를 빨아들이면서 하지만 살아나갑니다. 상대의 진영을 무너뜨리느냐?
침착하긴 하네.
결국에 이 팀 리퀴드가 보여주는 템포는 뭐냐? 흔들리지 않고 말한 것처럼 침착하게 빨아들이는 한타를 하면서 강팀의 운영을 보여준다.
16분인데 골드차가 지금 벌써 거의 4, 5천 정도 차이 나니까.
그러게?
아니 이게 아이번의 밸류 조합인데 이 정도 차이 벌린 거면 확실히 강팀이긴 하다.
능롤실 운영으로 상대 골드 차이 내면서 이렇게 한타를 잘한다.
상대를 늪에 빠뜨리는 운영.
LCS식 늪, 북미 늪은 발이 들어가면 죽어.
미국이 좀 험하긴 하지 지형이.
팀 리퀴드 침착한 장면 잡았고 끝인가?
하나가 더 남아있어.
어허 기대하겠어.
두 번째 경기에서는 조금 힘들었습니다. 어느 정도 변수가 있었고 게임의 진행 방향이 있었는데
비슷비슷하네.
비슷비슷한 상황에서 이제 임모탈스가 과감한 결단을 합니다. 나르, 메가 분노 채우는 타이밍에 전령 타고요.
나르가 탑승했어.
드라이브? 바로 여기서 연이 물음표 한번 띄워주고 한 끗 차이로 미드 못 밀고 하지만 케넨의 포지션. 빠직.
Maelstrom, but to finish off the German impact coming around from behind. The slicing Maelstrom cuts tactical to pieces, and Armeo goes right with them. Boys, we aren't gonna get.
저는 이 한타를 그렇게 말하고 싶습니다. 케넨 활용법.
근데 한마디만 해도 되나?
왜 이렇게 말이 많지?
아까 크산테가 빨려 들어갔는데 이번에도 나르가
나도 하고 싶은 말이 하나 있는데 코르키가 없는데?
핵심은 임팩트는 이미 와 있었어요.
뒤를 노리고 있었지.
상대를 논파를 해서 뒤를 정확히 노리고 있었기 때문에 우리가 봐야 되는 부분은 상대 실수가 아니라
그렇지.
상대 실수를 받아먹는 이런 플레이.
맞아. 상대가 전령을 미드에 깔 걸 이미 예상했기에 케넨은 도착해 있어.
거기까지 본 거지.
근데 확실히 이런 게 임팩트 같은 백전 노장들의 메리트야. 그러니까 라인전도 중요하고 사이드도 중요하지만 본대를 편하게 해주는 걸 잘한단 말이야.
미래실을 썼기 때문에 LCK 입장에서는 경계해야 됩니다.
어쨌든 전승팀이니까 전승팀 하는 데는 이유가 있어. 왜냐면은 LCS를 우리가 약간 무시하는 경향이 있는데 그런 상대의 실수를 절대 놓치지 않는다고 강팀들은.
막상 붙어보면 LPL을 LCS가 이길 때도 많더라고요.
근데 뭐 끝인가?
이제 진짜 끝입니다. LCS의 진짜는 다음 주입니다.
진짜는 다음 주야?
1번, 2번이 결정되는 전승팀들 간의 격돌. 팀 리퀴드 vs C9.
뭐야 진짜.
다음 주에 그럼 그거 분석해오는 거야?
그거 당연히 해야 되지 않겠습니까? 저의 능력을 증명하겠습니다.
C9과 챔피언 리드가 붙잖아.
그렇습니다.
누가 이길 것 같은지 여기서 한번 딱 해서 그대로 딱 실현이 되면은 그럼 바로 너의 어떤 신뢰도 올라가는 거야.
올해노 턴?
올해노 턴?
6월 시작인가?
제가 증명을 위한 제 내임 베가스.
쟤 진짜 어떡하죠?
뭐든 증명만 되면 되니까. 봐봐. 되게 없어 보이게 피네. 보통 이렇게 싹 이렇게 피는 거 아니야?
손재주가 살짝 부족해가지고 여기서 한번 골라보시죠.
아 내가 올라야 돼?
그럼 제가 고릅니까?
근데 내가 이렇게 고르는 게 무슨 상관이야? 내가 뭐 북미 사람도 아니고.
고르시면 제가
알았어.
해석하겠습니다.
자, 이 카드를 골랐네.
더문.
더문? 더문?
달?
달? 자, 이게 그래서 이게 나왔어. 누가 이길 것 같은가?
클라우드9. 구름을 의미하죠.
그래서
클라우드9이 집니다. 왜냐면 클라우드9은 구름이기 때문에.
구름이기 때문에 달을 이길 수 없기 때문에. 달이 팀 리퀴드였다. 달을 이길 수 없기 때문에.
팀 리퀴드가 2대1로 승리합니다.
그 왜 다른 팀 리퀴드야?
제가 그렇게 정했습니다.
너 근데 타로 카드 볼 줄 아는 거 맞지?
너 이거 할 거면 차라리 한 장 더 뽑고 탑을.
그래, 야 하나 더 뽑아라.
그 얘기하는 게 맞지 않냐?
자,
됐어.
한 장 더 뽑고.
야 뽑았다. 됐어. 죽어라 그냥 이 새끼야.
너 이렇게 하는 거 맞아?
애쓰네. 자, 알겠고. 어쨌든 팀 리퀴드가 이긴다는 거야. 2대1로. 스코어까지 얘기했어.
2대1로.
2대1로. 다음 경쟁자지. 우리 LEC 쪽 한번 들어보자고.
너무 느려요.
뭐가?
LCK 너무 느립니다.
나한테 빠지는 건가? 지금.
요즘 불만이 많아.
그러니까 맨날 느리다고.
저희 님이 끝을 냈습니다.
결승이 끝났다고?
맞습니다. 일주일 사이에 다 끝냈습니다.
왜 이렇게 빨리 끝내? 니네 뭐 죄진 거 있어? 왜 이렇게 빨리 끝내?
아니, LEC의 선진 포맷이라고 볼 수 있겠죠. 그래서 이 결승 대진, 이 동네에 또9 또퀴드가 있다면 이 유럽을 지탱하는 프나틱과 G2가 또 한 번 결승에서 붙었습니다.
아니 그 둘은 지난번에 승자주에서도 이제 붙은 걸로 알고 있는데 그때는 프나틱 이겨가지고 휴머노드가 신나서 뭐 LCK 들어와 이런 얘기 했었잖아.
말씀하신 대로 프나틱이 먼저 대기하고 있지 않았습니까?
그렇지.
또 이 아랫단에서 G2를 막아내기 위해 모였던 팀 BDS가 있었습니다.
적겠네? BDS가?
스포가 다 되긴 했어.
결승이 이제 지금 G2 대 프나틱이니까 아무튼 보자고. G2가 어느 정도로 잘하는지, BDS는 어떤 팀인지.
우선 천하의 G2가 BDS의 체급에 밀리기 시작합니다. 1세트 일방적인 일격으로 BDS가 승리합니다. 그런데 BB의 올이 등장하면서 거기서부터 모든 반전의 서막이 시작되죠.
One stumble on a mid-play and G2 capitalize, immediately taking the game back and forcing us to...
3세트에서도 BDS가 게임을 리드하기 시작합니다.
초반은 계속 BDS가 리드하는구만.
심지어 카서스 투패 4포 조합이에요. 그리고 캡스가 위기에 처합니다. 근데 이 캡스, 유럽의 마술사 어떻게 탈출하는지 보시죠. 오히려 패를 킹작을 잡고 전령을 부른 다음에 그 전령을 타고 나가요.
요즘 또 전령 탈출쇼가 많이 나오고.
캡스의 대탈출쇼에 휘말린 BDS가요. 연달아 혼이 빠져서 미드 1차도 주고 바텀 1차도 주고 드래곤도 주고 또 역전을 당합니다.
아, 2, 3세트를 역전으로 패배를 했구만.
그래서 BDS가 이렇게 딜러 위주로 구성을 하다가 우리가 말렸구나. 정석으로 가자.
간단하게 가자.
탱커 넣고 하이퍼 캐리 넣고 좀 밸런스 있게 또 4세트가 진행이 돼요. 근데 이 4세트에서 아담 선수가 역대급 크산테 활약이 나와서 또 저는 BDS가 이기는 줄 알았습니다. 하나에서부터 10까지 스스로 만들어낸 크산테 활약을 보시죠.
셀프메이드인가?
A lot of pressure in the top side. Ice is going to move down onto the
스톱 앞에 있는 아지를 넘기고 크산테가 쭉 풍제를 꽂아요.
세다 크산테.
Either, but Broken Blade starting to run rampant. These procs coming in left and right. Finally, the knockback going to be there. The ulti there as well. Adam getting lower and lower, but Hansama already gone.
쿼드라킬.
이거는 아니 역전 다 했는데?
그러면서 마무리로
펜타킬? 와. 아니 크산테 펜타킬은
저도 처음 봤습니다.
진짜 어려운데?
심지어 이게 시작부터 자기가 만든 거예요. 누가 떠먹여준 게 아니에요. 이렇게 공방일체가 된 크산테를 세워서 BDS가 이제 경기를 끝낼 수 있는 그런 분위기가 된 거야. 그래서 BDS가 게임을 끝내러
가는구만.
거의 끝났다. G2 5세트 가자.
벽도 잘 쳤는데?
This fight is going to turn very quickly instead. First
많이 맞긴 했다.
여기서 근데 아래에서 떼주현이가 공을 던졌는데 이게 아즈리가 맞아요.
그러면 들어가야지.
근데 여기서 한스 다 막았어. 상대를 다 밀어내고 오고 있었던 문도가 뒷라인을 그냥 몸으로 비벼버리고
안 죽는데 문도?
아니 펜타키란 크산타가 좋은데?
문도가 지금 그래서 최종적으로 체력이 7,500 공격력은 500
문도가 진짜 밸류의 극한이고
그 문도가
장로 싸움이네.
성큼 밀고 들어오는 최종 한타가 돼요.
할만하다 그래도
포킹해주고
많이 때렸어.
근데 문도가 세살이 막 돋아. 그리고 미드라인 관리를 먼저 다. 그러니까 수세에 몰린 거야. 근데 그 쳐야지는 맞는데 여기서 봐봐. 원딜은 쳐, 본딜은 싸움을 열어.
그래도 잡았는데?
잡고 시작.
신난다 뭐해.
근데 다시 원딜이 또 장로를 쳐.
왜 그래?
그래서 징크스가 갑자기 앞전면을 쓰고 빨려 들어가서 큰 상태가 펜타키를 먹었었는데 결국 실버 스크랩스를 틀지 못하고 게임 끝납니다.
근데 아이스가 내가 알기로는 진짜 잘하고 있었던 걸 아는데 마지막 장로 치는 거 조금 아쉽긴 하다.
근데 이게 아이스 선수가 사실 팀의 기둥 같은 역할, 마치 BDS의 아버지 같다 이런 칭찬도 나왔었는데 결국 마지막에 가서는 결국 아이스마저 무너지면서 아쉽지만 또 한 번 유럽의 결승전에는 G2가 올라가게 됐습니다. 결국 또2 또 나티가 아닙니까?
그렇지.
그러니까
이번에야말로 다른 결과가 나옵니다.
진짜?
바뀌었어?
푸나틱이 1세트 5,000, 2세트 5,000, 3세트 9,000.
이 끝났네.
19,000.
그냥 G2가 얻어맞았어요.
아니 그러면 새로운 유럽의 패자가 생겼다고 봐야겠네.
그렇게 3세트 합쳐서 19,000에서 2만 가까이를 리드한 다음에 졌습니다.
아니 그게 말이 돼?
근데 뭐 영상을 좀 봐야 될 것 같은데 뭐 준비된 게 있나?
이쪽으로 푸나틱이 바론을 치는 게 낫네. 근데 바론을 치다가 갑자기 서폿이 위로 가고 진이 커튼콜을 킵니다. 나머지는 바론을 치고 있어요. 근데 그 와중에 뽀삐가 날려요.
잠깐만
이게 맞아? 아니
얘도 못 잡았어.
아니 푸나틱 방금 판단은 뭐지?
딱 제가 그 생각을 했습니다.
무슨 생각을 했나?
모두가 따로 노는구나.
마치 우리 시크릿 보드룸처럼.
아니 좀 이상하긴 하다.
방금 근데 진짜 이상하다.
그래도 5,000 골드 아닙니까? 5,000 골드. 리드를 했다고. 그대로 경기를 내준 상태에서 또 2세트를 갑니다. 근데 여기서 또 푸나틱이 문제가 생겨요. 리드 2차를 깨는 게 지연이 됐었고 여기 시간이 오래 걸렸습니다. 그걸 이겨내려고 들어가다가
이즈리얼이
방금 앞비전하지 않았어?
맞습니다.
아이고
뜨거워?
아니
뜨거워!
아니 저서 굳이 왜 앞비전을 해?
그래도 본인들이 더 유리하지 않습니까? 미드 2차는 밀었으니까 그 다음에 또 들어가야 된다.
또 그 자리네?
똑같은 자리인데 여기서 갑자기 이번엔 잘했어요.
그래도 지금 좋은데?
그리고 갑자기 캡스가 발사해버립니다.
이러면 이겼네. 이겼다. 이건 이겼다.
야 이거는
이판
이거
질 수가 없네.
바로 먹겠네.
말씀하신 게 맞습니다. 바론을 쳐야겠죠.
바로 먹어야지.
근데 지금 자이라가 강타가 없어요.
그거 좀 불안한데?
그러면 뭘 해야 될까? 바론을 쳐서 싸움을 해야겠지?
아니면 뭐 상대를 끊던가.
근데 바론 든지 뒤에 모여있어.
아니 뭐지? 박치기 3명.
아니
뭐야?
리세트랑 뭐 비슷한 느낌인데?
그래서 비비가 해냈네? 또 바론을 치다가
야 안 좋다.
막 이마를 만지고
그럴 수밖에 없지. 아니 저걸 어떻게 저런 판단을 하나?
또 이 게임은 뭐가 문제였냐? 유리한 조합에다가 딜러가 많았는데 그걸로 또 초반만 유리하고 미드를 제대로 못 밀고 상대 정글 시야, 레드 정글 쪽 시야 그대로 있으니까 바론 압박도 안 받았어요.
운영적으로 굉장히 좀 안일한 운영을 계속했구만 중후반 이후에.
근데 그래도
네.
계속해서 게임을 리드한다는 건 유리하다는 거 아닙니까?
힘이 있다는 거지.
그래서 속죄의 플레이가 나오면서 이번에야말로 진짜 게임을 터뜨렸습니다. 만골드를 가까이 리드했어요.
만골드 가까이.
계속 5,000 차이 나다가 그 5,000의 벽을 뚫고 9,000까지 갔는데 근데 또 이번엔 누가 문제야?
여기까지만 보면 또 전령 활용을 재밌게 해서
에어본하고 연계하고
뭔데? 근데
뭐야?
갑자기 망했던 카이사가 날아와서 이렇게까지 깊게 들어오니까 더블킬을 여기서 챙겨버려요. 실제로 이즈리얼 대 카이사 라인전 하다가 카이사가 1렙 더블킬 주고 망했었어요.
Though my time as Botan's cleanses away, but he didn't anticipate the barrier. It's two.
그리고 또 여기서도
뭐야?
상대 끊어내고
다른 장면이네.
끊어내고 잘했죠?
플러스한데 또?
잘 끊었죠? 근데 귀환하다가
얼마?
잠깐만 이즈
날아오겠네.
이거
아이고.
That he can escort his AD carry out, but then Yike with a great read.
이러면서 분위기가 싸늘해집니다.
많이 싸움해지는데 이거는 연속 두 번 이렇게 되면은 더블킬 또 먹었네?
Unfortunate back time.
그러다가 결국에는 카이사가 다 커버리고 카이사 중심의 패킹 게임이죠.
아 근데 아직까지 영혼은 있는데 그래도
정말
그래서 막 열다가 노틸러스한테 막 스킬 다 빠지고 그리고 따라가다가
Connecting on Summer, Caps is caught off. A bit isolated from the rest of his team, but look at the Void Seekers just needs another to land here.
또 비전 쓰고
이거 앞비전 뭔가
Portrait coming down. Noah has dived in again, and he is being put into the.
앞비전은 왜 자꾸
근데 이게 근데 내가 보다가 계속 느끼는 건데 그러니까 항상 그런 거 아닌데 거의 역전의 매 순간 비비에 오른이 있구만.
그리고 한 가지가 더 있어. 이즈와 서포터 노아와 준이 현장에 존재했습니다.
이게 또 한국인 용병들 또 우리가 애정하는 또 선수들인데 좀 아쉽게 됐네 결승 가서.
그럼 다 역전패 당해서 결국 트로피를 내주면서 G2가 또 우승을 차지했구만.
유럽의 고늘든 로드를 달성합니다.
그거 쉽지 않은 거.
그러네. 3스플릿을 다 우승?
근데 약간 들어보니까 G2가 체급이 많이 약해진 것 같은데.
실제로 올라오는 과정이 다 뭔가 주도권 나가고 이게 이렇게 게임하는 게 맞나? 이런 느낌으로 가서 지금 유럽에 대해서 좀 안 좋은 평가도 많이 나오고 있어요.
아니 그러면은 이 상대 팀들은 왜 이렇게 골드체를 앞서다가 다 역전당하는데 왜 그러는 거야 도대체?
사실 푸나티 대 G2 같은 경우는 좀 그런 생각이 듭니다. 약간 제 추측이지만 결국 용병을 쓰면서 좀 소통이 안 되는 거 아닌가. 근데 그러면서 동시에 G2의 전문적인 운영을 유럽 내에서 못 따라가기도 한다는 거죠.
틀린 말이 아니야. 어쨌든 뭐 G2도 굉장히 강팀이긴 하니까. 근데 사실 나는 그거 보면서 위화감이 드는 게 G2가 너무 이제 적이 없으니까 저렇게 해도 이기네?
이거 오른 고른 것도 그런 거 아니야? 어차피 상대 못 굴린다. 그러니까 초반 대충 하다가 버티다가 오른 타임 오면 이긴다.
밸류가 높아지면 이기니까.
사실 그래서 그게 문도랑도 이어져.
그러네.
그냥 시간 지나면 이긴다.
그렇지. 만약에 저게 안 통하는 팀들하고 만나면 어떨지도 궁금해지는 거야.
이거 LCK 만나면 그냥 주도권으로 탁 처단되겠는데?
이 말에 대해서 반박하지 않겠습니다. 이런 결승전, 이런 걸 유럽 재미다라고 얘기하기가 어려워요. 유럽의 역사에서도 이런 식의 결승전은 없어, 그냥 없어.
좀 아쉬웠다 많이 이번 결승.
하지만 국장님, 이걸로 끝이 아닙니다.
뭐 또 있어?
또 있어?
진짜 결승전이 남아 있습니다.
시즌 파이널?
예. 10화가 남아있죠. 이 시즌 파이널에서 유럽에 내놓으라는 모든 팀이 참여합니다. G2, 푸나틱, BDS, MDK, SK, 자이언츠 X.
내로라는 팀들이 출전합니다. 결국 그냥 니네 팀들이잖아. 누가 보면 뭐 월드에서 뭐 이게 사우디 컴만 다 오는 줄 알았네.
여기에 또 월드 선발전도 같이 겸하기 때문에 물론 G2는 이미
확정이지?
3시드를 최소 보장받아서 확정을 지었지만 그러니까 나머지 두 자리가 중요한 거 아니겠습니까?
그렇지. 여기서 잘해야 돼. 시즌 파이널 기회 있어 아직.
그 진짜 결승전. 여기서 지난 경기들에 역전당했던 팀들이 또 제대로 주도권을 굴려준다면
그렇지.
G2에게 경각심을 준다면
그렇지.
G2의 러닝메이트가 된다면 유럽은 건강해질 수 있습니다.
지금은 팩트는 건강해지고 있다는 거임.
LEC의 선진 포맷의 결과물이라는 것을 LEC는 증명할 것입니다.
너 어디 나가도 되겠다.
그래. LC가 정말 건강해졌으면 좋겠고 우리가
그냥 잘했으면 좋겠어요.
잘해서 재밌어야지.
네.
우리가 좀 황당한 재미보다는 잘하면서 재밌는 게 또 LC의 매력이었는데
그래,
그런
좀
것들
잘해야 우리가 또 꺾었을 때
맞지.
기분도 좋고.
그래. 아무튼 뭐 다들 고생 많았고 특히나 오늘 또 LC 또 결승까지 준비하느라고 고생 많았어 베를린.
맞습니다. 제가 3일 밤낮을 새면서 경기를 계속 봤습니다.
아 너무 고생 많았다.
힘들긴 했겠다.
아 그리고 LA가 훈련소를 끝내고 나왔다면서 벌써
웃지 못하는 한 사람이 있는데 왜 열등감 느껴?
우리가 지금 뭐 자리 걱정하고 각자 이렇게 할 때가 아니야. 특히 너
그러니까 개인의 입신양면,
그렇지,
자리 부전,
그렇지,
그런 것들이 목표가 되어서 안 된다. 저희의 목표는 뭡니까, 국장님?
LCK의 세계 재패,
세계 정복,
우주 정복이야.
그게 맞습니다.
아니야?
뭐해?
말해.
상하이 잠깐 너 뭐야? 내가 물어볼게. 너의 목표 뭐야? LPL의
LPL의 강세, LPL의 강세. 그리고 그 LPL을 아니 한국말은 끝까지 들어보십시오. LPL의
자, 아무튼 우리 LCK의 또 월즈를 위해서 우리의 위상을 위해서 계속해서 우리 발벗고 뛰자고. 다음 회의도 오늘과 같이 잘 준비할 수 있도록 알았나?
알겠습니다.
자, 오늘 해산.
taste of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
플러스기야 파이팅!
야, 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I am still Atlas, I am still joined by Orcs, and we are still ready for more League of Legends. It's going to be happening right now. D+ going to be taking on Kwangdong Freaks. Both of these teams needing to get back on the horse.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like DK, you know, the match against Home Life Esports, I think, sticks out in a lot of people's mind. But they've been in good form in general.
Yeah.
I think Kwangdong Freaks, you know, they hit their slump and they're needing redemption.
Yeah, I don't know whether looking towards this game for that redemption is going to be the right call. Maybe the match against Nongshim could be the way. I do need to do that thing that I like to do, though, and that is to talk about Bro. You can see them at the very bottom of the standings, but they are not out of playoff contention yet. If Kwangdong Freaks picks up a win, though, the Bros will be removed. And so, well, they're not going to. They're still going to play for the rest of the season, but they will not be in playoff contention. And so, I want our Bro Leavers to rise up and get behind D+ Kia. Because they're the only ones that are going to be able to keep them in it. Kwangdong Freaks will be able to just take Bro out of it because they just won't be able to catch up to their record. Let's have a look, though. DK fails to conquer the North versus Kwangdong Freaks in need to regain momentum, and that is absolutely true. I think that Kwangdong Freaks, they always have a good start, and then it all just kind of falls apart, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I was hoping this season would be different. It hasn't been so far, but I feel like it's important to say that their remaining schedule isn't actually that bad. You know, there's a lot of beatable teams when you look forwards. As you said, Nongshim coming up. There's a KT series. There's a series against BNK FearX. There's a DRX series. There's still very much a possibility for them to cement themselves into playoffs, but they need a revitalization. They don't even need to win against D+.
Nope.
I don't feel, but I want to see some good play from them. And D+, you know, they've come off the back of some rough series. Obviously didn't manage to beat T1, which was a pretty big hit. Last week managed to beat DRX, but lost to Hon Life Esports. So if there's a time where you can catch D+ off guard, this is it.
It absolutely is. I think that this could be their way back in as Showmaker of AP versus Bulldog of AD. Yeah, Showmaker has certainly been gravitating towards a few more of the AP picks. I think largely due to the fact that Lucid's Lee Sin and Vi are both extraordinarily powerful. They do like to play around more AD-based junglers. And Bulldog, he has been a fan of Tristana since he entered the LCK and before in Challenger as well. So it's understandable that he wants to be playing more of the ADs. And we'll see whether they've got anything prepared for us today in this game as far as being able to surprise us with some drafts. We know that CVMax certainly likes to do that. He might do it in game 1 and then run it back for game 2, even if they lose. It might be a thing that happens. We're going to be welcoming D+ Kia out into Lol Park first, though. They will be on our blue side to start this one off. And, of course, with the home team advantage, being able to get that side selection should be helpful here. I wonder whether that is going to prevent Quandong Freaks from having that good start in the series like they did in round 1. It did go the distance, and D+ needed to fight back from a game 1 deficit.
And D+ honestly could do with getting a 2-0 in this one.
Oh, yeah.
They are currently 1 game score ahead of T1, equal in series score. So that third place spot, getting choice of who you're playing against, is really helpful, especially because the first round is single elimination. It seems pretty hard to catch up with Honor Life Esports as of now. So I think focusing on just trying to get those wins in, trying to rank above T1 and getting that advantage is really the goal for D+. And I think righting the ship a bit, had a convincing series against Quandong Freaks, who Quandong Freaks haven't had a convincing series themselves in a while.
It has been quite some time, but the last time they did have one, it was with the gentleman in the support position, Andal. And he is back once again. Has struggled with his health a little bit throughout the last couple of seasons, to be honest. And once again has managed to overcome. And let's hope that he is going to look in fine form today, because I think he was a large reason why they were looking good at the beginning of the season as well.
And just what's crazy is that Quandong Freaks, the players, are certainly capable. We've seen that on display every single time.
Yeah.
They have talented players on this roster. They can play at a high level. They just need to bring that game today.
And I think this jungle matchup is going to be a big part of that as well. Of course, Cuz is the heart and soul of Quandong Freaks, and Lucid is really the hotshot in the jungle at the moment. These stats aren't necessarily leading us to any sort of realms of extraordinary excitement and happiness, but he's been put on Sejuani too many times.
I think the thing is he's been playing stuff like Vi, he's been playing stuff like Sejuani. DPM is going to be lower compared to people playing Zyra, you know, those brand picks as well.
Yeah, they're cheating, basically.
And also the farm numbers as well. It's not indicative. I think the main thing for me is that Lucid and Showmaker as a mid-jungle duo have been working really well together. You have mid-jungles like Canyon and Chovy, they're just both really good, but I feel like with Lucid and Showmaker, it's about how well they work together on top of being really strong performers. So if they get a good duo, if they bring out something like LeBlanc Lee Sin, you know they're going to pop off and take over games. And I think that is something that Quandong Freaks have struggled with massively, because when I think of those duos, the Vi Ari, those sort of combos, the last time Quandong Freaks played one of those, it fell flat on their face, and so often it's kind of like, okay, Bulldog will pick for him, and Cuz will pick for him, and you know, hopefully they both win, and they don't really...
They don't interact all that much. And I feel like DRX have had similar issues as well, like not quite finding the mid-jungle combinations that work out very well for them. Maybe Quandong Freaks have put in a little bit of time to get some practice alongside that. Doing a bit of a zoom in on Andal though, and I think he is the big change. They've been playing with Quantum for the last few series, and Andal is making his way back. And hopefully he's going to be able to have a good performance, because I think Andal, when he's performing well, is extraordinarily good. And Quantum, like, the difference here is, like, Andal has a 70% kill contribution when it comes to the support position. Andal, since he came in, under 40%. Hasn't really been able to create that impact, as CVMax, you can see, struggling in the hair department, but he's put all of that into his drafting, okay?
Yep. Didn't even have time to adjust the hair.
That's not about that. You know, you put the headset on, and it's not about how you look, it's about what you get done in this draft, and that's exactly where we're going right now. And in fact, you can see already G-Sun's pointing out there is a bit of a hair diff already in this series. Sorry, that's Yundo. I apologize, G-Sun. Would never comment about people's hair. Yundo all the time, just never stops. It's pretty ridiculous. Okay, Tristana going to be taken away from Bulldog. There goes the LeBlanc as well.
And I think this is an interesting start to the draft because these feel like very targeted bans, and our drafts haven't felt like that. Our drafts have been, what is OP? Rumble, Ezreal, Ashe. Rumble's banned, but Ezreal, Ashe still open and available. Vi still open and available, which we know D+ love playing. Lucid has said himself best Vi in the league, and he has made us believe it. We'll see.
Pretty good.
D+ end up banning the Renekton here. I mean, I feel like it has to be the Ezreal from Quantum Freaks. That is mandatory. And then it's given over a lot of power to D+, but you get a lot of power back. There's a lot of strong picks open and available at this point. It's the Vi. That is not, notably, that is not the Ezreal.
But it's also not Ashe. And Ashe has been sort of this accepted answer here in the LCK to the Ezreal. I want to caveat that with I don't think it's good. But it is one of these things where you can sort of bait aiming into arcane shifting forward and then hit him in the face with an arrow.
That has been done before to great effect.
Indeed.
We could just see like Ashe Sejuani come out here as the 1-2 from Quantum Freaks. We'll see if they opt to go in that direction. They're definitely probable. It seems like they're going to lock in this Ashe for Leaper.
I think Ashe is a good first call there, but I wouldn't mind the Sejuani.
Yeah, I think especially with the Vi band out, and you know the sort of picks that Lucid likes to lean on. Like, he could take Lee Sin, but I think because playing Sejuani in a Lee Sin, you're fine. Could even go in like a bit of a different direction and lean. We've seen Cuz have decent success on like the Nidalee.
What about Shyvana?
Yeah. Well, I think they do want to win, so...
Winning! Okay, well, maybe a blind Gnar then.
Yeah.
It's still looking a bit ambiguous when it comes to the wanting to win aspect.
I feel like Kingen hasn't as much generally been playing range top as others, but he still is able to bring it out, and I feel like that should be the approach here if you want to win lane up against this Gnar. Lucid toying with the idea of, yep, those are all the junglers we see pegged.
Yep. Certainly a bunch of the ones that Lucid has been playing. He's going to take away the Sejuani. Feels like a denial. You can also see that he's not too psyched about it. I think Kennen here for Kingen would make some sense.
Yep. You know, I feel like, especially with the Cassante and the Renekton band away, we've seen Kingen play a lot of Aatrox. You can play that into the Gnar, but it looks like they're toying with some other ideas here. Hovering the Karma, but actually might end up going for it. So looking for a strong lane in the bot lane does make you very reliant on that Sejuani for engage, and also you're not going to be able to answer the Gnar. So another question for Quantum Freaks, do they want to pick something up for Cuz now, or are they more focused on ensuring they have a good bot lane 2v2? They're looking at the Leona, so this gives a lot of strength to your engages, a lot of power, but the lane phase might be a bit rough. This could be a swap angle.
Yeah.
See if they opt into that.
All
Second rotation, I think D+ probably focusing on the junglers. And, I mean, we talked about the Kennen re-announcement to a Gnar. You certainly got to expect that'll be banned away.
I would assume so. And they've got a couple of ban slots in order to do it. A couple of other choices there at the same time. I mean, the Talia for Showmaker has been something he's relied upon. I think that it was banned a few times in their series against T1 as well, if memory serves. And so maybe getting rid of that could be a decent choice. But instead, they're going to take away the Jace.
You know, would you be worried about the Sylas? We saw Showmaker play it last time. It didn't really have that much impact, but Ashe, Gnar, and Leona, those are some high-tier ultimates that picked up. So.
And he picked the Sylas with a Gnar on his team.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a bit strange, and also had a decent game, if I remember correctly. Nidalee going to be taken away from Cuz. I think the jungle pool probably going to get thinned out a little bit more even, as the Twisted Fate taken away from Kingen as well. Not something that I'm really thinking about these days, but it is something that Kingen pioneered in the top lane here in the LCK.
Something that Showmaker can play. So
True.
perhaps concerned a little bit about that.
That's actually almost
dip.
Definitely a Showmaker ban. I apologize.
But Kennen's still open and available as an option. D+ have banned away that Nidalee and sort of deciding on what else they want. The Zyra could be an option, but they instead go for that Corki away from Bulldog.
So Tristana is still up.
Yeah. If you want to get a counter pick mid, I think that's completely fine. You know the jungle matchup, so I think maybe just take Cuz's jungler here. Zyra's still open, Ivan's still open.
Shyvana still open.
Yeah, I don't want to mention that one. I mean, I think at least in this situation, there's a lot of setup for the Shyvana, a lot of CC.
Cuz is he's playing with it, but it is going to be the Zac locked in. So
yeah,
that's a Cuz special. It's one that only he's really playing in the jungle.
Bit of an interesting one because, you know, when I see Zac, and I see an immobile AD carry in the enemy team, I'm like, oh, we're gaming. When I see an Ezreal in the other team, I'm like, are we gaming?
And also, when I see my opponent is Sejuani, I'm also not feeling like I'm gaming.
Yeah, decent ability to interrupt that, but there's a lot of engage potential from Quantum Freaks, I'll tell you that much. I think everyone on that team has some potential for it. Showmaker going to lock in the Azir, so definitely wanting to keep them at bay. Also has a great ability to stop the Zac from closing that gap.
I really want the Olaf, by the way. I feel like Olaf, you can run down the Gnar, and you can ignore the Zac. And you get the shields, exactly.
It's very Feast of Famine, but there's a lot of CC on the side of Quantum Freaks, and he would just be able to ignore that.
Ooh, from Viking to Pirate. Wait. That's a Lee Sin.
Is it going to be Sejuani top and the Lee Sin jungle? Is it going to be Lee Sin top and the Sejuani jungle?
Is it Sejuani mid lane, Karma jungle, Azir support?
We can only wonder. And now Bulldog trying to decide on what to play and goes with the Zeri. Some interesting compositions coming out here.
These are champions that have been picked.
Yeah, so, you know, like the Olaf Sejuani, they were kind of hovering. The theory behind that is obviously Olaf can stack up the passive very quickly. You can kind of sync that together. Lee Sin, Sejuani, punishing for the Gnar, but doesn't inspire as much confidence. But it really comes down to playing around that top side, having a lot of strength there. Ezreal Karma's going to have prior bot. You've got Nazir who's going to be fine in the mid lane. And then if you get to team fights, you'll be comfortable. Looks like they swapped last minute, so it's King in on the Lee Sin.
A bit of that Rascal flavor, actually. Of course, we have seen the Lee Sin top really dominate in a few matchups. It was Rascal that was the one really leveraging that. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether Kingen can do the same thing. I don't remember whether Kingen played a game or two, but we know that he does like to experiment there towards the top side. I'll do a little bit of research and have a look at whether it is something that he's done in the past, because my memory's just not what it used to be.
And you know, we've looked at a lot of matchups to punish the Gnar, being things like range matchups like Kennen that can trade into him. But the other side of the coin is these champions who can close the gap consistently, and Lee Sin is definitely one of those. If Lee Sin Sejuani get on this Gnar, he will die, and that's clearly the game plan here for D+K. On the other side, engage across the board for the side of Quantum Freaks. They want to be the ones who dictate fights. They're the ones who start it, and they have the 80 carries to clean up.
Well, looking forward to it. We do have confirmation as well. Kingen, 100% win rate on the Lee Sin. Let's get into game number 1. I feel like the chant leader for the Quantum Freaks was having a giggle halfway through his little chant there. I liked it. It really does add a little bit of jubilation to the beginning of this game, where D+ are already really aggressively moving into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they're looking to try and challenge here, and Aiming and Kellen going for a bit of cheese. I think
very cute.
I think Quantum Freaks are saying, look, we're just going to swap.
Yeah.
You know, we don't really have a choice in the situation. We've lost control of bot side. And that looks to be the strategy. They're leading on the back of this.
Yeah.
What if D+ have kind of disengaged, though. So I'm not sure how aware they are of the impact of their actions.
I feel like they know that this is going to be a lane swap. But I don't know whether it's necessarily something they were looking for. I think D+ would have really liked to have honest lanes, which is why Quantum Freaks, I think, probably very ready to go for this play. That is going to be the case. Ooh, Ships in the Night. As Cuz looking for a little bit of a start on the enemy blue buff.
Okay, well, they're definitely going to have an idea for now. The fact that Dudu's coming down to help out with this.
I'm getting a little bit confused now because there's 2 junglers on D+'s side, and now we're lane swapping, so I'm just... It's just odd. It's all right. Q going to miss. So Kingen's still getting his eye in. Kellen, he's going to go for his turn. Let's see how this one goes as the point-blank Q. That one's going to land, and Kingen somehow manages to skip through the minions. That was very nice. So the upgrade in accuracy, quite high.
Yep, just kind of bullying out Bulldog here, trying to make him have a hard time. Not that much fun, but it's this weird triple laning where you are sharing XP quite heavily, but if Bulldog can't get to lane, then he's not going to benefit. He is level 2, though, so you can't really go in this. Dudu is just hanging about.
Yep, Kellen just throwing Qs, being frustrating. I feel like the Karma can be pretty powerful in these lane swap scenarios as Kingen goes in once again. This level 1 experimentation of the Lee Sin is kind of working out, but there are 3 bad guys there. Cuz also in a little bit of trouble as the Sand Soldier's getting involved. Kingen was still on fire while he was looking for an angle to get back in, but he's still lurking. And he's still level 1. As now the Hawkshot is going to spot him out. Oh dear. He is, he's totally fine because there is a teleport coming into the bottom lane. Leaper is going to dive towards Kingen, who gets the heal from Kellen and uses Bulldog to taxi back to his teammate so he doesn't have to flash.
There's just no way that Kingen should have survived that passage of play.
Yeah, not even a little bit.
I really think Quantum Freaks kind of massively misplayed that in a couple of key moments. And now, Dudu's laning against Aiming, who's level 4. Showmaker TP top and grabbed a massive wave, so he's got the highest CS in the game. And I think Quantum Freaks have honestly kind of fumbled this a little bit. Kingen's going to grab some farm mid just to get some levels.
And we were talking about Rascal being the guy that played the Lee Sin top. He actually lost to Dundun last time around, which doesn't bode well for the Lee Sin. But I do want to go back to what I said before. Kingen doesn't know how to lose on Lee Sin. He has never done it.
Yep. Unfortunately, in this lane swap situation, he has kind of been left out to dry a bit.
Yeah, it is.
Now
It's going to be hard.
And, you know, doing his best.
Oh. Delicious? Delicious? Delicious. Delicious. Yeah, nailed it. Nice work, cuz. He's going to eat the corn chip, and everything's going to be A-okay. As Kingen's mid laner now.
Yeah, what a very weird start to the game.
Do you think it makes sense that he chose Tien's skin?
Yes. Based on how things have gone so far. I mean, he's been hitting the Qs pretty convincingly.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
In those early skirmishes. And now, finally, we're going to get normal lanes. Showmaker's a bit ahead of Bulldog. He's also going for the Grasp Azir to be a bit more bulky. Bot laners, pretty even. Andal even has an XP lead over Kellen, although there's a big wave, you might catch it up. And top lane, I think Dudu's a little bit ahead, but you will see Kingen. Actually, I think Kingen's going to pick up that wave and be ahead, so.
He'll be ahead in farm. I don't know whether he'll be ahead in
I think he's pretty close to level 4, so I think he'll be okay. Overall, nothing crazy has come from the lane swap, but I just think with how isolated Kingen was, Andal kind of, he went for the flash Q instead of the E flash, and I think if he E flash, he was just dead.
Oh, Aiming actually misses the W there as Andal goes in, finds the Shield of Daybreak. Aiming, holding onto the cleanse for now. That is certainly good.
Aiming.
The longer cooldown, it might have been a level 6 and a kill the aiming angle.
Yeah, last time Aiming was playing into an Ashe, he didn't go cleanse, he went barrier, and Kellen built Mikhail's first, and he died. This time it's like, no, I'm cleansing.
Well, now Kellen is taking a fair bit of damage. Aiming missing a few of these Qs. But there is a Sejuani making her way in alongside a Zac. And so just some tanks hitting each other with some buttons that don't really do anything.
But Ignite,
they're going to walk away.
Yeah, and it's actually really hard to kill a Karma without Ignite because she just mantra Ws you and she heals so much in the early skirmishes. So the fact they didn't get a kill there on a Karma, the fact they didn't even burn Flash, and obviously Aiming still has Cleanse and Flash, Quantum Freak's going to be in a little bit of a power deficit in lane as a result.
And now you've got Bulldog getting completely zoned away from a cannon minion that is not getting any aggro for now, and Showmaker's a bit annoyed about it. Once this, I
feel like he could have walked up to the wall just to the top left there and just done the extendo beam and got that cannon.
Might have been an angle. Sometimes, you know, these mid laners just don't know all of the strats, although they probably know that one.
Yeah. Either way, not having a good time in the mid lane. Obviously, Showmaker picked up that massive wave top, but even ignoring that, you know, Azir, a pretty punishing laner, he now has a 2-level lead over Bulldog.
Yeah, and Kellen's still being annoying, but kind of losing a bit of his health bar for it. First Drake going on over to D+, as True Shot Barrage is going to miss, but he does land the Q, and both of those, like an ultimate and a Q. The Q does about the same amount of damage here on the Ezreal, so that's just totally fine. Kingen going to at least spot that Cuz took some grubs. All three of them going on over to the Zac to start this one up. So bottom side belonging to D+, top side though is secured here by Quantum Freaks. And Lucy just continuing to farm things out. We're otherwise not going to have too much of a kerfuffle in the early phase. It was like a pseudo lane swap, like an almost lane swap, and then not really a lane swap.
Yeah, they were just kind of toying with the idea.
It almost looked like they didn't really know where to go and then finally settled as Kingan's going to miss a cannon, and that is because Cuz was making his way over. Good self-control there from the Lee Sin. He may not have seen the cannon as well.
Yeah, he sensed it.
He is Lee Sin though, so that would make some sense.
Now see Andal making a move up here, and Kellen's a bit late, so they should just be able to get this blue disengaged from the situation. Lucid gonna obviously spot that it's gone, but can't really do anything about it.
Yep.
Quantum Freak's making some good moves there.
It's a weird timing to get that Andal roam up because there's not really anything else to look for outside of the enemy blue buff. But they are at least going to be able to grab that. Showmaker also back towards his tank Azir ways. He did deviate when we did see a fair bit of grasp Azir from other players, like BDD for example. Showmaker was still playing like fleet footwork and stuff like that. But this time around, he is committed.
Yeah, I wonder how tanky he'll go, because the popular thing has been grasp, but then kind of like the bruisery build.
Yep.
But he's into a very AD-heavy team composition with 2 AD carries. I could see him going back to like the Frozen Heart we saw when we first brought it out. We'll get to see, you know, what he wants to opt for. It definitely makes you so durable into a composition like this. And with an Ezreal on your team, you're never lacking for damage.
And yeah, aiming not lacking for damage either, is actually able to hit it onto Andal. As True Shot Barrage does fly forward. Showmaker is just kind of dominating this mid lane. Every time we see it, he's getting further and further ahead. Elastic Slingshot being charged, but Showmaker, I think, knows exactly what's going on, shifts the sands, gets himself out. So Cuz not going to be successful on that first gank.
This is my concern about the Zac pick, is who are you going to jump on? And who you're realistically going to be able to get on top of?
Well, Lucid is now here, and so Cuz going to have to back away, so Cuz goes for the Stretch Armstrong, and he does have stretchy arms, but that's all he's going to demonstrate.
Yeah, even Karma, you know, can speed herself up, and it's pretty tricky to pin down.
Is Lee Sin mobile? Oh yeah, I guess he kind of is, isn't he?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit mobile. So Lucid's also mobile. He's going to have to flash out of the way as Cuz is bouncing.
Not sure what the game plan was there from Lucid. He like gets into the wolf pit and it's like, I'm here.
Haha!
Didn't really think it through.
No, I was a bit perplexed myself. That's fine. I like the gusto. As Showmaker,
it's cool. He forced Bulldog to come over, and maybe he missed like a couple of CS on the wave. So that was the strategy.
Causing Bulldog to miss CS is not something they've been struggling with. As Lucid is going to get out of the way of the Elastic Slingshot once again. Ha! Mobility.
Yeah.
Showmaker's going to get his third plate.
Well, mid's going badly. At least top is going okay so far. We haven't really seen Lucid King and set up this duo in the top side, partially due to the lane shenanigans. It looks like the focus now is towards the bot lane.
As Andal's going to go in. Some W's landing here. As in goes the Elastic Slingshot once again. Glacial Prison goes down though as Cuz he's getting smaller and smaller, and he will be divided cellularly. As Aiming's going to be able to take this last one. There it goes. First blood onto the Zac. And we're still perplexed as to why it was picked. Yeah. Oh, Leap is going to have to flash. Andal also going to have to flash. That is a scary piggy. And D+. I mean, that's just winning bottom lane, right?
Yeah, I think, look, sometimes in a game, there's power picks. We always know there's power picks that are in the meta that are really hard to deal with. And sometimes you're like, look, we'll leave it open because we got an answer. But never would I thought the answer to Ezreal would have been Zac. And I think it's apparent. I just don't see how he's supposed to connect these like, you know, we finally engage here. He comes in a range, but they've already disengaged. Lucid's there to interrupt him, and then they just turn it around and kill him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think D+ did anything particularly complicated here. They just played their champions.
They did. And they did it well. They hit the abilities.
Well, but it wasn't, you know,
well, there's an arrow onto Lucid. He has frost armor, so he keeps himself alive for quite some time, but still he's going to go down. Bulldog collects that kill. The first one for Quantum Freaks goes to the Zeri. That is good news. As now Kingan looking for an angle, misses the Q though onto Andal, so he's not getting in there. Quantum Freaks now looking for 6 grubs as well, and if they can lock this down, will be great for them. But there is a Hextech Drake alive as well. Could be the trade here for D+, as now Kingan and Showmaker with some free time in this mid lane, and there is only a couple of plates left in this turret.
Also this turret.
Yeah.
Yeah, not doing well in the plate department. The fancy plates have kind of been smashed already for Quantum Freaks. They've got to get out like the reserve ones.
Yeah, bit of a Greek wedding. It's all right, Dudu just going to be snagged by a Q, but otherwise he should be okay. Decent Narbar positioning there as well, as now Aiming getting in amongst it. The Manganar will be coming in. The W comes down, True Shot Barrage is there, and Dudu is now just stranded. There's the Q. And you saw the True Shot Barrage damage, right? Yeah, it was about the same as that Q.
Yeah, pretty much. Triforce already completed for this Ezreal. You know, we've seen Ezreal, when he falls behind, he gets these items and he's still such a menace. But when an Ezreal has 140 CS at 13 minutes, 2 kills and a full tower worth of plates, it's not going to be a fun time for Quantum Freaks.
Do you think that Aiming might get the most gold this game? Is Bulldog's just going to come over and execute Kellen? I'm not sure what Kellen's idea was there, but Lucid's going to come on in. Bulldog gonna get flashed on by Aiming. The last couple of autos are going to do it. He just stands his ground. He wanted Cuz to come over to him. The Stretch Armstrong comes through, and the arrow is going to sail into the Sejuani, and Showmaker's here, guys. So I don't think that Quantum Freaks are going to be able to answer back too much. So Bulldog will be executed, Aiming grabbing even more gold. Our Uribank Gold King, I think will be officially crowned. Wasn't he? He was already officially crowned. And so he's going to be more than officially crowned as the Mega Gold King of the Year.
Does he become like the Gold Emperor after some point? Does it keep ascending? You know?
Maybe he just goes up the ranks.
Yeah.
He is going to be the universe dominator of the gold.
Yeah. It's like when you're a kid and it's like, oh, you know, well, I'm the king, and then you have to one up, you know, in the arguments. He just keeps going to go further. Oh, TP flank coming in.
All right.
From Kingin.
Let's see whether Kingin can actually find a good kick angle here, as Cuz going to get spotted on that control ward. There is the delivery of Leaper, and he's Ash. He doesn't have flash. He's not getting out of this one. As now Bulldog, he might get sent over the wall, and he will. Kingin has his waiting arms there, and that is going to be the Tempest to take him down. Oh man, D+ just kind of turning it on.
One of the beautiful things with Lee Sin top lane is that you just get a TP into a flank angle. Lee Sin jungle never gets to do that.
Yeah.
And so comes straight in, gets a beautiful kick on a Leaper, and things quickly falling apart for the Quantum Freaks. Some autoing, some good autoing. Just tanks the Zac combo. It's like, I've already got the Triforce self, I'm fine.
Yeah. He finds the W, finds a whole bunch of extra damage. Just tells him to get out of there, and now we're going to check out Kingin's flank angle. This was beautifully done. A little bit of a reposition there with the safeguard.
That was slick. Yeah. That was pretty slick. You know, I feel like moments like that, you can definitely tell he's practiced the pick. He wanted to bring it out.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, 100% win rate.
Yeah, the shuffle into Kingin's waiting arms.
And Kellen's taking the blob for a walk. As when a Karma can sort of walk into the enemy jungle with impunity, that's when you know things are going well for the Karma's team.
Wow, look at that gold lead between the 80 carries.
That's weird. Is that a thing that Aiming often does?
Well, at least it's only a pick like Ezreal. You haven't seen him be that strong before.
Wait, walking into the enemy jungle with impunity, maybe not the right move, but the Glacial Prison goes down. Now it's Kingin finding the angle. True Shot Barrage connects and takes out the Ashe. And so they'll trade 80 carry. Oh, and jungle perhaps. There's the safeguard kick. And the Cell Division is going to once again be taken out. There it is. Kill goes over to Aiming, as of course it does. Aiming now going to reposition. Great toggle on the vision from Jonah Strong there, as well as Andel's going to be wiped out. And yeah, D+ should not get Ezreal, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad we're learning this new information that Ezreal perhaps should be banned. Oh, he's top on damage dealt, he's top on kills, he's top on gold earned. You know what? With one saving grace is that he had so much gold, his Manamune isn't stacked, right? By the time he bought it. Normally, like, you see people finish off as fully stacked. It's like, okay, it's go time. Nope, still not stacked. He's just that fed. He hasn't had time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so Kellen,
the worthy sacrifice, I guess.
Yeah, and then this ult, the Q ult, the damage that did is just a little bit ridiculous.
And that wasn't even W empowered.
No.
Oh, God.
No, just yeah.
Yeah, Kingin finding another really nice angle there as Aiming clears up that kill, and the Arcane Shift gets him into the darkness, as we saw, thanks to Jonah Strong, and Dudu not going to be able to do anything. Lucid just there to play bouncer. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, it is now a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, in the AD carry role or overall?
And look at this from Showmaker as well. He was listening to you, my friend.
Oh yeah, he saw the... So, okay, so now you have Kingen, who's mobile, and he's going to be a bruiser. Lucid is a tank. Showmaker is a tank. Kellen, you can kill him. He's just going to die.
Yeah.
We've seen that already.
Yeah.
And Aiming, who's playing a super fed Ezreal, who's going to be incredibly hard to pin down. Well,
I think it might be a tough ask for Kwangdong Freaks to win this game.
Yeah. I think...
As Andal might be caught out because he's going to be there. He does rocket his way over. There's a really nice Mikhails from Kellen, though, as Aiming, he's just raining the damage down. He doesn't even need to press an ult button because he's just going to kill everyone. Lucid trying to get himself out of there, but that's a triple kill for Aiming. It's going to be a quadra. He's hitting everything as well. There's that quadra kill that we were talking about. Kingen's dead. But now Dudu is just trying to walk his way out. Lucid might just sacrifice himself for the will of the Penta. And yeah, the thumbs up comes through, so I don't think Dudu's going to be dying. So just going to have to be aiming, settling for a quadra kill. Yeah, 9-0-1 on the Ezreal.
Thank God for that. I think if Dudu had gone down there and had gotten the Penta, I think this game would have been completely over, whereas now the game is...
completely over. I did like your angle, though. That was almost a glass half full. All right, Showmaker realizing that he's going to have to try and vacate the area. Teleport to come through onto the Sun Disc, but Showmaker does not have very much. Oh my goodness, this safeguard was so good. Not going to quite be enough, though. Now King is going to get rammed into the wall and destroyed. This Sun Disc is getting a lot of work done, though.
Oh,
so congratulations for that. And the aiming values coming in as well. Just throws the ultimate into Narnia because sometimes you have to let them survive.
Yeah.
If you want to play the game for as long as possible, you know, it's like, please don't surrender, I'm having a good time.
Exactly, you've just gotten this fed, you got your items. You want to pop off. It's a nice Mikhails cleanse from Kellen, the self cleanse.
Oh, even hits that that Q onto the Zac who was trying to get on over. Penta.
Such an aiming move. Immediately Arcane shifts over. Zero hesitation.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
and
solo killed
the solo bolo. We might need a replay to explain that one. Although Dudu was very low.
Wow. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, that's a really nice cleanse from aiming. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive. All right, they're going to get crashed into by Shelly as the solo-killing monster Lucid just comes on over. He's going to get another charge here as well. That was gorgeous. We thought that Peanuts drifting past the turret was cool. That was cooler. That's the double headbutt. D+ are now taking an inhibitor at 20 minutes into the game. We want to remind everyone as well that this was our longest game of the season. Last time these two teams met, we broke that record, and now, yeah, this one's over at 21 minutes. An absolute shellacking. Just true domination, and Dudu is just going to get stunned in the air. Showmaker getting a bit confused and thrown around, but he's not taking very much damage. Emperor's Divide gets rid of the Zac. True Shot Barrage is flying through as well. It is very early in this game, and their health bars are going exceptionally low, but the Cell Division comes through once again. D+, they are so low, and now they're going to have to try and get out. The Extendo Beam, let's see whether that can get the work done. I can hear the Kwangdong Freaks fans. They are going ballistic. As aiming, he has to dodge it. He finds the kill. And now, Lucid, you're going to have to get out of there, buddy. I don't think this one's happening. But still, I think the message has been received. Aiming's real. I mean, just shut down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. They still have a whole Nexus left in their base.
That's true. There's also a ward on it. There are no teleports available.
Oh, they're getting a Mountain Dragon, you know.
Well,
maybe.
We'll have to see. That Lee Sin Q is not from a Lee Sin that can actually smite. So that's okay. Not going to cost them. And
you know, it's a big comeback. All the gold is only on one person. I feel like if Ezreal was in this game...
How many cleanses does aiming need, by the way?
All of them.
Okay.
I would be feeling a lot more optimistic about the chances of Quantum Freaks if this was any other AD carry in the entire game. Even Zeri. I actually even think, like, Zeri would probably still be over, but I'd feel better about it.
He even got the auto attack off.
재미없네.
What a boring game.
He's locking in Lee Sin. It's like, it's my time to shine. He gets swapped on, and then he, you know, he got that cool kick, I guess.
He did get a cool kick, but he really wanted to do some more stuff that was like going to be game-changing, and unfortunately, aiming is kind of
playing Ezreal.
Yeah, he's doing the main character thing.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of Ezrealing.
And now he's got Cleanse, QSS, and Mikhail's.
Oh yeah, I think he needed all of those.
Yeah,
certainly.
Just so that he can Arcane Shift forward as much as he likes.
Yep.
He will never be CC'd. And although he will be CC'd for a great many days. Aiming going to be able to find it there as the Arcane Shift's over. Let's Bounce comes on through. That's a beautiful kick onto Bulldog. And it's another double here as Aiming looks for it. He actually thought that he just killed Leaper there. He did! And he did! Because the red buff finishes him off. He also takes down the cannon. That's very important. Dudu running for the hills because he knows that's what he has to do. Just avoid giving quadras and pentas to Aiming. And that is going to be precisely what he's going to do. Dudu and Cuz now on the fountain. The Nexus is in trouble. The flash forward from Lucid. And Aiming still trying to find a few of these, but I don't think he's going to be getting a penta because the game is over, ladies and gentlemen. D+, they got Ezreal.
Yeah, sometimes games like these need to happen so we can learn, right? All the viewers...
That was last series as well. We learned a lot.
Exactly, and we learned from this that you should ban Ezreal, and that was new information that we didn't know before. I think before this, we were a little bit uncertain. I don't think anyone's really commented on the strength of Ezreal. I think it's kind of been blown under the radar.
Yeah.
Whereas now, I think it's so easy to say, particularly against players who are proficient on it like Aiming. I'm going to say this, Mike. This is crazy. I think you have to ban Ezreal.
Whoa!
Wow.
So you're saying that maybe the LeBlanc ban didn't need to be...
No, the LeBlanc ban was pretty good. I'm not going to lie. But I think you need to find something and go, you know what? We don't need all these bans. We need to find an Ezreal ban somewhere. Because honestly, I mean, there was a lot of issues in the game. I feel like some things went wrong. The swap, I think, was navigated better by D+. But I don't know what else to, you know, sometimes, like damages and everything, but sometimes it is.
That's basically quadruple the damage of Leaper.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say that that's in the pros column for D+. I think Aiming had a pretty good one. I think he might be getting POG for this game, but I also think the Quantum Freaks will relish the chance to move over to the blue side and avoid this first pick Ezreal thing from happening again. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that down. We're going to have game 2. We'll see you there.
레오나 보자. 로플.
야, 근데 자크만 조심.
레오나 보자.
달리지 마. 자크 뒤에 있고. 나 미카엘 봐줄게, 하라면. 나 미카엘 못 쳤다, 형. 그렇게.
야, 이거 제리 풀 수 있네.
제리.
야, 펜타?
제리 하라면 펜타 줘야지.
얘 못 잡았어. 끝내자. 잡았네. 펜타 주세요.
펜타 줘야지.
펜타 주나요? 야 이 자식아 펜타 줘.
아래?
보스?
보스! 아래? 이니시 보여줄게. 이니시 큐 펄. 야 밀어야 될 것 같아. 넥서스.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데이자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 걷는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상식주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here once again to show you guys why you should not let Ezreal be allowed in drafts, because especially when you give it to guys named Aiming and other players here in the LCK, you lose the game. So D plus Kia start off with a very nice win here in game 1. Thoughts on that one?
I'm not normally the guy to go into heavy on drafts. I feel like there's a, there's a lot of opinions that come in. There's a lot of stuff. And we'll talk about Lee in a little bit. Aiming plays 2 champions, and if he gets those champions, he wins. The team wins. But if he gets Ezreal, you don't win ever. Give him Ashe. His Ashe isn't
win. It's still a professional game of League of Legends.
Yeah, technically, Wolf. How do you feel about it?
No, I really don't think they should be giving this guy
just
Ezreal.
Leave the LeBlanc open.
When Ezreal was a very niche, very rare pick, he played it a lot in high-stakes matches and popped off and carried. Now that Ezreal is extremely overtuned until we move to our next patch next week, probably just don't let this guy have it. Yeah, you banned the Vi. Well, he played Lee Sin anyways. And, well, they played Lee Sin anyways. I thought he was going to flex. I thought he was going to flex it to jungle and they were going to play Sejuani top. It got a little bit weird. The laning phase should have gone way better than it did. But it didn't matter. Eventually, we were like, oh, it's just Aiming's game.
Yeah, I really think the LeBlanc, as good as it is for DK and as obnoxious as it is to play into, I feel like there's more avenues. Like, find a counterplan to that. There is no counterplan because Ezreal's overtuned and it's one of Aiming's best champions. Then the Lee, I think, is really cool. Obviously, the lane swap kind of boomed it, but in theory, once you get level 6, you have enough damage to always threaten an all-in on Mininar. You go Ravenous Hydra first, so you have basically a second health bar when you activate your W, so you can go in really aggressively and punish him way better than a lot of other characters can if you ever hit a Q. That didn't matter at all. It's not relevant.
One final note on the draft, don't play Zac into Ezreal. That's not a good idea. I know cuz like back in the Longzhu days, he loves this pick. He's played it a few times this season in weird moments, or this year, I should say.
If Aiming was on Ashe, would have been great.
Yeah, I don't pick that one into the Ezreal because he can just arcane shift away. He got hit by it once. But,
yeah, it's almost like he let it happen one time. He's like, well, I mean, you picked Zac. I guess I'll just give you this one. Also, Sejuani is very good into Zac. You Arcane Assault is jump. Anyway, we are going to take a look at this fight that we did have. This was already when Aiming was extremely fed. And, nice angle here from Kingen to get things started.
Yeah, Kingen ensures that, and at this point there's already, like 2k gold lead, but all of that gold is on Aiming at the beginning of this fight isn't really there. But unfortunately for Kwangdong, I think this is yet another example of, like, this draft doesn't work when you fall behind, because you have Zac, you have Zeri, right? You have Leona, all of these very forward-facing type of champions, and it just doesn't do anything when you fall behind, and your laning phase just hasn't been good enough, and then you're also given over some of the strongest picks on this current patch.
I mean, the Showmaker looked a little bit annoyed he wasn't the main character because he often is on this comp, but he crushed lane, right? So that's another issue, right? You mentioned this Showmaker absolutely smashed lane, so you have that pressure there. It's just a really rough time, and the Ashe is so immobile. The Lee Sin, even though he didn't win lane and wasn't that relevant on the map early, can just kind of get on top of you and blow you up or kick you into the team. So I don't know. This draft really didn't hit for me. And CVMAX drafts, in the past, sometimes we've been really wowed by them, but the last few weeks, I think it's part of the struggles we're seeing for Kwangdong. He's just not giving them the right tools.
It's a bit more swingy, and unfortunately, we're at this part of the swing, which is unfortunate for Kwangdong. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, which is where Aiming almost gets a penta, and I mean, he had 9 kills at the end of this.
This is really more of a commentary of the state of the game than it is a highlight.
It's very deep.
Right? No, I mean, not even remotely, but that's what it is. Nothing that happens in this warrants any discussion besides the fact that Ezreal is insanely
He's great at Ezreal.
fed.
Well, yeah, I mean,
yep, very true.
You give him a front line, and then he just, as his name suggests, he aims his Qs, and when those hit, it's a lot of damage. It's pretty overtuned at the moment. It's a little bit sad he didn't get the penta here. I would argue that the play that happens after this in whoops.
Luce is like, oh, I can get it for you. No, I didn't.
I would argue the play that happens a little bit later on near the Wolves is more impressive from Aiming, but this one was the one that the straw that broke the camel's back. Well, it was kind of like it was a little bit, maybe it was like 10 minutes before that, but you know what I mean. This was like the fine. We had to get 2 clips. I don't know.
We made it through it. Unlike the Guangdong Freaks. Let's take a look at DK's POG here for game number 1. As I do wonder, I am very... it was aiming!
45% of damage!
He almost hit the 2k DPM.
Yeah, actually, compared to Paze's game, I feel like this is a little bit lackluster. Better in KDA, but I think worse in DPM, if I remember correctly.
45% of team's damage with Azir.
Team, let's collectively not give the 80 carries that play Ezreal, because he is super and like on the next patch, just so everyone knows, he's getting a 10% nerf, but like Karthus, nerfs to Ezreal's Q are a really big part of why he's strong, because he Qs so much. So hopefully it's going to make him a little bit more fair. We already saw him played previous to the patch, and he will still maintain his ult buffs as well as his attack damage growth, so I don't think he's going anywhere. But I don't think he'll be this busted. I think hats off to aiming. Like, for as much flack as we give him, when he gets his pick,
Is that a protest vote? Is that a protest vote? Like, legitimately.
Kellen did play clean game of Karma, but I don't...
It doesn't matter.
I don't...
They maybe accidentally put the X on the wrong spot?
Okay, no, I get it. Because
right next to the bottom lane.
No, I don't get it. If Ox votes aiming, aiming is the correct vote. There's no way around it. You gotta.
There was no other choice. It doesn't matter if the Karma had 3 kills. Like, it's... Yeah.
Could have gone for like a Lee Sin vote because it's funny, because it's new. It's
it's fun. It's cool.
Yeah. We were actually expecting that a little bit.
Yeah, actually, I was hoping someone would just be like,
he legitimately
"You're cool,
was protesting Ezreal." He's like, "I can't believe you let Ezreal through."
Honestly,
I'm not voting for Ezreal.
That's based.
Yeah, pretty based from Right Media, I guess. Guys, we're done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Someone go and check on Right Media. I think that was definitely a cry for help.
I actually think there was one other vote you could do that I think if someone did it, it'd be like, fair enough. And that was Lucid, because he did the cool drive-by.
He did.
He had some good moments. If Right Media had gone that, I'd be like, that's pretty based, I'm a big Lucid fan, Chronicler not so much, so maybe he wouldn't have...
Kellen's initiation was really good.
Kellen just kept walking in the enemy jungle and dying.
Yeah. But it started all the fights that they won. What's up, Kuro? How you doing? Supporting his teammates.
Maybe it was the shock calling vote, because he's like, he saw Kellen speaking. He's like, Kellen's like, kill that guy aiming, and aiming does it.
Yeah. Promoting his replay match that's coming up this week. Of course, Replay was always good, but I think that the group of players that they have in this season of Replay is pretty second to none. I've been a huge Prey fan forever, of course. I could talk about Score for about 400 years. Kuro, such a lovely man. So it is just really, really fun. So I would recommend checking it out. And Kuro also going to be getting married soon, and then did want to come back and play professionally afterwards, which is... pretty cool, pretty fun. Well, you'll have to check out Replay to see whether he is at the level. As we will dive into this draft, we have LeBlanc and Vi both banned away. Remember, Quantum Freaks, they're on the blue side. And so we can have the same bans, and then they pick the Ezreal, and everything's fine.
Yep, they'll just handshake it, and D+ will be like, let's not ban Ezreal. I mean, to be fair, I think there are things that can make Ezreal harder to play, and there is Zac. I think if they leave Ezreal open, I don't expect D+ to pick Zac into it. But this is an Ezreal first pick for Quantum Freaks. And now we get to see what D+ will go in Xian. So we've seen aiming play the Ashe. We had one really good game on it, one not so good game on it. Been a bit hit or miss, but it's definitely been what people have responded to into the Ezreal when they have left it open, as we saw in the last game. Gonna prioritize... No more Lee Sin.
Renekton Nidalee.
Renekton Nidalee. No more Lee Sin, though. No more fun for King. Well, I guess Kingen probably enjoys playing Renekton. So.
How do you know that Kingen's going to play Renekton?
Oh, true. How do we know?
We don't.
We never know.
I lost my hair to a Showmaker Renekton performance. But that was with a Nidalee. It wasn't piloted by Lucid. Lucid is now hovering by his own volition.
Yeah, he's asking, can I have fun? And they're like, no, you have to pick Sejuani. And he's like, you know what, I'll just pick Ashe. I won't even pick my jungler yet. Ashe going to come out for aiming in this situation. And on red side, you have that counter pick potential. We saw the Leona Ashe into the Karma Ezreal not really pop off. not really able to find too much presence in that lane. So hopefully they do something different to try and ensure that Aimee and Kellen have a good matchup from the Ezreal. And Cuz looks like he wants to deny the Nidalee away.
That is what he's going to do. We'll see what they pair it with, because if this is Nidalee Corki, I'm going to feel less enthused. And it is going to be Nidalee Corki.
All the skill shots, you know?
Yeah.
If all of them fire skill shots at the same time in slightly offset from each other, how can you dodge them all?
That's true. One of them will land. That is going to be the Leona lock.
I like that.
So
It will secure some of those skill shots with the CC. Ezreal Leona really strong. The thing is, though, it does expose you to a potential counter pick. Kellen could whip out the Renata. Or, you know, Alistar's also a good matchup too. He's had some good games on that. But maybe they're just going to leave that until later. And it looks like they're opting instead for the Viego, potentially.
I think that could certainly lead towards some bans on things like the Ahri, stuff like that, but instead the Renata.
Yeah, Kellen Renata, he's been pretty insane on this pick, and also the Ashe Renata. A pretty suffocating lane to play into as a melee support. You know, if you...
Oh, yeah.
Unless you can go in and 100% kill them, and it may come down to one missed Ezreal Q will be the difference maker. If you're not able to do that, then you're just getting harassed constantly throughout that time. Now, ban's coming through. Jack's been denied, so D+ not allowing Dudu to play that pick that people often like to take in a Renekton, because you can just block his stun. Sejuani ban coming through, no Renekton Sejuani for Lucid.
I would assume that perhaps a Gnar ban comes in second for D+.
I think it kind of depends what your game plan is, because if your game plan is to heavily pressure top, you could punish the Gnar.
That is true.
Whereas something like Poppy would be a lot harder to punish. It kind of feels like they're getting rid of picks that can just soften Renekton and hold him back. I feel like the Gnar pick would be pretty dangerous. I mean, especially with Cassante also banned away as well. Feels like they want to set up some easy dives to the top side.
Well, I could imagine that Lucid is pretty happy because the Sejuani is banned and so is the Maokai. So we might have to play something that's actually somewhat enjoyable, which I think would be very cool. Corki going to be locked in first, though, for Showmaker. That is going to deny the wombo combo of the Nidalee Corki. All of that setup and power is no longer there for Bulldog and Cuz.
Yeah, I wonder if Bulldog's going to pick out another AD carry in the mid lane, but actually this could be a flex, and they put the Ezreal mid and take the Ziggs in the bot lane?
That would be better than Ziggs Nidalee. I feel like that's not a thing.
I think that's what they're going for here.
I kind of like it.
Ziggs into a mobile champions as well. You just do the little alley-oop with the ultimate. If Leona hits any CC, you have that poke. Very poke-heavy composition. And the thing is, D+, so far, don't really have much engage other than the Ashe Arrow, which can be cleansed. Looks like Quantum Freaks are going to lean towards the Gnar, though. You don't know the jungle pick. You know you're into Renekton. This could be a bit of a danger point for Dudu. But looks like he is feeling confident with it and will lock it in.
What kind of magic damage-based jungler is Lucid going to... Shyvana. Watch it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think this is a great Shyvana composition, but we'll see.
Oh, Zyra would be better. It doesn't feel like a Lucid champion, but we are going to lock it in.
You know?
And so now you've got Zyra Corki, which is a lot of damage, especially in the mid-game, and the setup for the Zyra's Grasping Roots can actually be pretty strong with the Renekton.
We'll
so,
see
good angle.
Ziggs Ezreal's going, because they're kind of...
I don't want the Ziggs to be mid.
Yeah.
I think that would be mid.
You know, I feel like there's a lot of strong picks. Like, I think Ziggs into what D+ have is good. I think Ezreal into what D+ have is good. But I think the cohesion for Quantum Freaks, you know, make me a little bit hesitant. But I think D+ Kia, I'm a little bit concerned about them closing the gap onto the composition of Quantum Freaks. You know, they kind of lack engage outside of the Ashe Arrow. And especially if people have cleanses, if people have ways of getting away from it, you might just be receiving a ton of poke without really a great response.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how Quantum Freaks are going to be able to play this one out, though, because it is a very different look. They do have the Ezreal themselves, which is definitely a good thing. It was something that Leaper was really leaning on earlier in the season. Finds some decent angles on this champion. We wouldn't put him up there with our top Ezreal players. We have quite a few of them here in the LCK, especially with the quite meteoric rise of pays on his Ezreal as well, but he might be challenging for 5th, which would be pretty good, considering the amount of players that are very, very good at it. But this is also a terrifying composition if you are to get into a team fight with them having control of an area. We'll see how we go. Jump into the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a Hallow's End Zyra skin as well. It's been a while since we've seen that one. Little gravestones that you can put up. Pretty cute.
Pretty nifty. I think the thing I'm really concerned here for Quantum Freaks is you have a Nidalee, and we've seen, you know, Kingen piling acting pretty well in the top lane against Nars. The bot lane is double ranged against ranged melee. The mid lane is Corki against not Corki and not Lucian. So I feel like because you can see already so much aggression from D+, I think Cuz might have a bad time. And I think this is kind of part of the issue that Quantum Freaks have had is when it comes to mid-jungle duos, combinations, you think that makes sense. I can see why you put those two champions together. They don't really have that. It's like Bulldog likes, you know, he does like his AD carries, but, you know, he'll also lean on those mages. And then Cuz is like, I want to play Nidalee.
Yeah.
But if they navigate the early game well, if they manage to get through the laning phase okay, I do think that the poke trio is going to be hard for D+ to deal with. But that's the big question. They are going to go for a lane swap, which I think makes complete sense in this situation. Let's hope. We've seen some rough lane swaps, I'd say, recently, where, you know, you understand why the teams are trying to do it, you understand what they're going for, and then the execution is just a million miles off.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work. Thankfully, there's no Ivern in this game, so we can't get sad about that. With the camps being just brutally taken down, as I thought the spear was about to hit Dudu. It was a friendly spear.
Andal is 0-6 on Leona, and Cuz is 5-0 on Nidalee. So which is stronger? Well, the 0-6 is more, but
yeah. Ooh,
one of the streaks is being ended.
Exactly. Let's see whether it's the positive or the negative. There's already a bit of a shove being set up here. Of course, we know that in the top lane, you're not likely to get too many plates because of all of the protection for the turret. Still, they're going to be able to get all of this experience off the map and go for a little bit of a transition back with a couple of levels under their belt, which is going to feel a little bit better. Demolish, though, for Kellen means that they're going to be doing a fair bit of work to this bottom outer turret.
Yep, as you should be in this situation. When you want the 2v2 bot, you got to expect there's a potential swap coming in, and the Demolish makes a big difference in taking that. So we see that the essential takeaway is they dip out and avoid the rough early levels. But in terms of catching XP, Kingen is going to get a lot here.
Yeah. We'll be able to get a lot of the XP. These minions are in really awkward ranges as far as actually being able to pick up the last hits.
You know, Kingen's level 3 and Dudu's still, he's just now hit level 2, so that hasn't panned out. They've lost 2 plates bot.
So it's 400 gold is kind of the sacrifice here for getting Leaper and Andal out of this early game. And we'll have to see whether that is actually going to be okay, because we do know that, I mean, Ash Renata sounds like a horrible thing to deal with even now. But at level 1, it is also pretty terrible.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about the impact that's happened top lane with Kingen getting so much XP on the back of that TP. Sometimes it can be a bit risky TPing in there. If they're waiting to punish, we've seen that time and time before. You TP in, instantly get dove. But the setup wasn't there, and as a result, he really got rewarded for that and has an entire level lead over Dudu. And now they're setting this up with a big wave crash. You can see Cuz is running over. If Dudu gets dove here, his game is over.
Yeah, he's still level 2. Level 4 here for Kingen. Yeah, he needs this wave. He absolutely needs this wave. And there's the flash forward. Grasping Roots comes in. This is exactly what we were talking about. As the spear is going to connect onto Kingen, the dash forward. Cuz gets a little bit back. And there is a teleport to come through here. Lucid could be in trouble as Cuz gets the flash out. The spear needs to land. It does not. So Cuz gonna have to back away still. Big answer there as Dudu is able to teleport back and pick up most of this wave.
Yep, I think the big thing is Cuz being there allows him to TP back in, doesn't get redove. Kingen and Lucid are forced away, and Cuz getting a kill, and now he can get some damage on Showmaker.
Yep, Spear is going to miss though. So Cuz gonna have to hop over the wall, but Showmaker follows him. He does have very little of the blue stuff, but Cuz just gets over that wall, primarily surges himself back up to somewhat of a health bar, and we'll just go back home. Ooh, looking for a spear. That's going to stop the back of Showmaker. Kind of annoying.
And actually, Bulldog gets some time on the tower. He should just... I'm not sure if he can get a full play here, but if he gets the empowered auto in the tower, it actually does so much.
Oh, yeah.
So I can definitely prep it for later. And I feel like in games with the Ziggs, it doesn't matter which lane's tower, but you want a tower to get low so you can just walk over and satchel it. And yeah, I mean, this was a good setup from D+, but unfortunately, Kingen flashes in, does the double roll to just burst him, and then the minion block means he eats the spear.
Yeah, that was actually
follow up.
Pretty tragic, because if that spear doesn't land, then Cuz doesn't get any of this.
With the TP, it doesn't end up being too bad for Dudu, and the fact that they're forced away, so Cuz getting there in time to recover the play. And honestly, I think with how bad top was, I think it's actually panned out better now for Dudu.
Oh, much better. And he's now ahead in farm. We'll be crashing a wave in, so Kingen should be able to answer that. But the fact that the levels are not completely skewed like they were before is certainly good news. Speaking of which, Dudu throwing some boomerangs around and trying to get some hyper procs, as we've got Lucid securing these grubs. Kingen should be able to hold this wave into a pretty decent position for himself. That's certainly good news on that top side, as Aiming and Kellen have been a little quiet. You can see that the Ezreal doing a pretty good job as far as lane is concerned. It's actually ahead in farm by just a little bit. We'll be even when this this wave is equalized.
And that's the sort of situation that you get from basically doing the swap of on nearly levels. Can be really advantageous and just give you a lot more breathing room, because I think champions like Leona, level 3, I mean even level 2, but normally what happens in like a standard lane playing out, you don't get to touch the wave early because it's double ranged and they're so strong, Ashe and Renata. And then they get level 3 when you get, unfortunately misses. They get level 3 when you're still level 1 in the tower, and if you get dove, the game is just over. Whereas level 3, for Leona, you're such a threat. If Kellen missteps, he will just die.
Well, didn't misstep that time around, as Dudu still has flash. There's a Stranglethorn.
Oh, the plant!
This one up, and the plant gives him the hop! Oh, no! That was beautiful.
Backfire there. I think Dudu was just hoping for the best, thinking maybe I'll have to flash, and then the plant appears and gives him the little trampoline bounce to get away.
Yeah, wow. That's well played by Dudu, but a little bit unfortunate there for Lucid. And so he's not going to be able to get too much. Of course, he's still leading as far as camps are concerned in the jungle, so the Zyra doing what it says on the tin, but still wants to be able to try and fight in this top lane a little bit more than they are. This Renekton wanting to get value so that Kingen can be that big front line later in the game. As we know that Renekton, if he's behind, really just doesn't feel like he does very much at all. It's okay, Solar Flare this time not going to really connect as Andal takes a big journey under the turret, but it's Kellen that's going to be the one that receives the death. And Kwandong Freaks, they move to 2 versus 1 in those kill scores. This bottom lane going way better.
Nice setup there from Andal. This is the danger. You know, you're playing Renata, Ashe, but the Ashe is the one with the cleanse. Renata doesn't have that summoner. You're a vulnerable target, and the damage, the burst from Leona Ezreal is just absurd at level 6 in particular.
Beautifully done. And so now the 2v2 working out very well for Kwandong Freaks. They're already putting on a fair bit of pressure. I think Cuz getting that kill, big deal for him as we check it out one more time.
Yep, and I think Kellen should have just flashed the ult initially, but was like, you know, he dodged it, didn't get stunned, but it was the slow was enough for Andal to follow up. And I love that Andal immediately flashed out to avoid the return kill.
As Kingen gone a little aggressive here. We'll be able to eat most of the wave with that Cull the Meek. We'll just head back. Just wanted to put on as much pressure as he possibly could. Successful in that regard, as he still has a decent CS lead. This game is so much closer than what we saw in game number 1. Only 400 gold in it, but there is a Drake over to Kwandong Freaks.
And honestly, I think if Kwandong Freaks aren't behind at this point, I think they're pretty comfortable. They also early Ocean Dragon, one of the best in the game. Oh, nice.
Nice handshake. True Shot Barrage.
Not surprised.
Spear almost hits.
Not surprised when it's Kellen. His handshakes have been super good, but early Ocean Dragon, so powerful in the laning phase. Definitely one of the dragons that falls off pretty hard, but getting one while you're still actually in the lanes can make such a big difference. Just that extra sustain.
Showmaker is pretty confident on Corki. We have known him as a Corki player for quite some time. Not necessarily as much as, you know, players like Chovy, for example, this season, but certainly was one of the early adopters of the Corki. So it's good to see him playing with the confidence that we're used to seeing.
Beautiful walk strategy there from Dudu.
Yeah. It's getting a little bit rough for Bulldog in the mid lane. And now Lucid set up for something here in this top side of the map.
Yeah, it's close to Mega, so this is risky.
Well, they're going to do it again. Stranglethorns does come in as Dudu gets the Nara into the wall. Kingin is going to tank that last turret shot. Lucid tries to get in front, but it's just not going to be enough. And now Cuz looking to transition to another kill this time, as the screw is not going to quite connect there. Lucid going to flash as now looks for the return, but doesn't quite get there. Cuz throws out a optimistic spear. And now Leaper doesn't have the ultimate, so isn't going to be out of fish.
Once again, a beautiful read from Cuz on the timing. The dive is being set up, able to make the counterplay. And Dudu, unfortunately, getting knocked up by the Stranglethorns when he couldn't immediately stun Kingin. But it didn't matter. Cuz is still there to clean up. Can't take down Lucid once again, but they will definitely be happy with the outcome there. And now, Quantum Freaks are setting up on this top lane tower. And I would love to see Bulldog if he can make a move over just to satchel it, but I don't think it's going to be necessary.
Yeah, as Arrow going to connect here on to Dudu. He has to get out. Does have to use the flash this time around. Didn't have to use it topside. I think if he did, then maybe he was just dead in that play. Thankfully, didn't have to. And so therefore will at least keep his life. Is now Lucid. He wants to try for it once again. Grasping Roots does go wide. The plant's getting angry, but Dudu, man, he has got some footwork today.
Yeah, and it looks like E+ going to win out on this, especially with the Demolish in the bot lane, so they will be getting the first tower.
Yeah.
Actually, the Ziggs ult is
not able to get that last one, so that is first tower blood going over to D+. Quantum Freak's going to have to settle for second. That is going to be taken there. Still, I think that Quantum going to be quite okay with how this game is going right now. True Shot Barrage sails past its teammates and is going to be able to stop Aiming's back. Nicely done. That might be able to get them another Drake.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to recall regardless, so the setup's good. Leaper's already coming back on the map with a Triforce. Timing's pretty nice, and thanks to the people showing up mid and just helping Bulldog out, he's got the shove. And Showmaker, you have to defend your tower against the Ziggs. You can't give him any opportunity to pre-hit it, or it is just gone.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be just gone as well. The Drake down to about 50% right now. You can see the rotation over, but they're a little bit late. I have a feeling that DK not going to be able to quite get in here in time as Kellen takes a bouncing bomb to the noggin. And that is going to be Cuz with the fadeaway. That locks down the second Drake and a Hex-Tech Soul this game as well.
It's always a powerful Soul, but with a comp like this with a lot of long-range poke, suffocating.
Oh yeah.
It's just game is over if Quantum Freaks get it. And
Ezreal is pretty good.
Yeah. In stock of the game, we're now at a point where Quantum Freaks have managed to navigate the lanes okay. Gold is pretty even. They have 2 dragons. Oh, Kellen.
Yeah, that's a decent handshake once again as the hostile takeover comes in. We'll see whether Kellen's going to be able to survive. And the answer is no. The bailout, it comes forward. They're trying to fight this one out as Leaper. He's going to fall. Aiming now looking to try and kite out Andal. He does use the Zenith Blade to try and close the gap, but he is still very dead. And that's a double kill for Aiming's Ash.
Overzealous play, you know, D+ had the backing of their jungler there. They thought Kellen was alone. And unfortunately, Cuz was not on the map, so Leaper and Andal look for something, and they find far more than they bargained for.
That wasn't what they wanted, as now Aiming able to come over and collect himself a red buff before he goes back home. Just purchased his Kraken Slayer. We'll see how close to item number 2 he's going to be able to get off the back of this one as we check out the play once again.
And you know, in this situation, if the stun connects from the ult, this play works so seamlessly because you just one-shot Kellen. He doesn't even get to pop W, but because he didn't get stunned by the initial ult, he gets the handshake, he stalls it out. The rest of the team are able to come up and they're able to get the cleanup. So good moves from Kellen, even though he goes down, he made that play work. And now TP coming through, Kingin and Showmaker here. Andal, I think they're just dead.
Yeah, the double TP to come forward. Mega Inferno Bomb does come down as Lucid's in so much trouble. Right in the back of the pit there is the Gnar onto Showmaker as well, but Dudu's taking so much damage. Aiming is untouched. They do manage to get the Zyra, but now Aiming with that barrier is able to lock down the Ezreal. Bulldog trying to get as much damage down as he can. Kingin is fighting with the Rift Herald. Cuz is there, he's got Smite, so he'll be able to take that one out. It is a 2 for 2 in the end. Oh, 2 for 1 actually, but they do manage to get themselves the Herald, so Quantum Freak's kind of okay with it.
Very scrappy there in that passage of play. D+ managed to edge out in terms of kills, but Herald goes over. We'll see what impact they can make. I think when a Ziggs is on your team, you can always get impact from a Herald. But here, the focus ends up kind of split. Lucid does get challenged here, and Andal finds this combo, but the nullifying orb, the rune, actually keeps him alive a lot longer than you'd expect. The ult from Dudu doesn't quite stun Showmaker, so he gets taken down, and aiming, challenging Leaper here, walking up to the Ezreal, taking him out. And even though everyone's low, in these situations when they're running away, it's quite hard to land those Qs on the Ziggs, so not able to clean up there. D+ now with a slight gold lead, but Herald in pocket for Quantum Freaks to get some value from. I think honestly, mid, if you throw it down there and you satchel, it is gone.
I would agree. I think this is it's a big moment for Quantum Freaks. I think that if they can keep things in order, they should be okay. But the fact that aiming and Showmaker are still absolutely huge in this game, it's a scary prospect.
Yeah, and as well, Quantum Freaks, their team fights are so skill shot reliant.
Oh, yeah.
You could easily see a team fight just completely imploding simply because, you know, Bulldog missed a Q, or Leaper did. So definitely a high skill cap composition they are playing right now. And they really have to be consistent on what they're connecting with, because if they don't, Showmaker and Naming, they will just auto you down.
See whether they get the opportunity to do so, because I also think that having a Zyra there can be pretty devastating as well. You were mentioning that this mid lane turret could certainly be pretty close to death.
It's not quite in range.
As Arrow going to connect onto the Ziggs. There's the flash forward. Stranglethorns goes down, but the satchel is gorgeous. And Bulldog's able to get himself out with the help of his flash as well. 1 minute on this dragon, and that means that Bulldog will not have the flash available for that fight.
It is a trade of flashes though, and I think, you know, you can play Ziggs at such a long range. Lucid is going to have to push up. He is flashless. If they connect the Leona ult onto Lucid, we could just see Bulldog throwing the ult on top of him again. He could be taken out of the fight extremely quickly.
But
so we'll have to
does a Zyra care if she dies, as long as she gets off the ultimate?
Well, that's the thing. They have to try and make sure she dies before she gets the ultimate off.
Aha!
But I think in terms of securing the dragon, you're going to struggle without your Zyra.
That is a very good point. Aiming now has his Phantom Dancer completed. That's what he's opted in for. We've seen a few static shivs.
It's a big spike.
But it's, yeah, 2 items.
Leaper's not quite at his 2-item spike. Neither is Showmaker, to be fair, but Aiming definitely feeling very strong right now around this objective.
And 10 seconds until that one is going to be up and available. Soul Point will be huge for Quantum Freaks if they can get it. And D+, this vision so incredibly important because they need to try and deny being fish in a barrel. And Kellen going to get hit by that spear. And Cuz, I mean, he's a big deal. He's 2-0-1. Leandri's already in hand. He's got a Hextech cookie as well. And they've started off this dragon. Let's see whether Cuz can actually land a couple of spears to try and get on over here. They wanted to take down this Rift Scuttler. You can see D+, Showmaker playing bouncer. The arrow is going to fly in. A bit of a zoning arrow there, actually kind of working out. But Bulldog's going to take this turret in the top side. And the Ziggs getting so much value. Outer goes down in mid as well. Absolutely worth here for Quantum Freak.
I think it's the right decision. You know, you have your Ezreal just shy of that big spike you want to play around. You've seen Aiming, so it's got some massive items. Why rush it? You have the 2-dragon advantage. You can get that top lane tier 2, get a ton of gold on your Ziggs. You can get that mid lane tier 1. Structurally, the map is so heavily in favor of Quantum Freaks now with those extra tower pickups. And also, your mid tier 1 is healthy and you have a Ziggs Ezreal on your team. That thing is not going to go down easy.
Oh no.
I think Quantum Freaks made the right call. Yes, they could have risked it on the fight. But as you said, you know, very skill shot relied. If you mis-execute, that could just be the game. They took the surefire play.
I like it. Aiming now, parking himself in mid, but doesn't have the safety of that outer turret, so you can see he has to back away quite a distance to make sure that he's safe. Showmaker farming with these rockets on the top side. At least Bulldog's not going to have free time with the inhibitor turret. That is certainly good. So Quantum Freak's in a fair bit of control, even though the gold is completely even. We're ticking over 20 minutes into the game, and it is 34k apiece.
Oh, Kingen is on this flank angle. Hasn't been spotted. Aiming. He's going to look for an arrow. Eventually, they end up not going for it. Cleanse available on Leaper does make it hard. I think Leaper's backing now for the Manamune spike is fully stacked. Bulldog very close to Horizon focus, second item. These are some big item spikes you can definitely play around. Arrow comes through.
Yeah, it's going to connect onto the flashless Ziggs. Sidestep from Lucid. He finds the grasping roots, Stranglethorns, but he gets the satchel off. Large damage from that Mega Inferno Bomb, but now the flash forward from Showmaker. Can he get it? Yes, he can. And that is going to be some revenge there for Showmaker from the mid lane. And 2-0-1 now on this Corki. He'll go back. He'll get that Mirror Mana, or the Manamune, because that tier is not quite stacked up yet.
Oh, he's been...
True Shot Barrage.
Yeah. I will say,
the Riot Games logo.
Against a Zyra, you always have to be a little bit concerned, like, oh, could they Baron off the back of this? But Showmaker solo and mana, so much damage done. Actually, they're starting this up, but they are going to get spotted.
Yeah,
it should be enough to force them off it. That being said, they're still going. They know Lucid is low, and he wouldn't have had time to back. But I think this is too risky.
Yeah, they do get themselves out of there.
They force a TP. They can be happy they got something out of it. But yeah, I think ultimately Showmaker being so low on mana and Lucid so low on health meant that there was no chance D+ could get anything off the back of that kill. It was just a kill. Yep. So Quantum Freak's not too upset about that one going down.
Bit of a gnar there from Dudu, who does have a couple of waves of a lead over King in here as far as the farm is concerned. Haven't seen too much from our top laners though. I think it'll be largely about what they can get done in these team fights. Looking for second items for both of them. As aiming, we're going to check this out one more time. Throwing this arrow.
Yeah, and I just think he didn't react soon enough so that he could satchel himself out of the way of the arrow. He does satchel himself a large distance out so he can not get the follow-up. Showmaker flashes though, and I think Cuz was coming in with a heal. Or maybe, yeah, you saw him use it just on himself after that, so just not in time to heal him. Maybe he could have flash healed him, but at that point it's like, not sure if he would have decided it's worth it, or obviously thought he was going to get in range anyway. But either way, it is a kill for Showmaker, but it's not really going to change the state of the game as of now. It's a minute 20 on that Dragon, and you can see D+ are setting up vision around Baron, trying to deny that. Very risky to go for a Baron against this Quantum Freaks comp, especially with D+ on red side. You're going to be in a barrel. You're going to be fish in a barrel.
And that's not good.
That is not good. That's not what you want to be. There's still a lot of wards over there from Quantum Freaks, so they can really focus attention down towards this Dragon. And if they secure this third one, it'll be a massive boon for them. The stats from Hextech Dragons, ability haste and attack speed, great for like an Ezreal. Even like Nidalee and Ziggs are pretty happy with it, but getting one away from that soul puts so much pressure on D+. And they just recalled. You can see Lucid recalling now.
Yeah.
They don't have control of this area. They have to face check into poke.
And they did want to get some items, right? There's a Vampiric Scepter now completed for aiming, looking for a Bloodthirster as item number 3 by the looks. And they have Hawkshot, so at least there's that, as Arrow is going to get the flash out from Andil. True Shot Barrage comes on through. That's going to sail by. Looked very cool. Isn't actually very useful, as now Lucid going to get hit by a whole bunch of abilities. Was that a satchel charge that got him out of the Solar Flare?
Got him out of the ult, bit of anti-synergy there.
That kind of looked a little bit like Lucid became Ziggs for a second and satcheled himself. It was very weird, as Showmaker's going to get snagged by an arrow, a spear, and that is going to probably just send D+ away from this Dragon.
Yep, your one engaged tool is the Ash Arrow. It's already been burned. You are late to the objective. You get poked out. You can see that. I don't think they can do anything here. I think it's just gone. And this is the problem I think D+'s comp has into Quantum Freaks. You don't have great engage options. You are outranged heavily. If they ever get set up first in objective because you're late, you know, they went to buy after going topside, you just can't do anything. And now they are one Dragon away from Soul. We've seen how suffocating it is if you're getting hit by these skill shots. You add the Hextech Soul. I mean, I don't even need to explain how over it feel after that. So D+ are in a very precarious position in this game right now.
Yeah, I think they need to play pretty heavily towards this Baron. You can see moving towards the top side, wanting to put pressure onto Dudu. He knows exactly what's going on though. Control Ward is going to be taken out, but did its job. The
problem I see is, you know, the Ash Arrow picks, that is your angle. You know, you get someone to come over, you fire the arrow, you follow up. But other than that, your engage isn't fantastic. If you start the Baron, your turn isn't great. And, you know, as I said before, you can't be in the pit against this team. So if Quantum Freaks play it slow, play it careful, they should be in a great spot. D+ are trying to get a pick on a Bulldog again. He has flash, though. He should not die to this. He's wary.
Leap has done a lot of damage. That's what we're checking out as far as stats are concerned, as aiming comes on over, and they do just rush this wave down.
but it's a Ziggs.
Yeah, I think the wave should be kind of fine. Yeah,
that is what Ziggs does, you know?
There were still bombs left.
Yeah. Yeah, but he overpaid, but he's fine, you know? He left a big tip.
Yeah, so we're not going to be sieging this anymore, I don't think, on the side of D+. But what else are they going to do? Is the arrow is just going to look like it's frustratingly sent towards Andal, and he just walks. Don't even know whether he consciously tried to avoid it, but he did. And now, Kwangdong Freaks, they're going to start up the Baron. And
you can scatter with the plants.
Yeah, Lucid gets a plant in there. That's going to see what's going on, like you were talking about.
There's no pressure on Kwangdong Freaks. You don't need to rush down the Baron. You're in complete control.
Well, Grasping Roots not going to quite find Andal there.
But they'll just keep pushing and prodding, seeing if they can force D+ to make a mistake. But they're not really in a rush to make anything happen right now. They do need to be careful. They get caught in this choke. This could be dangerous against a Renata.
Yeah, we just haven't seen very much of the Renata's power, right? Because they get to fan out. They get to just throw poke in.
Yeah.
And you're not really trying to death ball engage.
Yeah.
Which is what the Renata is really useful for. So I want to commend once again Kwangdong Freaks for this draft choice. But also the way they're playing this out.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it gets to this point, it's so hard for D+. But there were angles for them to find momentum early. I think Cuz did such a fantastic job of shutting down the dives top. And the concerns about lanes, you know, they were alleviated. So this game could have been very different. D+ could have just blown this out of the water and been already finishing the game now. But because of how things played out, Kwangdong Freaks played a smart one. Oh,
yeah, well, Arrow, once again, not going to find anything as Dudu just gets out of there. Will secure their blue buff.
Part of the problem with trying to make these engages work on the Ash Arrow is so many mobile members of Kwangdong Freaks. You know, even Ziggs has a satchel and he's the easiest target. Andal has the Warmog's extra movement speed, and then obviously the other three all have dashes. Leaper even has cleanse, so they're throwing these out, and this is what D+ should be doing. They should be frequently throwing these ults out to try and burn summoners, to try and catch people. It's just not working.
No, not quite. And Bulldog very safely just farming into King in here, as we can see. Just going as long range as possible, just doesn't even hit. He was throwing that bouncing bomb from such high range. There's now Kellen just doing what he can to try and get some vision down. Let's have that Warmog's completed. It's one of the tankiest Renatas I've seen. But doesn't have very many resistances, so still will go down very, very quickly if he is ever caught out of position. That's why you can see a lot of people with him when he is on his little vision adventures.
Yeah, Bulldog just picked up Leandri's, so a lot of health stack is on the side of D+.
Cool, Grasping Root going to connect onto Leaper.
Yeah, he wants to get the recall. Not a TP Ezreal, so might slow him. Oh, man. Might slow him on to getting on the map, but it is an Ezreal with Hex Gates. So it shouldn't slow him down too much. You can see D+ learned their lesson from last time. They are setting up around the dragon as soon as possible.
Yep.
Lucid picking up the honey fruit. They know this has to be done. If they're there late again, they just lose soul.
And Arrow going to be flying out once again. As Bulldog not going to be hand shook either.
I feel like aiming's making decent attempts. Like none of the ults are that wide. It's just it's not easy to consistently hit them at a distance. That hits. I remember there's a Ziggs ult. So Lucid, you're almost in kill range.
He's basically dead man walking. There's a flash out from Andal. Wanting to avoid the handshakes that are coming in from Kellen. Spear going to miss. There are a couple of Bloodthirsters picked up by the 80 carries of D+. Will be able to help keep Showmaker and aiming healthy.
If they knew that Lucid was there, if they stopped him from coming back. They don't know he's recalled yet. Dudu is on this flank angle.
Yeah. And Kellen, I mean, precarious. The positioning here from sort of everyone right now as the Dragon's getting a little bit mad. Kingen dealing with the minion wave in mid lane. Lucid gets back Hex Gates, and one heck of a thing. That's going to help him out. These spears all need to be avoided. As soon as one of them lands, I think that's just soul.
Yeah.
Going over to Kwangdong Freaks. And there is one of them. Kellen is just dead. He flashes forward. Kingen finding the backline there as well. And it's a decent ulti from Lucid, but in goes Dudu. He'll find the crush. He'll find the wallop. And out goes Lucid from the fight. Showmaker can't do anything. And I think we're going to game number 3 as Kwangdong Freaks will secure the Hextech Soul.
Felt like the pressure was just building up. Skill shots being thrown out. The combo connects on a Kellen. And then the explosion of the fight. Kwangdong Freaks managed to clutch it out though. Managed to win it. Managed to get Soul. And now looking at Baron. This game is firmly in their hands.
And I want to go back to the draft when we saw the Renekton locked in and the Nidalee hovered and they didn't lock it. It could have been the Nidalee on the other side, but instead Cuz says, no. You're not going to get Renekton Nidalee. I will take this one away, and Cuz has looked absolutely fantastic. There goes the Baron. Very comfortably secured here by the Kwangdong Freaks. And D+ just... There's just nothing they can really do to close the gap without the arrow.
Yeah, I mean, this satchel into the Mystic Shot. Leaper gets caught by the ultimate, cleanses it, and then disengages. Bulldog flashes out. Kingen actually does a lot of work, but the follow-up's not there, and Judu comes in huge on this Gnar. Showmaker trying to make things happen, but the Ezreal damage is just absurd.
Yeah, I don't know how one of those rockets missed Leaper. I think it went through it.
I guess he leaped over it.
Yeah, I guess Ezreal is even more overpowered than I originally thought.
And now in the situation where, with the Hextech Soul, if some of this poke lands, the impact is so big because anytime D+ are remotely close to each other, you just AoE slowing the whole team.
Yep.
One bit of poke lands, okay, well, now they're slowed. Next bit of poke lands. You know, you land a Nidalee Spear, that's going to lead into a Ziggs Q, an Ezreal Mystic Shot. It's just becomes so much harder. Now, Kwangdong Freaks are down sums, but so are D+. And again, the lack of engage tools is a struggle, but if they find a big arrow from aiming, now is the time.
Well, Leaper is just going to try and throw all of his burst onto Showmaker. True Shot Barrage goes wide, though. So Showmaker will be alive for now. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. There is hope for days. And Kwangdong Freaks, yeah, Cuz even going to land that spear onto aiming.
It's brutal.
Yeah, it is. It's not looking very fun. There's also a Mega Gnar that's just traipsing his way down this top lane. And he is not really being answered. There is King in there, but Kwangdong Freaks, they'll just be able to satchel all of these turrets. D+ spread way too thin, as now Kellen going for a weird flanky angle, but nothing much to be found as 2 inhibs have been removed. We're looking for a teleport angle. Let's see whether King can actually get himself in. He flashes for it, and he's just by himself. He's going to be ripped to shreds. Mega Inferno Bombs up once again! And the bailout is on aiming, but he's just dead. Not getting out of this one. Bulldog, a massive game on this Ziggs. And Showmaker is just going to be torn from the rift. Kwangdong Freaks, welcome back to the LCK. We missed you.
Really solid performance there. I think multiple things went right for them. I think the draft worked effectively. The Ezreal, you know, obviously left open, a bit disrespectful from D+, but the poke-heavy composition, and our concern was those early lanes, but they navigated it well, and Cuz in particular showed up top when he needed to, and then when it came to those dragon setups, they knew what they had to do. They got there early, D+ was late, and it ended up backfiring massively, and now Kwangdong Freaks, you know, they've been in a bit of a slump, but playing like this, it's realistic to see them taking down D+, and that'd be a massive scalp to take.
100%. You can see Quantum there sitting in the back as well, just in case Andal runs into any extra problems. But I don't think after this one that Andal's going anywhere. Kwangdong Freaks looking pretty good, and I like that they made adjustments. This is something that we've said, is that Kwangdong Freaks haven't been a team that have adjusted during a series very well. But this, I feel like they made the right choices. I think this was more on D+, on their decisions made, especially in the draft phase. Not quite getting them into a position to have a way forward if those early dives top don't work. But they didn't, and it was mitigated beautifully by Kwangdong Freaks. So I don't want to take anything away and say, oh, draft difference and things like this, because I think Kwangdong Freaks, they had a plan, and it worked so much better in the late game.
Yeah, you know, obviously D+ to just win with Ezreal in game 1, but the expectation is a stronger team with Ezreal will win. Kwangdong Freaks still had some hurdles to navigate, and they did very well. I will say, though, for D+, you need to be able to lock down an Ezreal if you don't let it open, but I think just ban it. It's a simple option.
Yeah, banning it sounds like a good move. They can move back to the blue side now, but we're going to move to a break. When we get back, the Space is going to break it down, and we'll be there for the last game of the series.
생각해. 오케이. 야, 이번 여기서 길게 할 생각하자. H 정 없어서. 텔 봐줘. 천천히 해봐. 야, 볼게. 해봐. 레네 높여. 레네 잡아. 야, 보자. 갑니다. 박아. 알았어. 나 줄게. 나 점프 있어. 걔풀 몰라. 풀 없어. 높여. 나이스. 우리 스테판도 잘 하면 될 듯? 잘해보자. 이길 수 있어. 오케이. 나이스.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a straight daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still I'm still
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2, which Kwangdong Freaks were able to get the upset and take down, all due to a very strong draft we thought here on the space. What do you guys think about this one from CV Max?
All right, let's get right into it. Again, I'm not a fan of calling games over in draft, but I think that this is one hand a really good trap set by Kwangdong, but also DK kind of going for it and falling face first into it. First of all, that Ashe should have been an Italy pick. Obviously, Bulldog can go Ezreal mid, and then you play into Ashe Ezreal, but I don't think that's that likely. And then the Renata was the start of where you were like, oh boy,
yeah,
this isn't going to end well.
I really feel like Kelton's been relying on this pick when it's not the best option, right? I think there were a lot of other picks they could have gone for here. The Braum specifically would have had a much stronger lane. But it is really bad into Ezreal and Italy. The Leona, that part's fine, right? But you're opening yourself up to range problems, and then they lock in the Ziggs, and now you just can't do anything into this team.
And you end up as DK, because you also go for the Corki. Honestly, I would have rather seen Lysandra at that point. So you end up with Corki, and then because like 5 junglers are banned, this isn't really like, 4 junglers, if you count the Poppy, right? It ends up being 5. So Lucid doesn't really have anything to go to. So you have no engage from the jungle, and at that point, like, you can try to play Zac, but playing Zac in Italy is a disaster. And if we look at the Drakes as well, we're going to keep the draft up because it is so insanely hard to do anything as the comp of the... Because look at this composition. Outside of aiming, who I think, like, he didn't hit arrows, but realistically, he shouldn't, because there is so much safety on the side of Kwangdong. Like, you're just never going to be able to ever walk up to an objective, and you have no engage.
You can't get in there, and Cuz protected the top lane really well. That's where D+ tried to play through the Renekton, and he actually was able to catch a lot of those ganks. So Cuz puts out the fires there. Obviously, in the mid to late game, while you have the Drake lead, you can give Drakes and actually keep pushing with your Ziggs, so you can take turrets off the map, you can constantly push. Bulldog did a great job of opening the map up when we reached that mid game, and then did a bunch of poke damage because he got money from turrets and time spent in the side lane. He was down on CS for a majority of that game. Doesn't matter, though, because his impact was way higher than Showmaker's when it came to team fights.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this was a return to Quantum Freaks. They looked good on the blue side. Seemed like they knew what to do on the blue side. DK also, they were given Ezreal on the blue side. They seemed to know what to do on the blue side, but couldn't quite figure out what to do on the red side a couple of times. We can take a look at highlight number 2 and see how it all culminated in a big win for Kwangdong.
Just look at this. If you have a Nautilus...
Watch the engage from Kellen.
And like, I don't envy Kellen because someone's got to step up. I don't think it should be him. And I think we also see that even with this desperate attempt, it was close. Maybe if you get the Strangleforms, but I think Lucid also... Again, looks his best on proactive jungler. Syra is a very different playstyle. I don't think he looks too comfortable on the pick. But I think that both of these teams are insanely volatile in how good they look, depending on both draft and in Kwangdong's case, also in gameplay. I think DK has gotten a lot more consistent. So this third game is going to come down to it as well. Like, even the Ezreal in game 1 felt like it was over from that point.
I will say, though, I think D+ looked like the better team, even with that weak draft. Like, the last fight was much closer than I think it should have been. Really great buffer of the channel of the ultimate there from Kellen. They do have the engage with the Renekton. And Kwangdong had some big leads, but couldn't actually push them very well. Obviously, they've still won the game, but I do think that when you consider the way this played out, D+ do look like the stronger team, even with a bad draft. So going back to blue side, I think they do have a pretty good chance to close it out.
Yeah, you would imagine so, but let's see who does take the POG here for game number 2 on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It will be Cuz for his flawless Nidalee performance here in the second game.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think anyone on the top side was really solid because his timings were extremely solid. So every single time that the dive was set up towards top side, at the very least, they were trading for it. So it was never a one-sided take. I think Dude had great team fights, and Bulldog, in terms of the poke that he landed around in team fights, I think was the biggest contributor in that regard.
Yeah, I think patching the hole in the top side was really the big issue, because the Renekton had a huge lead in experience, and there were definitely some issues up there that he put out. And then in these team fights, you know, he was able to put out a decent amount of damage. I don't think the fights were necessarily about him, but he also was the one who went over and secured the Drakes with the prio they had. So I think there's an argument to be made for mid and top. Like I said, there's an argument to be made for mid, and I'm surprised there's no top votes.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think it makes sense that Cuz gets it, but I stand by my vote. I think the Ziggs was a large part of the problems that DK faced, and I'm happy.
Yeah, it's definitely a better vote than Right Media in Game 1. I'll give you that. But yeah, that was Quantum Freaks tying up the series here. We are going to have D plus Kia moving over to the blue side for game number 3. This is something we very much expected and is the right choice. Yeah, he's been losing it a little bit.
It's been a rough series. He probably was thinking they were going to lose that game with a big draft gap. I say ban Ezreal. Ban Ezreal on red side.
Ban Ezreal, let them have LeBlanc. And this match really matters, particularly for Guangdong. Like, right now, they are not in line for playoffs. They've been overtaken by BNK, so if they don't get the win here, I don't know. This is where they need to stop the Guangdong collapse and get back into playoffs form.
Yeah, I do agree with you guys. I think the Ezreal needs to be banned, but CV Max has been a little stubborn in the past, so we'll see if he does figure it out here for game number 3. As we are ready, let's hand it over to the casters for the game number 3.
Don't worry about it, Valdez. They've got Zach. If they lock in an Ezreal, it's all gonna be A-okay. I am expecting that an Ezreal ban will come through. Also, I do want to say that I was expecting that to be a little bit more all over the place as far as POG votes. I wasn't expecting the clean sweep from Cuz, so yeah. I'm right there with Chronicler.
I mean, I'm a Ziggs enjoyer, so I respect the vote for him, but I just think those 2 ganks, those 2 dives in the top lane, I think really solidified it for me.
Well deserved, but I wasn't expecting like this was going to be like whoa. This
there was a lot
crazy.
Of good performers, you know. But I think people kind of honed in on that. But yeah, I mean overall the draft worked. They managed to navigate the early game, but red side now going to cause some potential difficulties for them.
Yeah,
don't have as much freedom with bans. And honestly, Chronicler said he thinks they should give up the LeBlanc. I think maybe they should give up the Vi. I think it's hard. It's always hard in these situations, but I think we can categorically say you're definitely banning Rumble, you're definitely banning Ezreal.
Yep.
Right? Question is the third one.
I think maybe you just don't have to worry about the Vi situation, because if it's first picked, I think you can draft around it. So I think you might be right. The LeBlanc is going to stick around.
That's the thing as well, is you can deny the Vi. If they first pick something else, you can deny it. But LeBlanc is like a showmaker pick. You know, you're not going to pick that up for Bulldog, at least I don't think. There's the Ezreal, and the third ban will be Rumble. Hopefully. I say nervously.
Letting that one through would be another error.
That would be out of the frying pan and into the fire, quite literally.
Well, Ashe is going to be banned this time around, so the Cassante was banned in the first round in Game 1, alongside the Tristana and the Renekton. So this time the change-up is going to be the Ashe.
So Cassante open for the first time, because D+ have been banning it. They respected Dusante.
Understandable.
This is too much deliberation for my liking. They banned the Vibe, but now it's Rumble first pick. You can see Kingen speaking.
I'm going to write in Rumble on my little sheet.
Yeah. You know, they're taking time just to double check. They did leave Rumble open. Really? Wow. They left it open? Yep. Well, let's lock it in.
Yep. They were like, there's a bug. It's not gray. And as it turns out, it's just pickable. We're going to go another Yordle. Ninja Yordle versus Mech Rider Yordle. Or an Aatrox. That sounds optimistic.
You know, I honestly, all these picks are kind of meta, which is giving me more concern, because if Dudu brought something crazy that we'd never seen before out, maybe.
Like Cassante?
Yeah, not so much. Maybe there was like some wacky pick we've never thought of that he's going to bring out into it, but when it's just Cassante, it's like, no, they don't have that.
Yeah.
Also, the thing with leaving Rumble open is you're like, okay, what do we get for it? Well, Cassante wasn't going to get picked away. Zeri, you're just going to play into aiming Kai'Sa.
I mean, it's going to be aiming Kai'Sa. It's almost a guarantee.
You have a losing match up top against the strongest top lane on the patch. You're now giving aiming his best champion. I think honestly, I think his Kai'Sa's better than his Ezreal. It's just Ezreal's stronger right now. You're giving aiming his best champion in a good matchup. And I think Showmaker just takes like an 80 mid potentially to shore up, because you're going to have a lot of AP with the composition. We'll see. Maybe they go in a different direction. Because with the Rumble, it is, you know, the Kai'Sa's quite AP heavy, the Rumble's quite AP heavy. They're going to lock in the Sejuani, though, for Lucid.
I think Sedge Kai'Sa is probably the way to go. I may not have even necessarily opted into the Sejuani, but it does have a lot of value alongside the Rumble.
Yeah, I think my one concern is with the Sejuani jungle and the Rumble top and the Kai'Sa AD carry who has a lot of AP damage.
Yeah.
You are a bit AP heavy. You could go an alternative build that is possible, but the only concern is here is AD mid's going to get banned away from Showmaker, and he hasn't even been leaning towards them that heavily. You know, obviously we saw him last game play Corki.
I mean, it's going to be Yasuo.
That would be fun.
It's a guarantee.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a major concern, like the AP profiling, because like I said, Kai'Sa can adjust build, but the main thing is you've got fantastic picks for your AD carry and...
Shyvana!
Fight fire with fire?
Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is one of the angles where we've heard players saying like Shyvana can be picked into tank junglers like the Sejuani. So an opportunity here.
Yeah, and I think what's important is, you know, going back to the Hon Life esports series, in game 1 it was into Sen and Nidalee, a ton of sustain. In game 3 the Ivern had the Moonstone Redemption, a lot of sustain. That certainly caused issues for the Shyvana, so none of that really present here. We are seeing Rakan banned away from Kellen. Obviously with the Kai'Sa being picked, it's going to be engaged supports, and I think Quantum Freaks might want to lean towards Leona, so we'll see if D+ end up banning that away. Maybe could be concerned about like a Braum last pick, so maybe that, but they opt to go for the Alistar ban. Alistar often having good matchups in a lot of these melee engages.
Yeah, I don't know whether the Braum has massive value, but I don't think it sounds like a bad idea necessarily.
I like it in a Kai'Sa, I don't like it in a Rumble just because you get toasted. The ult doesn't do much. They are going to respect ban the Yone.
Wrong brother, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, getting some AD for Showmaker would really round things out, but it just depends what.
Yeah, they have played some Sejuani Yasuo back in the day. That was, of course, when Canyon was the jungler for Showmaker, but yeah, I was being a little facetious. That is going to be a Kalista ban, just to take away the Zeri mid lane option, which is something that they, I believe, were considering, given the fact that Bulldog already played it in game 1.
Yeah, had the flexibility there. Looks like they're going to lean towards the Corki. Showmaker could take something like the Lucian in this situation into it.
Yep. Has been one of his favorites in the past.
Yeah, or could go that Wind Brother.
Yeah.
Would be a pretty crazy one. The Wind Wall, pretty high value against 2 AD carries and a Shyvana. But we'll see what they opt for.
I would love to see it. They're going to look at the Leona first.
With the Leona.
And Solar Flare Equalizer is one heck of a combo. So I'd be a fan of that. I mean, Magnet Storm, also pretty good.
You know, any engaged support.
But do you know what Rel has?
What?
A knock-up, technically, right? The Magnet
True.
Storm works.
That's the adjustment.
And so that is adjusting for the Yasuo.
You're really selling me on this.
Right, Showmaker? Right, Showmaker? That's what we're doing. We got to. I mean, what else are we going to do in this? Okay, it's Tryndamere. Yeah, no, obviously it was always Tryndamere.
How didn't you know this?
I'm an idiot. That's why. I just should have known that it was going to be Tryndamere. Oh, I'm a silly Billy.
Poppy support coming out into the Rel. Decent matchup there. They needed some AD with the composition. It syncs well with the Sejuani. But importantly, playing an AD carry champ mid, if you fall behind as the Corki and the Tryndamere, he will dive you.
Yeah.
He will just tower dive you relentlessly. And this is a very aggressive composition from D+. Quantum Freaks want to try and sort of slow things down, let the Shyvana farm up, play the peel, play the disengage, have them run through the flames. I think this is going to be a hectic one, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, and look, there's not as much poke going on. I don't think it's going to be as much suffocation in this game. It's going to be brawling. It's going to be battle, and it's going to be Tryndamere mid lane. That's just the thing. I feel like Tryndamere has been like popping up a little bit more recently, but I wasn't expecting Showmaker to pull that one out in this game. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think in terms of a list of 80 champions I expected mid, there was a lot I expected before the Tryndamere.
Yeah, there was a lot above that.
But I see the logic, you know, I see what the thought process is. You have you have a strong top laner, You have a solo laner mid who can kind of shake off the Corki harass, and if he gets rolling, will take over the game. Aiming on his best pick. And ultimately, we have to see if Cuz can be the first to really make the Shyvana work.
We're doing a little bit of stats farming as well, you know. First, Tryndamere mid lane. Let's jump onto the Rift. Man, D+ fans and Kwangdong fans extraordinarily loud here in LoL Park today. And understandably so. Both of them picking up a victory here in the series. Last time around, it was Kwangdong Freaks winning game 1 and then losing the series. This time around could be their opportunity. They can find a win here. All right, got a bit of an invade. As now Bulldog gonna get slowed down. Oh dear, double harpoon's gonna connect, and
Making
Valkyrie's away.
Start the Valk is pretty big. Honestly, I would have loved to have seen Kellen flash to burn his flash. I think it's worth it just to put the pressure on Bulldog as much as possible. Andal, you know, as a Poppy, you don't have that much pressure in this lane. You're more playing to mitigate, so I think anything you can do to put Bulldog behind in this matchup is just going to make Showmaker have the potential to take over the game. Bulldog has gone first strike for the money printer Corki into melee matchups, makes a lot of sense. But D+ have gone for this committal invade here to steal away the blue, kind of just disrupt Cuz's farming as much as possible.
So do you want to know something fun?
Sure.
Now that Showmaker has played Tryndamere, he's now played Tryndamere the same amount of times that he's played Hui.
How many times is that?
1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for the stats.
And 12 times less than the amount of times he's played Renekton. So there you go.
That one feels personal.
I did like Showmaker on melee mid laners. And we'll see how he's going to do here.
I'm going to look at Lucid 4-6. 4 wins, 6 losses on Sejuani. And considering D+ have been...
Oh, there's a cleanse out from aiming. Kellen also looking a little worse for wear here. So Andal making use of the buckler so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, since D+ generally on the higher ends of our standings, the fact they've been losing a lot in Sejuani a bit worrying. But Andal getting a good result there. You know, Poppy, if you commit the flash for the wallbang, sure, but often hard to find a stun against the wall without that.
Well, Andal's going to be flashing away as Lucid looking for an angle here. Heroic charge does come down. Leaper's going to skate the wall. And Zeri.
But also just Andal's immediate reaction there. You know, they knew things were risky because they knew that Lucid was on that side of the map, so they do end up backing away. But now Showmaker's hunting Cuz, but we'll find the wolves getting taken down. Cuz can easily disengage in the situation with speed for the W.
Yep.
And now Kellen looking.
Yeah, we'll find the crash down here as Leaper takes so much damage. Skates the wall, but down to 200 health. And that is aiming and Kellen just taking some control here of this lane. You can see already, I mean, there is a big wave stacked up, but Leaper needs to be able to pick this up.
They need level 3 as well. Andal doesn't have his W yet, and it makes such a big difference to defend against his dive.
Yep, Lucid just going to walk in. That is going to be a plate taken as well. Heroic charge does come down as Kellen trying to crash out of there, but he's just dead. The teleport comes in from Dudu to save the play. He will lose out a bit as far as the top lane is concerned, but that is such good mitigation here from Kwangdong Freaks.
Andal's just been on fire on this Poppy support pick, getting so much value here. Shutting down Kellen, getting the kill, allowing Leaper to pick up the wave. And now with his W unlocked, he's going to be able to definitely mitigate the pressure from Kellen on this one. Dudu does lose a bit of farm in the top side, but he is a Cassante. I'm sure he will get over it.
Yep, he'll be just fine. So the bottom side, which is something that DK have been playing through for quite some time, isn't necessarily going to work out. Showmaker also going teleportless this game. It's something that we know that Tryndamere really do like to do. But let's check out this play once again.
Yeah, and you can see Leaper kind of backs away a little bit, and then they try to force on him. And immediately Andal just slams Kellen into the wall. Leaper having flash as well, and the fact that that Kellen didn't made it a little bit difficult to find that play. And Andal's back in lane and taking names already.
Yeah. Just pushing Kellen out of here.
Oh, but Leaper didn't get a reset. So it's 2 long swords edge to aiming, but I think with Kellen being so low, it's not too big of a concern. Not really in a position to contest the wave, so...
Yeah, Andal is also very large, so that should help out.
Well, actually, Andal's not that big.
Oh, sorry, yeah, he's a Yordle.
Yeah, he's a Yordle, so...
Yeah, but he is strong.
He has aura.
Very strong. In fact, I mean, Poppy's hammer is about the same size as Poppy. So that seems pretty strong.
Well, in terms of area...
Oh, Dudu is struggling into the old Rumble problem.
Yeah.
And the LCK total. And this is kind of crazy, right? Because there have been times where Cassante is particularly ridiculous. And Rumble wasn't as ridiculous. And now Cassante is not nearly as powerful as he used to be. And Rumble is very powerful.
Oh, and because it's coming top pre-6.
All right.
Oh, dude doesn't have ult yet, though. And Kinga does. This is not a good play.
Yeah, I feel like someone would die if they tried to kill the Rumble at this stage. Yeah, someone will die does not mean that both of them won't.
Yeah.
At least one.
One minimum.
All right, so they are going to back away from that one. Ward is down here, so Lucid...
Dudu needs ult.
Maybe spotted.
Needs ult. I feel that they're really going to be able to mitigate this. Because there's a bit far away, though. I assume Dudu's pretty close. He did miss some XP when he TP'd bot.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to go for the double dive.
Yeah, this might be just Kingen opting in for a crash and just backing away, and that is precisely what's going to happen. Possibly could just come over and barbecue some grubs, as Lucid would be able to grab at least the first one. And we've got another heroic charge onto Kellen. He's just dead. Just eliminated. Andal is a monster.
Absolutely, and I feel like this is part of the play pattern of the Poppy setting traps. That wall stun lasts so long and does so much damage. It's such a threatening ability. And Bulldog's starting to feel the pain a little bit in the mid lane into the Tryndamere. So obviously you can sustain through all of your damage at this point. And if you ever get low, you're always in dive threat.
Well, now it's going to be a dragon picked up for the Dragon Lady. That feels fantastic. Showmaker does have the ulti. He's now looking for it, as the Void Seeker is not going to find the angle.
I will say as well, the Poppy pick, this final Poppy pick. Obviously, Great Narelle, we've seen it do fantastic lane so far. But in ulting Tryndamere, I cannot think of a better ability to deal with him than the Poppy ult.
Oh yeah, as now Lipa getting completely minion blocked. Having a horrible time. That looked very sad.
Yeah, you hit level 6, you really want to make the play happen, even if you can just burn some summoners or get aiming low. But unfortunately, not able to do so. Now, Lipa was going to go for a reset, but Kellen and aiming as a duo will block it.
Yeah, Lipa really not able to reset very often. All right, Shattering Strike, there's the crash down onto Andal. Will they be able to punish this Poppy? That's the question. Steadfast Presence, he's trying to get out, but there's the flash from Lucid, and he just says no. That is going to be an answering kill, D+ on the board.
Good moves there from Kellen. In matchups, whenever you're playing into something that can block your W, you really have to go for the Q first to stun, and then follow up with a W, and he does that there on Andal. Able to catch him off guard. Now Lipa is feeling comfortable to hang around with Cuz backing him up.
Yep, Showmaker just pressing E a few times, spinning around in a line and stuff, yelling, all that sort of stuff. So we're going to check out this kill onto Kellen one more time. Andal just says, you're dead.
Finds the angle really well into the wall, and Kellen just doesn't get to play the game. And then in return, Kellen's like, well, neither do you.
Yeah. Good to get some revenge here. But Lucid, I think, playing it very, very well. And has to flash, but is going to be able to do so successfully.
Yeah, could have maybe looked for the ult there, I guess, instead of flashing, but just wanted to secure it with the initial stun from the passive, and then had the ult for follow-up, wasn't even needed.
Yep. And now he's got the Zeeks completed, because still heading towards that Spear of Sojin.
Yeah,
it's going to be the first completion.
That's one thing here, is that the Shyvana is not very farmed compared to what we've seen in other games, and you have a lot of expensive items, so Cuz not really hitting that trajectory we sometimes see from the Shyvana jungles. Like we had that Peanut game where, even though obviously backfired later, he farm up a Storm.
He did. And so Cuz does, he did manage to get a Dragon though. That is certainly good news. And they do have a slight gold advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the build stacks so much early HP that the impact of the resists is quite nice. But still doesn't turn you into a tank. You're not going to become Sejuani.
Nope.
I definitely think some of our junglers need to be reminded of that.
Thankfully, they do have a tank in this game, which is better than some of our Shyvanas have had.
Yeah, if you're the tankiest person in the game as the AP Shiv, you're like,
yeah, things might be going wrong. Yeah, the Gnar wasn't a great option, as Andal is just doing whatever he wants, I guess. Bulldog now trying to deal with Showmaker here. Does, of course, still have the ultimate. Well, he's never going to die, but Lucid's also probably going to struggle to hold on to this one as the Glacial Prison goes wide. Equalizer is something that Andal has to deal with, though. Heroic Charge, he knows that he's dead. And now Kellen looking for an angle onto Cuz here. Dragon's Descent is up, and so Cuz can just Dragon away whenever he would like.
Yeah, you could see they were waiting for Andal. They're like, we'll wait for you, brother. And Andal's like, go without me.
Yeah.
Live.
He let go of the ledge and said, save yourselves.
Yeah.
And Leaper, yeah, just dealing with the walking barbecue.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen doesn't have a complete item yet, so I think a little spray of the flamethrower, doing a third of Leaper's health.
Yeah.
That's what we expect.
Yeah, yeah. We're just watching Balance Incarnate.
Yeah.
There are a few things that need to be banned in League of Legends at the moment. And
That being
Quantum
said,
Freaks struggled to ban one of them.
Considering how the game's gone so far,
I mean, not end of the world.
not end of the world yet, you know, and I think the big thing is Dragon in a minute is that mountain. Quantum Freaks obviously would love to get that, but also we really want to hopefully high roll a good soul for themselves, and considering it's Infernal Mountain first 2 dragons, odds aren't looking fantastic.
Yep. Cuz going into Astalos form here, and will be able to take down these grubs. Not anything that Lucid's going to be able to do about it, but that is just a trade 3 for 3. And so Cuz pretty happy about that. Still, the fact that, like you say, Lucid has been able to just keep up with farm, just be on complete farm parity with Cuz is kind of huge. Especially given the fact that there was a lot of sort of mixing around us. Speaking of which, okay, Leaper is going to get stunned up. Lucid is going to get the cleanse out. That is good.
Yeah, pretty big actually, considering Dragon Fight in 15.
Yeah.
Cuz has just been dissolved, Cleanse just been burned. I don't think Quantum Freak's going to be able to contest this one.
Lucid and Kellen fishing, wanting to find an angle. Leaper has really struggled to get towards minion waves so far this game. As aiming, wanting to pad those gold stats. There is another plate to go down. I do want to say a 3-game series, pretty good for aiming, getting more gold.
Yeah.
You have an extra whole game to get gold. So that's good news for D+, at least. As now Andal, he gets a ward down, and Steadfast Presence comes on through. That is a lot of value. Still, that control ward is just going to be taken out, and D+ have full control over this dragon.
Yeah,
it's not like last game, Orcs.
Absolutely isn't. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, which, you know, I don't think it's got an okay value here. There's some bulkier members.
Think about all the mana regen that the Rumble and Tryndamere can get.
And the Shyvana.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the healing can be decent against some of the poke, you know, but not the soul you're really hoping for if you're trying to go for a Dragon Win Con.
It's not really one of those. Cuz he's going to get prisoned. Okay, there's the Keeper's verdict. As Showmaker comes on through here and isn't really going to be able to do too much. In the meantime, Leaper's dead.
Yeah.
I kind of missed that with the zoom out. I was still focused on the blue buff because I wasn't expecting Leaper to just die.
The blue buff looked like it was more likely to survive than Leaper.
Then I checked out Aiming's summoner spells and ultimate, and they were all still there.
Yeah. Kellen used his ultimate though, and Ignite.
Oh, there we go, okay.
So yeah, I think Andal a little bit too focused on defending the blue there, and then ends up leaving his AE carry out to dry a bit. Kellen's like, oh, he's just bot alone? Okay.
No, he flashes in. And yeah, so Aiming definitely didn't need to press any buttons because it was all about Kellen.
Yeah, the payoff of being on that cleanse before, pretty big.
Yeah.
And so far, you know, we saw this really cool, interesting pick in the Tryndamere, and we haven't seen it at all. It has not been about that pick whatsoever.
Do you know what the best part is? If Showmaker plays it right, we will never see it. we will see it maybe kill a turret or two as the game extends. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least now, because it's been able to pick up a bit of a farm advantage, has the Spirit Shojin completed, but still a while before he's really taken over games.
Cool. Showmaker. Yeah, there is a turret still here. Tryndamere does really like a long lane to chase people down through.
Yeah. Especially with the Ghost. If you get to the point where, you know, those towers are taken, Bulldog is in a very dangerous position.
Oh, yeah. Well, Andal doing a little bit of rotating over. Wards being removed here by Kellen. And Lucid getting to work on this Rift Herald. Let's see whether they can find a Glacial Prison. Andal gonna take that one. Steadfast Presence was down. There's the Dragon Descent as Cuz just getting ripped to shreds. He is not tanky at all, but they still managed to get enough damage down as Leaper gonna get ulted on by Aiming. He supercharges, and now he's gonna pick up a triple. Oh, it's Aiming's Kai'Sa all over again.
And we kind of knew, this was a good game for Eamon to be playing the Kai'Sa, but picking up 3 kills there on the back of that, he is going to be monstrously strong. Cuz flies in, and it just feels like he's not able to make the impact. Oh, doo-doo.
I wonder if this is a more fun game for Kingen, because remember game 1 when Aiming was just carrying?
Oh, yeah.
Kingen was like, this isn't fun. Well, this is looking like more fun for Kingen.
Yeah, I would say that. He's not the one getting bullied out as he was on the Lee Sin.
Also looking like it's a bit cruel for Dudu, who's really struggling into the Rumble, as is to be expected, but still, it's a tough time. Let's check this one out from Aiming's perspective.
Just gets like one shot. And then here, Andal goes for a nice play on Aiming, but Summoner difference. Able to reposition, follow up for the kill, and then it's just easy cleaning up.
This is me, this is Aiming, says Aiming. Thank you, G-Sun, for the translation. He just says that I'm the big brother, basically. And he is one of the older players on the team. So it does make some sense. Showmaker is just this is a tournament. He will be in a side lane, and he will be doing the best that he can to just kill turrets.
Yeah, he will. And they're looking like they're trying to set up on him, but
look at him.
He did just say it's a tournament.
Did you see the walking?
Yeah.
Oh, so much walking.
Oh, look at the healing.
Did. Yeah, he pressed Q.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Some slick moves. And so Aiming is gone. So he has the Kraken, he has the Ginsu, so he is doing a lot of damage right now.
Oh, yeah.
Large amounts of damage.
Oh, and it's Stridebreaker on Showmaker as well. I was wondering what he was going to be building that Tiamat into. So
yeah.
Got to have a little bit more ability to team fight, as Bulldog doesn't get chickened. Showmaker takes a lot of damage. Lucid as well, now having to deal with 3 people, but he's so tanky. There's the crash down. Cuz is just torn apart once again. Oh man, I was expecting the Shyvana to be really good. What's going on here? As Bulldog almost dies to a harpoon to the noggin. And yeah, Kingen is just kind of playing with his food right now. Showmaker comes on over, and Bulldog is very dead. It was almost the Winter's Wrath that takes down the Corki, but of course it's Aiming instead. He's 7-0-1, guys.
He's pretty fed, and I feel like he's trying to get this one on lock. They take down that tier 2 tower bot. This game is looking rough.
It is. I'm starting to agree with Wolf that perhaps D+ just didn't have the right draft to get to.
By the way, I find it so funny, Cuz like runs around Lucid to ult him back, then just gets stun locked and just immediately dies.
Yeah. Kellen actually finding a phenomenal angle in this fight as well. Have to credit this guy's rel play so far today.
Look, I know that Shyvana has worked well in the LPL. I know it's worked well in the solo queue. I know that it's not just the champion, but man, have our junglers stunk on this pick. And like, I honestly even think, this is gonna sound crazy, you ready for it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Peanut Shyvana was better than this. Cuz barely even has a farm lead. At least Peanut had that in the second game. At least he was farmed. Like, yes, he was useless afterwards, but at least he farmed well. Cuz there's like 20 CS up on a Sejuani.
Didn't Sponge win a game on...
He had a good early game, but then he kept dying, but his team still won because I feel like the Sponge one was like, he kept dying at the start of fights, even though he won.
But that's the point, is that you die in the right position. Put the fire on the ground.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Because we saw that Cuz almost killed 2 people by accident by breathing in a circle.
Yeah.
And Aiming killed everyone because he wasn't in the circle.
I think the problem is, Cuz is leading the charge, and I think they would really appreciate if someone who is actually tanky or a support would lead the charge. Because if Andal dies immediately, it's whatever, his job is done. But Cuz actually wants to do stuff in the fight, and he's not getting to.
Yeah, he sort of feels like he's playing old top lane Shyvana, where you are actually a bruiser. You're not a bruiser. That's just not how it is. And you want to split fights, you want to be able to sort of play some smoke and mirrors and then chase people down.
He also would like to have 2 items, at least,
Yeah, or more than one.
He just did his bite on Showmaker, and I don't think his health moved.
Well, Showmaker's health doesn't even need to move. As now Leaper is he's just dead. He's just dead. Not able to skate out of that one. There's also a kill going over to Showmaker, who makes Andal a little bit frightened. You can see the frightened chicken up there. Love that. I'm really glad that animation has stayed in the game all this time.
Yeah.
Because if Trinamir lost his chicken, because he is like a super hardcore cool character and stuff like that, but then like puts a little frightened chicken, Love that. It's so off theme. It's beautiful.
I think that's why the Shyvana is struggling, because Cuz not dealing well with the chicken emote.
Yeah, no, it's understandable as well. It is very intimidating. And D+, they are going to take a Baron. That's going to die at 20 minutes into the game. Baron was only 14 seconds old.
Wow.
That's it's not a lot of Baron time that we had on the Rift.
Yeah, they just have no way of dealing with Showmaker, but I don't even think Cuz ulted here. Like, I guess he got sniped by the Lucid ult. Yeah.
That was gorgeous ultimate from Lucid.
Yeah, well, and then we see aiming with the...
시바나 봐도 돼. 야, 제리도 볼게. 야, 제리 볼게.
Yep, wait, going for Zeri.
제리 잡았다.
That was a lot of damage.
Yep. It's just a very, very big Kai'Sa.
Yeah, very fed.
And
that is the Gold King.
And Lucid, he's just going to throw out a thumbs up to Bulldog. Bulldog not really able to do too much of anything at all.
What else needs to be said, honestly?
Maybe nothing. Maybe we should just, do you want to just get up? Just go.
You know, I gotta be honest, when the Shyvana got locked in, I kind of felt that.
The worst part is it's not only the Shyvana getting locked in, but it's also the Rumble getting locked in, right? Like,
yeah, that too. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I gave it the benefit of the doubt as well. Like, going to each game, I'm like, let's see what this jungler can do.
Oh, the equalizer down as well, and now Bulldog, he's not going to be able to get out of this one. There's Killer Instinct. We all knew it was coming. And Cuz just going to be avoided by aiming. He still had the flash, still 1,000 gold. Goes to Andal! Oh god, that's not where they wanted the money, but he has been the best performing player on the team. As Showmaker is just spinning Slash over the wall into the enemy base. And he still has the ultimate. I don't think he's had to press it all game long. And they're just gonna kill the turret.
Just a Trinamere game where you win and you don't press your ult once would surely be the biggest flex. In terms of how doomed the game was, you know? Playing without ultimate. You know what it reminded me of? There was that MSI, I think it was in 2022, when it was like Rise against Anivia, and Caps picked the Anivia and he didn't use the egg once.
Yeah. It's like, does he even have a passive?
Does he even have a passive?
It's like when you go,
even have an ult?
Yeah, it's when you go Undying on Kog'Maw, you know?
Yeah.
Where is your passive?
Oh my
It's like
God,
when you go Undying on Zyra. You don't have a passive. Oh wait, not anymore.
You know, I see Rumble melting people in the replay and in the picture-in-picture. It's just a consistent theme. They do kill aiming, but the gold goes to... You know, maybe Andal's the right person to get the gold.
Honestly, I think he deserves it.
I think he's hit it more than some of his teammates right now. He's got that Warmarks finished. He's going to be slightly tankier than...
He's going to have some more health bar to get through.
Yeah. 8,500 gold lead.
That is a large amount of gold lead, Orcs.
Yes. They also have a Rumble lead, because they have 1 Rumble and Quantum Freaks have 0.
Oh, man. Why didn't they just also get some Rumble?
That was... I think they slipped up on that one.
Yeah.
Missed out a little bit. And now we see D+. Oh, Showmaker. Oh, yeah, that's
he is taking some damage.
You know, Cuz is doing pretty good in that department as well.
I like how the highlight there as well. It's like, look at that.
Yeah, good work. Good job.
Something useful.
He's doing his thing, though. He's in the side lane.
That's what you have to do.
He's like, aiming, you do your thing. I will do mine. You guys go have fun as a team. This is his moody phase where he's by himself.
Andal. All right, he's going to look for that flank angle. They want to get Kellen. Magnus Storm onto 7 people or something, but he's still dead. There's no one else there. And Glacial Prison going to come in. Equalizes down as well. Bulldog and Leaper, both of the 80 carries are just roasted. Oh, God, okay. Dudu wants all out of this game, to be honest. And he chose the wrong target because he can't win the 1v1. Not with this Kai'Sa. Aiming's too big, and that's going to be the ace. That will be the end of the game. And King proving once again that, you can't leave the Ezreal up, but you also can't leave the Rumble up.
I love how Rumble was just like was by far not like the main focus of this game. He kind of just did his thing top lane. He joins a team fight and one-shots everyone.
Yeah, just actually everyone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that champion's still broken.
Yeah.
Well,
it's me. All right, there goes the game, and D+ able to bounce back after a Game 2 loss, but they did not make that one look very close at all after the mid-game.
Game 2, you know, it was talked about quite a bit. There are some draft issues, there are some concerns. Quantum Freaks played it well, but Game 3, they gave over Rumble. They gave aiming a great Kai'Sa situation, and most importantly, they picked the Shyvana again. And it's not all about picks. It isn't.
I thought you were going to say, most importantly, Showmaker played Tryndamere. And once again, the Tryndamere stats into Corki are looking good.
You know what? The Tryndamere was like the Lee Sin. I'm going to be honest. It was there. It was present. We were excited when I got locked in, and then we're like, wait, what happened?
It sort of makes you realize why people pick meta champions. Because sometimes when you choose the ones that aren't as popular, you learn why they are perhaps not as popular. But honestly, like, it did what it was supposed to do. It nullified the mid lane and then just farmed side lanes. It was fine.
I think the pick was fine. It made sense, you know? And they didn't sync it up too much with the Sejuani, but it had power there. But, I mean, ultimately...
Kuro's like, what are you doing, man?
I think the thing is with a team like Wonder Freaks is they are struggling. Playing into a team like D+, who are, you know, a formidable opponent, like, draft isn't everything, but if you give yourself a disadvantage in draft, it's so hard to overcome it.
Absolutely.
You see the game too, even though they had a pretty significant edge, it took a while to get rolling. And I think if you're giving yourself that disadvantage when you're already playing against a strong team, it's just too much. You know, I think there were definitely issues in the game that we saw being made apparent. It's clear that the Shyvana pick is not working for these junglers, and Cuz didn't convince me that he knows how to play it, but ultimately there's a lot of moments where like Lipa made mistakes and got caught out. Like this was when it was looking okay. You know, Andal had a pretty good start of this game, shout out to him, but it just felt like they didn't have an answer to aiming. And in these fights, you know, Cuz leads the charge, gets one shot, right? And then it just felt like aiming was free to take over from that point onwards.
Aiming played this one out extraordinarily well on top of everything at the same time. I think that Aiming's had a phenomenal second round robin so far. Even in some of the games that they lost, especially the one against Humble Life Esports, very heartbreaking for Aiming, but he's been playing mechanically extraordinarily well. With so much confidence, we know that Aiming's certainly very much a confidence player.
Yep.
But you know what? It is showing that he has a lot of it right now.
You know, I think he probably, after some great plays here, probably going to win POG, but I didn't vote for him. You know why?
Why?
I voted for Lucid because he made a fantastic play by not first picking Shyvana.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think Lucid had a really good game as well.
I would agree.
He was present everywhere. And also keeping up in farm against the Shyvana, not an easy task, but I think both him and Aiming have had a pretty fantastic series so far. And they've really been stepping up for this team massively.
Okay, look at this equalizer.
Oh, it's so
Lipa was only on it for the initial damage. It was hit by maybe something else as well, but like
evaporate.
That was just insanity. As Aiming, not looking too worried about the Cassante. Yeah, he's like saying, save Aiming, he shouldn't die, he's the prince, he's the captain. He is the one, he wants to be in the last picture, and that is what's going to happen.
And you know what?
Definitely the Gold King.
He's the Gold King, and he actually turns, he's so much the Gold King, he turns gold at the end of this.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, watch
this. Okay, shout out to Uri. There it is. And that was like right as he was shooting a W or something like that? No,
Showmaker was actually asking if he was going to be the Gold King again, and he turns gold as he says it. Oh. So the answer is yes.
I think that is definitely a yes. But also, I think we all knew that he was going to be.
Oh, you know that 21,000 damage from King? I think,
the last team fight?
That last team fight. I think he did 21,000 damage in that one team.
Oh, man.
One equalizer, you know? It felt like it did that much, I'm going to be honest.
Yep, and I think it probably did, because we saw that all of the health bars were empty at the end. And now we've got some gentlemen standing alongside to break down that series. Let's throw it over to the space.
Thank you, Alice, for that throw. That was wonderful. You and Ox did a great job today, as we did have D plus Kia taking the 2-1 victory here tonight over Kwangdong Freaks. Took them a little bit longer than I think most of us expected, but nice draft from Kwangdong in the middle there. But eventually we got to this point where Rumble was left up.
Yeah, so the Rumble we didn't even highlight because this should be a no-brainer. Me and Wolf both had differing opinions on what you should have left open between the LeBlanc and the Vi, and I think you can make good arguments either way.
Well, I was leaning towards don't let Showmaker have LeBlanc. He's popped off on this pick.
Yeah, I was going Lucid Vi. So I think the best. It doesn't matter. Rumble is never okay. And then my favorite part, and we kept the draft highlight, is that there was a Tryndamere in this game that just didn't matter at all. It wasn't relevant. I thought it was a cool counter pick. You know, it keeps Corki from winning lane toward. It's great sustain. Works well with Sejuani. And it just didn't matter. Wasn't relevant even remotely.
Now, let's talk about the Shyvana a little bit, because in the context of the losing top lane, it's really tough to actually put out the Fire's bottom lane. They had the counter pick for the Zeri. Great start from Andal in the laning phase, but he kind of dropped the ball a few times and aiming started to get really big. They were setting up dives. And Shyvana was just putting out fires in the top lane, literally, so couldn't actually come down and help out there or do anything. Even if she did come down, might not have really been able to change the outcome too much. So it wasn't really about the individual plays on the Shyvana that we didn't like. It was just that they had that losing top side. Cuz couldn't do much. And then he made some pretty weird decisions in team fights, but ultimately, I think the biggest issue was the Rumble.
I want to know who in scrims has been crushing everyone on Shyvana, because it's none of these players based on how they're playing. Because it's not Peanut. And maybe we could take a look, because I do think it's fun to talk about the Tryndamere, because Showmaker playing a creative pick I think is always really cool. What he ended up going with is a lot of sustain, right? Ended up going for second wind and then going for absorb life. And between that fleet and your Q, you're literally immovable in lane. And we saw in the last game as well that, or in the first game I think, that Showmaker having presence in mid lane is so important for DK.
Yeah, I think obviously there were a few other picks that were being discussed. Like the Jace was what the Korean commentators were expecting him to play. You know, he could have played Yasuo potentially. Obviously the Poppy would have really put a damper on that. But before the Poppy was locked in, looked like a good pick. Atlas was mentioning. Tryndamere here, good enough. I like the first strike that Bulldog picked up there as well to kind of farm through that. He had a big gold advantage, but again, the mid lane didn't really matter.
Yeah, we had a whole lower third, and we talked about it. The draft highlight didn't matter because eventually it was just, you know, we had Lucid throwing in some really nice ults and aiming cleaning up for the majority of the fights.
Again, just ult back. You have your Zeri coming.
Yeah,
you're an immovable. Like you could. These Shyvanas, man.
is unstoppable in her ultimate, so she could have easily gotten away there. And then the cool thing about Shyvana is she's a poke champion. So if you put distance between yourself and the opponents, it generally goes pretty well.
And you have the extra movement speed with W, right? You're not that tanky, but you're still relatively tanky. Instead, aiming finds a really clean play, and you know the moment aiming gets to like 2 or 3 kills on Kai'Sa or Ezreal, the game's done. Unless you're like Genji or Hanwha, where you can expect them to kind of to fight back, or it's T1, in which case aiming never gets 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, I said it yesterday when I was the Valve analyst. It's like, I feel like somebody is crushing on Shyvana and nobody knows how to play it besides that one person.
It's just Canyon. I'm telling you, man.
The play of Shyvana has not been great here in the LCK, but we're going to still lock it in. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which essentially was the end of the game.
And we also see how much easier the game is to play for DK now that they have, again, Lucid on something that can go in aggressively. Because I think Kellen is a really good secondary initiator, but he's no Delight, right? So Lucid is the one that starts it off. And then that creates so much space that is really well utilized by the rest. Look at aiming. By the time he actually walks into this fight, everyone's cooldowns are down and the health bars are low.
That was really nice ult there from Lucid after the Shyvana Unstoppable ends. I thought that was much better played by Cuz in this moment to try to build some space and then be able to maybe potentially poke, but he's locked down instantly there. There was such a huge lead at this point before this fight even happens that it was tough to win it no matter what as soon as aiming shows up. Aiming had a few more moments where he was just hitting people with Void Seekers, then pressing R, and then pressing Q, and then killing them. That were really cool, because that's what Kai'Sa does from ahead. And yeah, that was the basically end of the game, because aiming could do whatever he wanted after that.
So any predictions for who's going to vote what on the POG here? Because we know what Aux voted for. I know what you guys voted for. Do we think VN Cast goes for aiming here? What about media?
I think it's
one Tryndamere
vote. I think it's a 9 or 10 out of 12. Maybe Jonas Strong will. Yeah. Maybe Jonas Strong will do something crazy.
Rumble vote is actually not crazy because like he pushed the lane really well and
Rumble.
Put the pressure on the Shyvana to come up there and put that out. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, we do have it prepped. Let's see who does pick it up first. And then, yes, this one was expected. Aiming is going to get the POG here. We thought maybe Lucid could sneak in. He didn't do above 1,000 DPM because he's not playing Ezreal, but still had a fantastic game.
I mean, it's impressive when you are able to take a gold lead like this and turn it into something more. Like, obviously, before these moments. But, like, it is pretty easy to kind of carry it. So I could see maybe a big challengers enjoyer maybe voting elsewhere, like Lucid vote potentially.
I mean, who had great KDA? right? Who has improved so much with his Sejuani. Ox already gave him the shout out.
Aiming got ahead because of him, you know?
Yeah, and he also camped bot to make sure that the 2v2 ended up going the way. And as we can see, Aiming, I think, reaped the rewards. I think Aiming makes it about him. But Lucid was the facilitator. And guess what, Chet? I'm a coward.
He didn't do it.
I'm a coward. I wanted to do it. And I was like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Is it just me leaning into my love for Lucid? The fact that I'm a challenger enjoyer? And I didn't do it. And I regret it. I should have done it. I should have stuck by it. And instead, now I feel bad.
Even Ox did it.
Now I feel bad. And KR Anderson. I would have been in great company. I was already in 11 out of 12, and I thought that I felt good about that, but I guess not.
Ox loves Lucid more than I
Don't you dare, Valdez.
Chronicler.
Seems like it, yeah.
Different story for Chronicler, obviously. But we have the evidence.
Even the production is saying shame on Chronicler. Unbelievable. No. Ban away!
Yeah.
We have the interview ready.
I really enjoyed it when Aiming pressed R and then Q and killed people. He was a big fan of it.
You also voted Aiming.
Well, yeah, because I've made it very clear on this desk that I am a coward, and I try to vote for whoever is probably going to win.
Wolf's got a really good read on, what media is going to vote for, and they do have a large portion of the voting
This is a
block.
lesson. Follow your heart, even if people might ridicule, because you're gonna get ridiculed either way.
Media definitely does.
They oftentimes do. Guys, I believe we do have the interview ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
2024 LCK Summer 오늘의 두 번째 매치.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the solo POG on the side of D plus Kia, Aiming.
단독 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the win, Aiming. Thank you so much.
네, 에이밍 선수 연패를 끊어내고 승리한
With this
소감부터
2-1
여쭤볼게요.
victory, you ended your losing streak. How do you feel? Yeah, it was a big bummer that we were on a losing streak, but today we managed to secure a win. So I think we can keep the momentum and pick up wins next week as well. And DK's matches against Kwangdong Freaks are always very intense. How did you anticipate today's match? Well, game 1 was very clean. So I was saying after that game 2, we got this, and then we actually lost. We didn't get it. And then game 3, we managed to bounce back and, get the series. But still, I think we do have to overcome the fact that we are a little bit wonky in game 2. I think that's one of our weaknesses. In game 1, you played Ezreal. So how did you react when Ezreal was actually let through? And why do you think they allowed it? I was not expecting it to be open, to be honest. So very happy to lock in Ezreal as the first pick, and I was like, this is a win. And then let's take a look at this replay where Ezreal was able to put so much damage. Well, obviously I was asking for a teleport, but he did not. Azure did not come with a teleport, so because of that I managed to kind of play even better because I was in a very desperate situation. So I even got a quadra kill. Sadly, not a penta though. I really wanted to get a penta here though. And she'll make her hands up the keyboard and saying, "Fighting, my team."
이때 1세트에 1812라는
And in that game, well, you actually scored 18 and 12 DPM, the highest DPM this season. Fantastic performance over there, so congratulations on that as well. But moving on to the second game, we saw Tryndamere mid appearing first time after more than 800 days. Is that a pick, like counter pick against Corki? Yeah, we wanted to come up with champions that can actually kind of exert more pressure up against Corki in the mid lane, so it was one of the picks that Showmaker practiced. Recently, jungle Shyvana has been making appearances, and it's the talk of the town right now, but we have a very mixed reviews. of that champion right now. What are your thoughts on this? I'm on Team Shyvana is really bad, you know. I don't know why she's on the meta right now. So I don't get it. Then no more Shyvana game on the side of, or like never a Shyvana game on the side of D plus Kia. I don't know. It depends on Lucid, you know, how he prepares.
3세트 라인전부터 교전까지 정말 많은 킬이 나왔고요.
And then game 3, there were so many kills starting from the laning phase to team fights. And then there was a fancy solo kill moment by your Kaisa. How did you see that opening?
제가 사실 이제 타워를 치면서
I was, you know, hitting the turret and then trying to get a proc of the Kraken Slayer. And then there was a fight opening up on the the red camp. So I knew that the opponents will not pay attention to the mid lane. So I managed to go for the kill. And aiming, everyone knows that you are the Gold King of the LCK and you already secured the Gold King of the Year already. Why do you think this has been one of your characteristics this season? I mean, it's all thanks to my teammates, you know, they always let me get kills and farm, so yeah, thanks to my team. And then at the end of the Game 3, Showmaker jokingly asked aiming, are you going to be the Gold King again this week? How do you feel about possibly being this week's Gold King? I'm pretty sure I'm already secured, but I'm more focused on winning matches. And today, Kuro and Bono and also Songwan came to the venue to support you. I think you also got a former teammate buff as well, so anything you want to say to them? I invited 3 형s, you know, Kuro, Bono, and then one of them was late. I'm not gonna name any names, but you know, you guys have all the clue. But he's right there. You see them. But thanks to them, I managed to win. And DK's next match is up against BNK. And what are your resolutions as you aim for another winning streak? Even though we were on a losing streak for a little bit, I hope with this momentum we can start up a winning streak. And this will be the end of the interview with Aiming, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As we take a look at the standings here, D plus Kia, they get across the line tonight. They pick up the series win. It is 9-5 now, their score. Kwangdong Freaks, unfortunately for them, still trying to squeak into playoffs, but this is not going to do them any favors.
Freak 5L. I mean, it's happening again. I don't think anyone really expected them to beat D plus today, but after that hopeful game 2, maybe you were like, oh, maybe this is the series where they bounce back, but it wasn't.
And one of those losses was Bro, who are currently sitting at 1-12 and -19. So that's not what you want to be. I think DK not winning 2-0 today is actually big because it means that T1 can equalize them if they 2-0 their next series, which is tomorrow, and that's against Genji, so I don't think...
Trying to make a color cast for point
I don't think that is likely, but if they do, then they equalize. And I think that race for third place is going to be really fun. And then BNK versus DRX, actually, I think a really important matchup when it comes to the standings. BNK with one more win knocks out Brion of contention, and they should be favored going into this.
Yeah, I would say they definitely should be. DRX struggling right now. Saturday showdown tomorrow, though. That is going to be a banger. I think T1 rising back up to form. Could be a preview of the finals. Hopefully not. Again.
It is. Yeah, unfortunately. We don't want to accept it, but that's just the way things go here at the LCK, and it is what it is. But we are done here for today at the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
LCK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
앞으로도 이제 남은 프로 생활하면서 계속 기록 써내려갈 수 있게 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
다시 한번 연성 시작합니다.
상대가 누구더라도 이길 수 있는 그런 저력이 있는 팀이라고 항상 생각을 해서 할 거 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.